can't make the race that qualified.
Yeah.
Like a Mr. Stanky, he will not be in this race. Zylan Romella, Switzerland or whatever, he will not be in this race. Jerron Cross is hurt. He won't be in that race. So I'm just going back in the points and taking guys. Logan Carnell, that's how Logan is first alternate. That's how he gets in.
I'm just saying, I put Cade on the gate backwards too, whatever you got to do.
Right, okay. Well,
I feel like he won it before, so you can't let him win the money twice.
Definitely the part that he's won it before. He's had a great season, all of that. Now, Brees is literally driving to the races like he's in a van. Full privateer. That is a privateer as it comes. So,
has he been driving? He wasn't shipping his stuff this year?
Drove for a lot of them. Maybe he's found a spot with Teddy, I think, now, but he drove a lot of them in the beginning. So, yeah, I just think that, he's a privateer. Cade's got a fancy semi.
I want to see more 250 guys.
Well, we'll talk about that later. I'll talk about that lineup in a little bit, of course.
Hardy Munoz?
I would put Hardy in just for the sheer entertainment
That's what I'm
value.
saying.
I mean, the guy hit the net. He almost did it again after they fixed the net. Every time Hardy goes out, you can see both sides of his side plate.
Yes.
He is so exciting to watch.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Put him in.
Again, thank you to the folks at Feld and AMA for letting me have a race. I can't believe it.
I would say,
simply
think
amazing.
of what PulpMX has become.
Yeah.
Look at you made a demand, and you got it.
I didn't make a demand, but yeah.
Well, what was the alternative?
Well, yeah.
The alternative was the race was going on in the LCQ.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. But so I'll talk more about that race in a little bit. I got the idea of the purse a little bit, so we'll get into that. Jason Anderson, we talked about. Tomac had his first weird race of the year. He was charging, looking good, stalled it. Anderson got in underneath him. He stalled it. And then he never really, to me, after he got going, cool, he's fourth, whatever, he'll finish fourth. I get it. He's not feeling it. But he actually went backwards to seventh, and that was odd to see.
Mm-hmm. Well, I saw – now, did you hear this? I don't know if it came up in anybody's post-race interview, but I saw a couple people on Twitter mention that somewhere he said he thought he had a bike issue.
Okay.
I just remember seeing on Twitter today.
Yeah.
I don't remember hearing in anybody's interview or anything.
I tried to get an interview with him after the race. It wasn't happening. Now, he told me at Atlanta. Remember early laps in Atlanta? Yeah. He slowed down. He thought he had a bike issue there.
Oh, okay.
So that one – are you thinking about Atlanta?
Maybe that. Maybe that's – I saw an older tweet.
Yeah. He told me at the airport on Sunday that he thought early on he had some sort of issue that was related to something that was going on in the heat, and that's why he lost those spots.
Okay.
I don't know what happened in Foxborough. It wasn't great. He's still going to clinch the title, most likely in his home state of Colorado.
Home state, the whole family there.
So that'll be good for him. But this was a weirdo ride. Which was weirder for you, though, Michael, watching the race? Cooper Webb or Eli Tomac?
I guess the Eli one not as much because he kind of got, you could argue, the Jason thing may have startled him. He didn't need to do it. Maybe he just really wasn't feeling it. And maybe in the moment of I could wrap the title, maybe he just straight up just rides it home, no issues. The Cooper one surprises me way more to start up front, look for a minute. I thought, okay, Coop's actually going to be there tonight.
Yeah.
And then, to watch it go backwards. And then Coop's one of those ones that with silly season, I've heard so many different variations of what could happen. I just don't even know how to explain what's going on now.
Yeah. Well, I think I didn't tell Marks and Tallon this, but I think Webb's coming in studio after Salt Lake. The whole show.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah. Cooper Webb.
How'd that come about?
It's a long story. Maybe we'll get into it, but I think he's coming in.
That's interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
That'll be good.
You're right. He's given up on the season so much, he decided, fuck it, I'm going to do the
PulpMX show.
I'm going to do the PulpMX show. I mean, how much worse can it get?
He saw the retired motocross riders usually do.
Yeah.
Do you think the 500 increased your credibility as far as getting stars to come in?
Oh, yeah, good point. I don't know.
I mean,
sure.
If MC and RC can come in.
Right.
Yeah, anybody.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, exactly right.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I figured if Phil didn't do that, then MC and RC did, I guess. But
hey, look at you go.
Yeah. So that's happening. Webb, yeah, certainly it's been weird. We got a caller on one here. Daniel, you there? Daniel.
Hello?
Yeah, Daniel. You have a theory on Tomac?
Yeah, my theory was I think I heard in an interview somewhere, I probably didn't hear, he said that he really wanted to win his championship at New York or East Rutherford. I'm not sure wherever this race was at.
This was Foxborough.
Yes, Foxborough. Thank you. I think he wanted to win it here just because in 2017 he lost the red plate here, then all the moose can thing, whether you call it a crash or a side,
But
him going to the side of the track.
But that was okay. So you're mixing two races up. He lost the red plate in a weirdo ride in New Jersey.
Oh, that's okay. New Jersey. Okay, sorry about
So
that.
and then Marv took him out in Foxborough, 2019.
No, sorry. What I'm trying to say is he crashed in that 2017 race.
Dude,
here.
you are all over the place right now. So
I'm very nervous. I'm sorry.
okay, you're fine. Take some breaths. It's just Michael Lindsay.
And,
He's
It's just Steve
he's
Mathis.
a human. He's a human like all of us.
What are you?
So you're not talking about when Marv took him out at the last Turtoons to go at Foxborough. You're not talking about that.
that was in 2018. That was the same area, I guess, right?
No, I think that was a year after the Foxborough weirdo ride where Marv pulled over for Dunge.
Oh, okay. Well, my theory was that he really wanted to win here just because of like all the bad stuff that's happened here. Like he wanted to win a championship at this track just because of all the bad things that have happened
It
here.
didn't work. It was actually the opposite. Yeah, he went backwards. But I mean, like I said though, Daniel, if he had stayed in fourth, then I was probably like with a stall and near the end of the season, just stay in fourth. No, like I wouldn't even be questioning this race. You know what I mean? Like I'd be perfectly fine with that because he rode in fourth for a long time. But the fact that he went backwards after that was weird. And Barsha got him twice, I believe. So, Daniel, you got a bike?
Sadly, no.
Oh,
Is there
okay.
anything else I can get? Possibly a shirt?
What size are you?
2X.
All right, I'll send you a T-shirt. All right, Daniel, just for calling in and admitting that you were nervous.
Okay, yeah, I'm very nervous. I won't lie.
Yeah, okay, so stay on hold. We'll get your information. I'll send you out a 2X shirt of some sort. All right.
All right, thank you.
All right. Stay on hold. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. Alex is on 3. Alex, what's up, man?
Hey, not too much. How are you guys going?
Good. What's going on?
I just wanted to bring up a big discussion that I feel like might come later, but I figured out Cairoli because I can't. It's the whole deal with Faulkner getting penalized or not.
Yeah, he didn't get.
Around
Yeah,
up the
he didn't get
track.
penalized. Yeah. Do you think he should have?
I think so. Based on the other ones, like Mookie and Anderson, like I watched everything replay and slow-mo and all of that, and they were making a point with those guys rooting outside of the track. And if you look at Faulkner, he definitely avoided the double and rooched out, and it puts him inside for the next corner.
Yeah, I didn't. In the moment, I didn't see much wrong with it. I thought he backed off a little bit. I don't think he gunned it. I don't think he gassed it a bunch, and kind of waited a little bit and then pulled in there. Like I don't know. I didn't see. Like honestly, I would have been fine either way. If they had said, "Hey, you are penalized," I'd be like, "I get it." And if they didn't penalize him, I get that too, Michael.
Yeah.
I feel like with game, at least my side, is if he would have accelerated enough to get on the track side by side or with the straight up wheel advantage, I would have had an issue with it. But he had to back up. He backed off. The biggest thing is, not always you get pushed off the track. Is it a complete penalty? Like in that situation, hey, he got pushed off, but he had the inside for the next corner. Just how the track is, how it plays out reminds me a lot more of like a MotoGP or F1 where the guys get pushed off way more often, and sometimes it's really not an issue. They come on, they have the inside on the next corner anyways. You just don't see it as often in Supercross. Usually getting pushed off is like
I mean, again, I don't think it's like I'm not totally arguing against not penalizing him. I got it either way. I think it's fine. I think they made the right call. I was okay with it. So, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you. Certainly, there was people in the press box that up there was being like, "Oh, that's a penalty. That's a penalty," and I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't think so.
I say if he would have accelerated on hard enough to get on in front of him with doing the rhythm, but he did purposely get in behind him again, just the way the corner was. It set him up to be able to go for the move anyways.
Jett Lawrence coming up here on the show. Michael, Lindsay, brought to you by Decal Works. Do you use Ron and the boys for Decal Works?
Yeah, we use them quite often.
30 years, Decal Works has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom graphics out there. Officially licensed with Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, and everybody else. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. Quality, service, and knowledge there at Decal Works. Officially sponsor the Red Bull KTM team and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna off-road team. DecalMX.com. Use promo code PulpMX to get 20% off your custom graphics. These guys are great. I've had a few listeners that have been dealing with them. Couldn't be any happier with the service and the custom stuff and the logos and everything else. So decalmx.com. Use the promo code PulpMX, and they're bringing you Michael Lindsay tonight over there at from Vital MX. So please check that out as well. Lots to get into. So Jett Lawrence is coming up. Without going much longer here, Cooper Webb, what's up with that ride?
Like for the rest of the year?
No, just
or just
like
him, his ride.
Does he need a new trainer? Does he need to leave Baker's factory? Does he need Michael Byrne?
Well, we saw the burner thing didn't work.
No, but you know what I mean. Like this
Yeah.
is the kind of rides that KTM was freaking out on. Now look, I'm a Cooper Webb fan. The guy's gnarly. He was away on Saturday, and it was weird to see. He was showing fight. He passed Sexton or somebody again. Like, he knew what was going on. He knew he didn't have the speed, but he still showed lots of fight. But man, that is bizarre.
Mm-hmm. No, I think one thing, he did take, 2 rounds ago? Pretty big wreck. We've seen him have some pretty gutsy rides if he's banged up, but also in those situations he's been comfortable. Of course, this year he hasn't, so I don't think it takes any minor miscue to get him uncomfortable. Also, even though they say they've been working on the bike, I feel like the track this weekend definitely was pretty nasty in a few places, so little things like that throw it up. I just think there's been so much that's hampered him this year. It doesn't shock me, but at the same time, you got to throw up your hands and go, how is this happening? Me and you talked a little bit before the show, like defending champ, hasn't won a race this whole season, whole shot's finally out front, and it just goes sideways.
To not end up on a podium or top 5 is Marv passed him. His teammate on the same bike passed him, and he was half a track ahead of him by the end. That's not good.
You can ask me. You can ask him when he gets here, but I would say there's got to be a point where you got to be pretty over the season.
Right. Yeah, mailing it in. How much do you think is the new bike? I don't care what KTM says, and I know KTM's told people that it's not the bike. I know that. You can't tell me that. It's a brand new model. There's going to be some learning curve, and I know we're 15 rounds in. Some percent of Coop's season is due to this motorcycle. Yeah,
we don't ride to their level, but riding the current platform, it is different. I've have so many people, because I've been riding the 250 factory edition as my primary bike lately, so I have people come up with the track and be like, hey, what do you think? And I keep telling them my honest opinion. I said, hey, I'm not saying it's better. I'm not saying it's worse. It's a very lateral move to me. There are things about how it handles, how the front end's planned to feel that is very different, and just having heard Coop's comments before, and based on what I feel, like it works for the way I ride a bike, which is way more rear end heavy. I feel like watching Coop, as much as he cuts down,
it's a longer chassis. It's a longer chassis, right?
Yeah, a little bit, but also just the front, it's a lot heavier. It feels like it has a lot less static weight on the front, has a lot less front end bite from initial to mid corner. You see Coop usually rolls into a corner and cuts down really early. Like watching him early this season, I felt like he kept having to brake slide everywhere to get those quick cut downs he won. He wasn't just rolling with the corner. I can just see how it's not working with him. I actually had that conversation with Osborne when he came out for the Husky launch, and he was like, look, my way I ride a bike, which we all know Zach's kind of more off the bike stuff, he's like, I liked it, but he goes, same thing. He was kind of commenting that he could see how it just maybe wasn't working for Coop.
He could get it,
Yeah. And I don't think it helps again. The trainer stuff wasn't working, getting pushed to swap around. Like if everything off the bike also wasn't working, as we all know, percentage-wise, it doesn't take much for these guys to go from being first to fifth.
Yeah, I guess. It was rough. Yeah.
There's so many little question marks. We could go back to let's look at like Eli and look at the whole swap. You have Malcolm goes to Husky, does better than he ever has. Jason wasn't liking Husky, went to Cowie, has done better than he ever has. Eli left Cowie because he went to Yamaha's, had one of his absolute best seasons ever. It doesn't take much for these guys.
I was talking to a Cowie guy this weekend, and I said, man, you guys, I said, being honest, you guys are so lucky that Jason's having the year he's having, because Eli and John have been low-key talking about their success, and Cowie's not outside the box thinkers, and you know what I mean, that they're not doing things they want to do, and that's fine. That's fine. They got their, but the fact that they took Jason, who's had a few underwhelming years, and turned him around, I think is a really good thing for Cowie, because if this wasn't, they'd be getting hammered a little bit.
Well, especially the past history with them has been having the best guys and having them leave. Your Ricky, your
Yeah.
James, Villo did retire technically on the brand, but was
Yeah.
kind of had some negative. He'll say some stuff about them not listening and stuff. And then Tomac to leave, but to bring somebody else in and create success with them is different than what Cowie's
Right.
done for a long time.
Yeah.
So I think that's huge for them versus bringing somebody up that's been with the brand and being successful. They did something they haven't really done in a long time.
Right. Let's before we get to Jett Lawrence, let's go to Quentin. Quentin, you have a suggestion for a 30-second board girl.
Yeah, hey, I hadn't heard if y'all had anybody selected yet, but I thought we could maybe take it back to an old Supercross girl, Diana Dahlgren.
Oh, okay.
For 30-second board.
She does live in Vegas now. I think Pookie's going to do it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
I mean, I'm giving her a 50-50 chance that she chickens out. So in that case, we have Heather Kiefer as a backup, but I think Pookie's going to do it. Yeah.
Nice.
Well, you have the both of them
Man,
do it.
so-
They go up and
yeah,
hold the card
I
between
know.
the two of them.
No, Heather's going to do the main event thing across the front of the line.
Oh.
So thanks, Quentin. Well, taking a suggestion.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, everybody. Our first guest of the night, brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. Did you know Wiseco's been manufacturing pistons right in the USA for over 80 years? Did you know that?
Yes, and they're making rods now.
Yes, they are. They're also making a Garage Buddy rebuild kit. They have clutch and valve train components as well. SGB Honda, PulpMX with the Troll Train, Factory Honda, using Wiseco pistons, whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke. Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite Series for guys like A-Ray racers.
True racers.
True racers. There's a discount code for Wiseco on PulpMXShow.com as well.
Phoenix Honda, Cullen Park Hole Shot, Wiseco pistons and rods.
Fantastic. Yeah, Cullen Park. Good job to him. Wiseco.com to find products for your machine. Again, there's a discount code on PulpMXShow.com as well if you want. They're bringing you our first guest of the night. Factory Honda supporting, or Wiseco supporting Factory Honda, and that means you're supporting this gentleman here. He's your new 250 Supercross East Coast champion, Jett Lawrence. What's up, Jett? How are you, man?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. How about yourself?
I'm good, man. Yeah, thanks for calling in. I appreciate it. Nice work this weekend. I want to get into the race itself and all that, but how was Topgolf after? How'd you do at Topgolf?
It was not the greatest. We had terrible clubs. Some were left-handed. We couldn't find anything. We didn't even have any tees to hit a driver off, so it was a little bit not the best conditions. So I'm gonna blame the conditions for my swing being bad. So
Sure.
but no, it was good, mainly just to have the whole team there and
Right.
celebrate the championship as a whole team together.
So when I go to Topgolf, you ever been, Michael?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so when I go to Topgolf, I'm all about points accumulation. Like, I'm just hitting the little irons and just trying to, get it in the closest kind of, 20 points, 50 points, whatever it is. I'm not just unleashing the driver to go all the way to the net. What are you, Jett? Are you unleashing the driver to go all the way to the net to get the most points, or what?
Only net, baby. Only net.
Okay, all right. Okay, fair enough. I just try to get points because I want to win, right?
You're scaring me right now. You got a baseball bat. You're swinging around talking
Yeah.
about golfing.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
What? So wait, Mertz gets you a set of clubs for winning the championship, and he doesn't even get you tees to use them afterwards?
No, I was definitely not taking them there. I was.
That wasn't the break-in?
Yeah, that's probably my luck. I'd end up fatting it somehow and snapping the whole shaft, and then that's that'd be a great one. But no, I ended up playing with them on Sunday with my brother and Hutch and Coxie from the team.
Nice. So after the race, they set up a locker room for you in the Patriots Stadium, and all the shirts and the trophies and everything is in there. That was pretty cool. Did you have any idea that was happening?
No, I was trying to ask Lucas because he kept on hyping up, and every time I would ask, he just kept on saying, "You wish you knew," and it was pissing me off. I wanted to punch him. I asked him Friday, asking, and then even I was like, "Okay, yeah, how funny?" But no, seriously, what are you doing? And he's like, "You wish you knew." I'm like, "Oh my gosh."
Yeah.
I'm about to clean out my own manager.
Yeah, you really.
But,
yeah, it's not good.
No, but it was good. I liked it, something different. I haven't seen it. I I escaped the first champagne shower.
Yep. You ran right by me. You ran right by me out the hallway, which was great. You were fast. Yep.
I thought that was it. Thought we were done for the night, but then they apparently had like 30 champagne balls. So I got cornered and I got screwed.
Yeah, I when I was a mechanic, I did everything I could to. Well, the very first time, I'm like, yeah, pour the champagne on me, sweet. I can't believe this is awesome. Then it dries out. You get cold. You get sticky. You smell. It's absolutely terrible.
Well, I got screwed because I got soaked, and I'm like, oh, okay, they're all done now. They
Right.
don't have any more. And I changed my shirt. Then my mechanic, Christian, and Coxie, our engine guy, went and found 2 other bottles and sprayed as soon as I put that dry shirt on. I was freezing. I ended up going back to the truck and changing the clothes.
Yeah,
I was
it's
going
terrible.
through the race photos this morning.
Yeah.
I have never seen a person more freaking soaked in their life.
Was it? Yeah.
Oh my
yeah.
God, it looks
I hate. I tried to do. So after that, I was a mechanic. I just ran away. Later, like don't get on me. Like I don't care. So.
Well, that's what I did, but
Yeah. Right.
apparently they had more.
No, I know. Usually, like on a podium, they only got 3, so you can get away pretty good. Hey, after the race, I saw you talking to Faulkner. And honestly, it was a little bit of an animated conversation. I felt like, what'd you say? Were you guys all good? Everything was fine? Like, where were you at with that?
Yeah, no, I said obviously kind of similar what he said in the press conference. I said good job as every kind of normal person does, and then I kind of said I had a lot of fun. I wish we could have done this all year, and he said the same thing back.
Okay.
And that was a good ride, mate. Glad to have you back.
I figured it was good, but I was like, ooh, maybe there's a little bit more. Like, I figured it was good.
Hey, look,
yeah.
body language looked good.
Yeah, body language looked good, but I'm like, hey, they're really talking about something. So that's awesome. That's good to hear. He rode great. He rode really, really well. Second race back after injury. So yeah, props to Faulkner for sure.
I was curious. I didn't get to ask you this one in the press conference. So of course, your outdoor championship last year is your first professional championship. That's always going to mean so much. But I mean, just from the clips, the videos we saw, the emotion, your family, everything. Supercross growing up has more limelight to it. Is just comparing the 2 championships, is excluding that the outdoor was your first professional championship. Which one kind of means more to you? Does the Supercross one, is that something you've really looked up to more, or?
I would say definitely the Supercross one, because the Supercross knocked me down a lot more times than outdoors. Outdoors, I had 1 year and it was went pretty smoothly, where Supercross knocked me down pretty harsh 2 years in a row. So this one felt more. It's like kind of defeating that bully that always picked up, like beat you down, that stuff, and then you finally end up fighting him and knocking him out and end up winning. It's kind of like that feeling. So it knocked me down a good amount of times and pretty harsh. And so this one definitely felt way better than the outdoors one. It definitely felt way cleaner than the outdoors.
Yeah, that's what I asked him the same question for my post-race thing, because I mean, I'm just old school. The motocross ones are so gnarly to win. Like, heat, mud, rain, 2 motos, and Jett was like, nah, Supercross. So
I think there's like you said, the luster. I would imagine, I don't know what it's like doing what you guys did, but I'm trying to put myself as much in your shoes of growing up in Australia, watching on TV. I imagine you guys, watching probably Reedy as a kid, Supercross on TV probably was more what you guys watched growing up, and probably was what your dream was more wrapped around, I would imagine.
To be honest, the dream of kind of being a Supercross champion was only kind of recently, really. I mean, when I came over here, when I was a kid, when Supercross was on, friends would come over, there'd be pizza. I was eating pizza and playing with mates. So I never really watched Supercross much.
yeah.
So I was too busy being a kid and having fun with mates. And it's been kind of, when I came over to Europe, probably, it was probably when I got more serious. And that was when it was more of a focus on Europe of becoming just faster. It was never really a goal, just kind of wanting to be faster and be better than anyone else I race against. Because in Oz, I was used to just winning every race by 30 seconds. We would joke around, kind of saying how many seconds we could that I could win by. So when I went to Europe, I got beat. I was like, oh damn! I got beat straight up for most of the year, but at the end, I finally put in enough hard work to kind of beat everyone. That was kind of like the goal for the next 2 years. And then when I came to America, then it was obviously seeing what's next for me. And obviously Supercross outdoors was also. So then the goal switched to I want to be a Supercross championship and obviously an outdoor championship.
Yeah, absolutely, and good job. You got them both, and I'm sure many more to come. Wisco Pistons bringing you Jett Lawrence on the show. Wisco.com to learn more. They support the Factory Honda guys of Jett Lawrence. Jett, we got some phone calls for you. You want to take some phone calls from some listeners? Let's do this.
Take some phone calls?
Yeah, let's take some phone calls. Here. Jay, what do you want to ask Jett Lawrence, Jay?
Yeah, first of all, I apologize. My feed off of YouTube is really, really delayed. But Jett, there's been like some talk, even from Steve and everybody that next year, like when you get your break from your 250s, to try some 450 races on the opposite coast. Please, Steve, put your input on this. But I'm thinking, it's like, do you really want to try just jumping into a 450 here race without actually really getting into it? And how do you think that's going to go? Actually,
what do you think, Jett? Would you like to do it?
I mean, most people that know me, I'm up for anything. I don't really care how good a person is. No disrespect to like them, but I would race Eli without hesitating. He would probably smoke me, but I'm gonna go in there and still give it my best and be smart. It's the only way to get faster. You can't go get faster by yourself. So I mean, getting beat, I feel like would be nice for me. It always helps me become a better racer and just build that drive more. So maybe I might do some 450 stuff, but we will see. Definitely maybe outdoors, but not 100% sure on it yet. It's kind of more like 20% sure, but we'll have to wait.
I feel like the factories shy away from that. They didn't used to. Chad Reed rode the 250 on the other coast, right? On the 450 on the other coast, even when he was a championship contender. Michael Byrne did it. Nick Way did it. All these guys did it back in the day, and factories were like, oh, well, like, go ahead. Like, that's cool. And now they're like, they want to bubble wrap their contenders, right? They want to bubble wrap their riders and be like, we can't let you race on the other coast because you make it hurt or whatever.
I see both sides. I mean, we could joke about PC and Star this year pretty much starting with these massive teams and being down to one guy each.
For sure.
But even Honda used to do it a lot, like Kennard, Seeley, a bunch of those guys have done it, so it's not foreign to the operation.
No, Jay, you got a motorcycle?
No, actually, I after they started the 125 Dream Race, I got a 125 and I cased the jump and broke my ankle, and that was the end of that.
Oh, damn it! All right, well, thanks for calling, man. Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, you guys have a good night.
Thanks very much. We got Josh on 4. Josh, what's going on, man?
Hey, Steve. My boy just wanted to wish something to Jett Lawrence if you had the time.
All right, let's do this.
Yeah. Jett Lawrence.
What's up, mate? How we doing?
Good job on the championship.
Say again, sorry?
Good job on the championship.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate you.
All right.
Jett, I had a question, if you don't mind. What do you look for more, an outdoor championship or a hole-in-one, or a repeat championship or a hole-in-one?
Definitely a hole-in-one.
Preferably against your brother.
Yes, exactly. I mean, at least.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you, man. Thanks, appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's. We got one more call. Those phone calls with the kids talking to the riders, they never work.
Yeah,
they never work really well.
It's cute, but
okay, all right, fine. Well,
come on, don't be such a Debbie Downer.
Don't be so mean.
All right,
yeah, Steve. Steve doesn't like
Levi,
kids. He only likes dogs.
Yeah, Levi, what's your question for Jett Lawrence?
Well, first off, I just want to say congrats on the championship. You guys kind of touched on it already, but I'm going to ask anyways. I was wondering if this title feels any different than the outdoor title, and if it does, could you explain what feels different about it?
No, he literally answered that whole question, the exact question. Levi.
I got a different one.
Okay, wait. Okay, no, he's got a different answer. He's got a different answer. Go ahead, Jett.
The biggest difference I can pick is from the outdoors one. It was a lot more of a struggle. I was in the struggle street. It would start off really nicely, but halfway it kind of hit struggle street. and was behind. And I think the biggest thing I learned from that championship, which made this championship way better than the other one, I would say, is I just had to not make sure I didn't give up, and end up not giving up and came away with the championship, which definitely felt nice. And then the difference with this one, probably makes it feel better, is that I don't want to jinx myself, but so far I've been on the podium every time at each round, and that was my goal from after Colt Nichols did it last year. And after seeing him do it, I've kind of learned a lot off him last year. May have gone off fast a bit, but last year with racing Colt kind of definitely helped me a lot more in this championship. Like listening to his interviews after the championship, just hearing what he has to say and that stuff, and it helped me a lot in the championship situation of being more consistent, trying to stay out of the carnage and that stuff. I think that's what made it more special for me, the Supercross style, just because I was a lot smarter in my way. I had never rode too far out. I never rode out of my comfort zone. I was always in my comfort zone. And I felt like I always had an upper hand on everyone else mentally-wise, because I kind of just placed myself most of the time in a pretty decent spot. So I think that's why the Supercross title definitely feels a lot more special to me. And obviously the times that's knocked me down the last 2 years.
That's a good answer. Yeah, good job, Jett. You're right.
I think that's a good lesson to learn before 450s. Because I think of, like, not to be down, but like the year Malcolm won his 250 titles, and there's a few other that pop in my minds where it's fairly haphazard. Like everybody just keeps, guys win one week and wreck out the other 250s. Like to win a 450 title eventually, you have to basically do that. You have to be on the podium every weekend. You cannot have, typically cannot have these horrible throwaway races.
It's tough for sure. Levi, you got a motorcycle?
I do.
What do you got? What kind of bike you got?
I have a 2003 KX 125.
Oh, yeah.
Levi, I want to give you a Works Connection start device like the one that Jett uses, but I don't think they make them for that bike.
No, it is now a podium celebration device.
Yeah, podium celebration device. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Levi. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
No problem.
Just put it on for looks.
You put it on for looks? Yeah, exactly. Hey, Jett, we had some guy named Ricky Carmichael in here a couple weeks ago.
Don't know if you heard.
Yep.
And we were talking about you, and McGrath was in here, and obviously talking about your future, and it looks great, and all of that. RC was saying, and tell us how you do this. RC was saying, look, when I was winning, I had no distractions. I was very focused. I was so, into it and all that, and we know that from Ricky. And he said, I just wonder about Jett's distractions, and you do the stuff with the cat, and you're very fan friendly, and you're out there, and we know you're doing the work. You don't win if you don't do the work like you're doing. But do you think, like, how do you stay away from distractions? I mean, you got your dad, you got Hunter. I get all that. Who kind of keeps you on that path, or do you think that at times you have to be brought back in because you do get distracted because you're a kid, or is there anything to Carmichael saying that? That he worries about distractions for you?
I can definitely agree, because he's obviously gone, he's obviously seen all of the progression of motocross and supercross, but back in his day, social media and that stuff wasn't as big as now it is. And I mean, my first year, I kind of got this chucked in, and where I started was how it is nowadays. The social media is such a bigger platform now than it is. So for me, it's just normal for me, you could say. It's not a distraction, because it's not like I'm trying to be it's not like it's new for me, basically. I was born in 2003, so I was born into phones, and then bring up with all internet, Instagram, Facebook, all of that stuff. So it's not different for me at all. So I mean, more of an old school, Osho says it also, and Ricky also, because back in their time they had phones and that stuff, but I'm pretty sure it was more of the flip phones, and Instagram wasn't so as big then.
Right.
When
I don't even know if MySpace existed when Ricky was racing.
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's such a different space now than it was in the like earlier motocross season. You could say it's such a different platform of racing. It's 24/7. You have a camera there in your face. It's going on Instagram. It's going on YouTube. It's going on TikTok. It's going everywhere. So I think because I got brought into it, it's normal. It's not like it's some totally new. Like, hey, we just brought out this new camera out of nowhere, and we're going to start posting on this new app. Like it's been around so long, where it's just kind of like, hey, that's normal, and it's you can't change it. So I deal with it, and I'm used to it now, where it's not a distraction at all. I mean, I'm just used to it now. Where it's just basically normal life.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I mean, again, like you don't win outdoor championships and win as many races without doing all the stuff off the bike and during the week. So yeah, I think just Ricky was saying like, yeah, man, you're gonna get a lot of people coming your way, media and outside opportunities and all of that. And I guess that's Mertz and Dazzy's job to figure that out.
Yeah.
Right?
And another example, and nowadays is social media is where we make most of our money. Like this right now, it's a podcast going onto YouTube. It's probably going to be bits and pieces onto Instagram, you could say.
Yep.
So it's like it's a job basically now. So and it's the same thing for us. We make our money off of posting stuff on social media with sponsors and being a name of outside sponsors reaching in, kind of doing posting that stuff. So now it's basically part of my job to basically be all in the kind of not limelight, but do the social media stuff and all of that.
Do you get tired of doing? Do you ever get? I mean, look, you're a personable kid. You're funny. You get it. All of that stuff. Do you get tired of Feld or the media, or hey, we're doing a vlog, or you need to post it on Instagram? Do you get tired of that sometimes, and you're just like leave me alone, everybody? Does that ever happen for you? Are you ever like that?
Not really. No. I mean, like I said before, I'm used to it, and now it's part of my job to do that. If it makes I got a post. It's not like I don't feel like it today. I mean, it's not like someone asks for an interview. I go, oh no, I just don't feel like it today.
Yeah.
Because then it's gonna get put out as a bad figure. Really, I mean, people seeing that's gonna be, oh, he's a bit of a tosser. Just doesn't feel like it. So I mean, I look at it nowadays more as a job. So I mean, no, I don't think I'll probably eventually might get bored of it, but I still have that job side of things in the back of my head. They're going, no, you got to do this. It's part of your job.
Yep.
You get to do this, so do it. Suck it up and just do an interview. As a first coming in, you're pumped as a kid to get interviewed.
Yeah.
So
good point. All right.
So I got one for you. Winning the title, do you get yourself? Do you got a little personal gift on the wish list now that you've got the title you're going to award yourself with, whether it's something small, I know you're in fashion, a pair of shoes, or something specific, a watch, anything you got your eye on that you're going to reward yourself with a little bit now?
Probably maybe at the end of the year. I made the same bet as I did with Daz last year, where if I get a championship, I spend the championship money on a house and the bonuses onto a car. So this year it was if I get 2 championships, it was I can get a car, and then obviously part of it goes into another house either in California or in some investments. So
nice.
What? Because you got, I'm trying to think. You got an Audi, right, for your last car?
Yeah. Yep.
What would be on your list next?
It depends how he goes. I don't want to jinx myself, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, did you do some outdoor stuff today, from what I understand?
No, I if you count outdoors as running in the outdoors, then yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Crazy. Just get going, get tested for that, and get going, get testing for that. So, Jett, thanks for the time, man. Appreciate it. Congratulations. Good work. And you'll see you at the showdown in Salt Lake. That'll be fun as well. And then, of course, on to the outdoors, man. Thanks for calling in tonight.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me on, and I appreciate it, guys. It's been a good year, so hopefully we can continue this on to Salt Lake and put another good last result before going on the outdoors. So, yeah, no, thank you guys for having me on. I appreciate it.
All right, Jetson. See you, man.
See you.
Later, mate.
All right,
Bye.
that's Jett Lawrence, everybody. Brought to you by Wiseco, Pistons, Garage Buddy Rebuild Kits, Clutch and Valve Train Components, and more. Wiseco.com, or go to your local dealer, or go to motorsport.com. Sorry for the people who didn't get through. We had full lines, and, because it's Jett Lawrence.
How about to say, Jett Lawrence, you'd imagine you'd
Yeah.
have a couple
Right.
of phone calls.
Well, we got a call from Frank saying, is he picking a single-digit number? But, he's already said he's sticking with 18.
Nah,
he could have picked a
it's good with
single-digit
the
last
branding.
year.
Yeah. He ain't
You don't get a single-digit for a Supercross title, so he already had a chance to pick a single-digit for the outdoor title. And he stuck with 18.
Yep.
Yeah. So, which I don't agree with, by the way. I'm not a fan of that. But you know what?
Well, you aren't the one making money off your number.
I'm not. But you know what? Chase didn't get to Chase. You there? You didn't get to talk to Jett Lawrence, Chase. But I don't want you to go home empty-handed. Do you have a motorcycle?
I do.
What do you got for a bike?
2018 KTM 450 SXF.
Nice. Okay, you're going to win a Works Connection Pro Launch Start device for that thing because that's what Jett uses.
Sweet.
And the guys at Works Connection are on board with us. So you're going to win that, all right?
Sweet, dude. I do have one quick question, though. It wasn't, and you guys could have answered this, too.
Yeah.
But do you think that combining East and West, and that's what I was going to ask Jett what he thought competitively-wise, but combining East and West, since, it seems like the shootouts are really, really popular, do you think that's something that they would ever want to do because of just the talent of riders? I mean, it seems like this.
You mean want to do more? Want to do more of? Or what do you mean?
Maybe even 4, 5, 6. I don't know, because it always throws a good wrench in for the championship point series.
It does.
But then also we have 6 or 7 really good guys all the time. It seems like now we get the series broke down. We had Christian, we had Hunter, and we had Mosman. But then it's even in the West, McAdoo's out. Jett pretty much ran away with it.
That happens all the time. Yeah, it's a constant
just
question on our show on how to fix the 250 class.
Because we got guys that and you never. The series was split up pretty good this year with Hunter being on one side, Jett on the other side, Christian on one side. But still, it's man, those East-West shootouts are so popular just to watch. And you're oh man, there's a lot of action going down.
It got brought up during the press conference at the last shootout. I think Christian answered it, and maybe Jett did. Both of them did say, and I thought this would maybe bother the riders more. At least the two of them. If I remember right, they were the two who answered it. They said they wouldn't mind if one of the shootouts was way earlier in the season instead of having the two smack dab at the very end.
How about Anaheim 1? There we go. Boom. But the teams
be
will be like, oh, our injured riders won't be ready because they put injured riders on the East Coast. Everything is catered to the teams and riders, the precious teams and the precious riders. I understand you got to listen to them, but whether it's giving these guys points for the Supercross finishes, which is a total joke and it's the worst rule in the sport, or whether it's being oh, no problem, we won't have shootouts early on, so you can put your injured riders on the other coast. The riders get paid way too much money, they get way too much attention, they get way too much glory to stay down in the 250 class, which is a kids class. We've got 30-year-olds in that class. I don't get it. And I've said that's my rant over and over and over. Hey, man, the idea should be get out of that class, not bend every rule so that it favors the 250 class. Literally bend every rule. Change the updates. Give them more money. Let them not have showdowns early on, et cetera, et cetera.
I think, too, also you think about it, we don't even start the East till 5 or 6 weeks after the West already starts, and then there's either a big break or whatever. And I know financially, you do the races out West because a lot of the privateers can get there a lot easier and back East, whatever. But, even if it was broken up a little bit, it's kind of just for financial reasons for those guys. But, that's a big gap for those guys. And, yeah, they do the outdoor testing and probably a little bit of Supercross and, whatever. But, if I was a rider, which I'm definitely not that level, but I do it just for fun. But that gap would be kind of annoying for me, I would think, too, because, especially a guy like Christian where he comes, he's consistent, he's riding well. Unfortunate incidents, it seems like, happened to him. But
I've said it before. I like that one of our callers' ideas. I've championed this before. One coast is 0 to 4 years of experience. The other coast is 4 years and up. So you have all the veterans against each other in the 250 class, and you have all the rookies against each other in the other class. And then maybe you flip the coasts every other year so that the other side of the country sees the other one.
I I heard that one because actually you said probably, but I didn't remember hearing that one until the last time you guys debated on the show, like maybe a month or two ago, and I actually really like that idea.
It's not a bad idea, and I ran it by the AMA, and they're like, "Yeah, that's not so bad. You can go 3 years or 4 years, like whatever you want to make it. Like I don't that number can be changed, but let's get the best guys because if you're an older guy with experience on a factory bike, you have such an advantage over the younger dudes. You just do. You have such an advantage mentally, physically, everything. So let's get if we're gonna make 30-year-olds make $500,000 a year, let's at least give them the best of the best to do that against. You know. So Chase, we got to run.
Well,
thanks for calling. We're gonna put you on hold. Tallon will get your information, and you win the Works Connection starting device. All right.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Good show.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Let's go right into our next guest here. He's a regular caller on the show. It is Jason Thomas from Fly Racing. What's up, JT?
Not too much. What's happening?
And for the record, I asked you this on our review pod, and for the record, you have no idea if Shane McElrath or Max Anstey are racing ever again.
No, I don't. I really don't.
Right.
Maybe the end.
Yeah.
I've tried to stay out of it on purpose, but just being in my job, I do hear things at times, but I haven't heard anything.
Yeah.
Like literally nothing.
Yeah. I don't know what is going on with the Fly Racing riders right now. Michael Lindsay, any idea?
I know one or two of the things Max has been going for, but I haven't talked to anybody related to Shane, so I have no clue on Shane.
Max has told people he has a 250 outdoor ride lined up, but I don't know what
I wouldn't say lined up, but he got a call about one.
Right.
I know what one of them is, but not I think there might be two options. I know he talked to them that day, but I heard one of them might be KTM.
Okay. Yeah. Because
of Spike.
But what's wrong with Max Volan? He broke his thumb.
I just know there was a call related to Tim Ramble and Spike.
Okay. So anyways, JT, you're back east. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. I do want to talk to you a little bit about the racing, but you and Michael Lindsay will be seeing each other at the Stark intro here in Spain, around this time next month. You guys are going to be riding that Stark.
Are you, I didn't really know what the format is, like if it's multiple people on the same day or how that all works.
So. 5 a day for like a week, so I don't know if we're on the same day. I'm on the very first day, which I think is the 18th.
Okay.
But there's 5 or 6 days.
I'll be there before you.
Before? Okay, I thought 18th.
Michael just said he was on the first day.
Whatever the first day of riding is. I know my flight out is the 16th. I get there on the 17th, I think. I gotta look at my calendar again.
All right.
I will be there before you.
Ooh.
As previously mentioned.
So, looking forward to this. I'm a fan of the Alta. JT, you never rode the Alta, right?
I have, just not like fully kitted up.
Right. So yeah, I'm a fan of the Stark. I think it's going to work really, really well. Oh, you were clicking your pen?
I was.
Yeah, stop clicking your pen.
Sorry.
So yeah,
I did it all subtle and everything, and you blew it.
I'll admit when I screw up. Trust me.
We could have breezed on by that.
You've ridden the Alta, Michael?
Yes.
Yeah. So Stark looks good. This thing looks legit.
No, I'm stoked. I was bummed when the original, or I say original, when the Alta did go away. I was a big fan of it. Got to try multiple other models over the years, and I know there's still people that struggle with that whole electric bike incoming. I'm not the kind of person like, oh, this is going to take over. I just think for a lot of situations, it works for a lot of people, and if it helps in some way keep somebody riding, whether they can ride in their backyard, it just works for their area, whatever. An item that allows somebody to continue riding a dirt bike, to me, is all good. That is the number one option, is keeping somebody on a dirt bike.
Yeah.
So if it works for somebody, awesome.
And I imagine on Vital, there's probably people who just hate this thing, right? For no real reason. They just hate it.
A little bit. Not as bad as you think. Actually, what's funnier is we have the MTB site, so the amount of hate on e-bikes, is, and it's dwindling.
Oh,
but I
remember
around the same time, like when the Alta came out and e-bikes were starting to hit the US Hy-V, like we kind of joked about once in a meeting. Moto, like in the forum, like 10% of people hated the Alta. Then there was a group of people that were indifferent, and then people that were stoked. You go to the mountain bike website, and like 70% of the people hated e-bikes and wanted to murder everybody that ever had touched one.
Right, right.
And I remember what cracks me up still is there was this video of Curtis Keene and Jeremy McGrath riding down Mexico on our MTB site that got posted, and somebody put in the comments section, thanks for specifying my childhood hero.
Oh yeah,
like his McGrath was on e-bike. Like those people hated it that much.
JT, this thing looks cool. And you get to hang out with Seb again. It's a win-win.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great time. I'm actually like I'm not there very long. It's my
In and
schedule's
out.
pretty tight. Yeah, my schedule's pretty tight around that time anyway. So it's basically get in there, kind of have that day, ride the next day, and come back home. And that's really all I have time for anyway. So I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to riding some. It'll be, the most time I've put on an electric bike, period. So that'll be, I have a pretty open mind to it. And, I think just from the things I've seen, read, listened to, watched, it seems like it should be pretty impressive. So I kind of want to see how advanced these things have gotten and, how realistic it is for the average person to kind of work this into their rotation.
JT, going back to Foxborough, bigger head scratcher, Webb or Tomac? Bigger head scratcher.
Tomac for sure. Webb has been in this funk for a while. It doesn't shock me. You saw how much he was struggling in the whoops, so it didn't really blow me away that he was going backwards. But for Tomac, he's been on fire. He hasn't shown any of those symptoms where he just kind of gets, can't get out of his own way mentally. That's the first time I've seen that from him in a long time. So I don't even want to know if I want to say head scratching because we've seen it before. It's just been a really long time since we've seen it. So it's a little bit discouraging, but I guess with the title on the line, and if you're looking at it through the lens of the only thing that can keep me from winning a title is disaster, then maybe we should cut him some slack.
Do you have any reason, either one of you, Michael Lindsay or Jason Thomas, to think like that this goes on next week, or this was just track dirt related, and he's 100% back to badass Eli Tomac next week?
Go ahead, Michael.
I think next week. I don't know. This is just my opinion on Eli, because of where we see it go really good or really bad. I feel like if he's in the zone, I just feel like he goes for win. Like it's all or nothing. So I'd say next weekend, home crowd, all the good vibes. No. I think he's right back to battling Jason for the win.
Because remember, Atlanta didn't go great. I mean, he thought he had a bike problem or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like Atlanta wasn't great.
But he still pushed good up until he was still trying to make that charge for he had that huge swap coming out of the tunnel with like a lap to go. He was pretty on it.
Yeah, that was a big swap. JT, what do you think?
I think it's situational. I think this past weekend in Foxborough, if Anderson didn't get aggressive there and Tomac was allowed to get around Webb without being contested, I think maybe he goes on to win that. I really do. Mm-hmm. He looked aggressive. He looked like he wanted to push forward, and he didn't look cautious at all. Mm-hmm. And then it seemed like Anderson just kind of spooked him or put worry into him that didn't previously exist. And I think he just kind of threw off this whole race. So if he can get the start and he doesn't have any sort of issue early on and he's allowed to kind of race his own race, then I think he'll be fine. But if Anderson gets aggressive, Barsha gets aggressive, anybody throws him off and makes him start thinking more than he normally would, then maybe he backs it off again.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, I mean, how many points has he got? I didn't look, but
massive.
Yeah, still big.
40s. Like
5 wins for Jason Lawrence now. Good God. I mean, look, after he knocked himself out.
Jason Lawrence?
Sorry, Jason Anderson. I'm looking at Jett Lawrence's name.
He's got 43 points.
Yeah, 43 points. After he knocked himself out, and he missed that race, or he pulled out of that race, and then the next race wasn't great. Like, you're just like, he's going to mail it in. Like, we talked about this at the start. Yeah. And, who could blame him, right? Great season. Even if he had started right then and just got podiums and top 5s, no one would blame him. Still a great year. The dude's rebounded for 2 in a row. Like nice
talking
work.
about at the beginning of the show, I don't know how anybody could argue this is not the best Jason Anderson we've ever seen.
Yeah.
He's not winning the title, but this is still, to me, better than the Jason Anderson that won the title.
JT, would you agree? Better than the title year?
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, the upside, the only argument you can make against that is that his bad weekends in 18 were not as bad. And I truly believe that he lost the championship on his bad nights. He didn't have enough good nights to offset the number of bad nights that he had. And there were just mistakes. You go back to A1 where he picks a fight with Barsha and loses. You go back to Glendale where he, jumps off the track and crashes in one of the 3 races. You go back to the one of the other Anaheim 2 where he kind of went off the track. And there was just time after time after time. Daytona, he gets into it with Mookie. Those mistakes are what cost him the championship. It wasn't that he was too slow. It wasn't that he didn't win enough. It wasn't any of that. It was the one-off bad nights where he got 7th, 8th, 10th. You couldn't do that with Eli Tomac this year. You needed to be there step for step with him because the winning was enough. The bad nights were what really ruined it.
He lost 26 at San Diego too, bike problem. So
that too. I kind of forgot about the bike problem because I was about to say blame Pye. Yeah. Do you put it up to the points lost? Do you put it up to more his mistakes or stuff on his team, or do you put the bigger blame Pye on lost versus, I don't want to say the fights he picked, but the incidents involving other riders? Which one caused more of a negative first season?
He DNF San Diego? I don't think he DNF.
He rolled around.
Yeah,
he
he didn't DNF. And Tomac didn't even win, so he lost. I mean, I don't think it was that many.
Yeah, it was still early in the season when every week was like completely all over the place. Like one.
Yeah, he got 8th. You're right, and Tomac got 2nd. So
again, blame Pye.
That was, of course, the bike broke because of a collision with the other rider.
Yeah,
of course.
So that's the same.
No, absolutely not.
I know.
But again, blame Pye. His own. What ranks up higher for you? Just his own mistakes, or just issues on his own, or blame Pye lost more points with incidents with other riders, which
I'd have to go through and look, right? I don't know where he lost more points. Yeah.
I think one created the other. Like, you don't pick fights with Justin Barcia. You don't pick fights with Mookie. Like, you don't see Tomac doing those things. And that's a part of, in my opinion, that's a part of winning championships, is avoiding drama with people like Justin Barcia. You just know that if you keep doing that, you're going to get knocked down. Like, it's just going to happen. And that's why I think guys purposely avoid drama with him, is because he's probably better at it than you are. And eventually it bit him in the first round of the year.
We got some people that want to call in and talk about Jeffrey Hurling, so we got to get to those people while JT's on for sure. Steven, what's up, man? You got a question about the 84?
Yeah, absolutely. We had confirmation last week that Tony Cairoli is going to come do at least the first 2, and I know there's the speculation that Hurlings is going to be possibly coming over here. Like, if we don't hear anything confirmed or a press release in the next however long, like, how long do we need before we know that he's going to be over here?
I think, you won't get a press release saying he's not doing it.
I would say, then this week, if I remember right, Lewis said this week is the first week that Jeffrey's supposed to be back on the bike, correct?
Yeah.
He's going to try to ride this week.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a month away, so this thing, he's got to get going.
You would have to think know in the next week or two.
I personally believe they'll have a hard decision by this weekend. Now, whether they announce that or not yet is anybody's call, but I think they will make a hard decision within the next 7 days from right now.
Right.
All right, just one more thing. One more thing, if you got a second. With him being, KTM, Alden, would he not be going to the Baker's factory if he's going to actually do this?
Yeah, he'll go down there. Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. All right, we'll look for it.
All right, thanks, man. And I got an interview with Tony Cairoli coming up later on the show. I talked to Tony this morning and asked him about the Baker's factory, asked him about a production bike and all that. So stay tuned for Antonio Cairoli here on the PulpMX show, talking about coming to America. Reed has another question about Hurlings. Reed, what's up, man?
Hey, it's probably going to get answered in your interview with Cairoli, but mostly what it was how is Cairoli and Hurlings, if they come over here, how are they going to be on a production bike? I get Hurlings is one of the best in the world, but it still has to be a change, right?
Well, I asked Cairoli this question, so stay tuned. We'll try to get some more views later on. But, it's definitely, Michael, Lindsay, I'll start with you. These guys change frames for tracks, right? Sand tracks, hard tracks, swing arms frames. This is a big deal, and Hurlings won't be able to do that in America. Now, who knows about his bike at Ironman? I assume it was production legal.
He couldn't run what they called their long frame at the time.
Yeah, I assume it was legal, and he adapted pretty damn well.
Yeah, I think, just my opinion of watching those guys, if they really, you hear some rumors of them running different chassis, different engine packages, even at some certain venues, sand, hard pack, I feel like they just adapt better. They run through such a wider range of things. I would put that as a lot bigger issue if it was, say, somebody racing America that had to deal with a similar situation of changing bikes technically. The other thing, though, is we're also coming into an all-new bike. I think for Jeffrey, unless even when they were preseason testing, unless they already had a really different setup for those guys, he barely even got to ride this bike before getting hurt. So I don't think it's that big of a departure. My same argument with B. Cairoli. Moving on to the new platform, he's just been kind of riding on his own. I can't imagine that he's run through too many unique items.
JT also Pirelli to Dunlops for the Bullet.
That was going to be
that's a big
question.
That's a big change for sure.
Yep.
I don't. A lot of these things, I don't think it's anything he can't overcome. He's still going to be on great products. There will be some adapting that's got to go on. I honestly think the biggest hurdle is just time. All those things can be overcome, but he needs time to be on the bike, test things, ride, get up to speed, get his fitness up. Like that, to me, is clearly the biggest hurdle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fitness and foot, 100%.
Yeah. I mean, all these brands make incredibly strong products. You know what I mean? It's not like he's gonna. It's more of a sideways move, and you can have your preferences or whatever. But I mean, he's injured right now. Like he hasn't ridden in a very long time. So a month is not a lot of prep for this series.
Thanks for the question, Reed. Thanks, man.
How about one more question if you have a second?
Michael, does he get one more question?
Sure.
Okay.
Make it quick.
The firepower parts, what OEM do those come from? You say they're from an OEM in Japan.
Yeah. Well, I don't. Can I say? I don't know if I can say.
I don't know. Ask JT.
JT doesn't. I mean, there's a company that makes the chains, a very reputable company in Japan that makes chains, and they also make the firepower chains.
Okay.
So
that's all you can say?
Yeah. Oh, I'll give you one.
What?
The company that makes the chains won multiple championships last year and is about to win a championship this year.
Okay.
They're products on a bike that's winning a championship, I mean.
Yeah.
The person that makes it.
Right.
Sorry.
So why, Reed? Are you doing some sort of story? Are you doing some sort of investigative journalism here, or what? What's the story?
But you always tout that they're made by an OEM in Japan, so I just wondered.
No, yeah. No, it's a good company, and the firepower parts stuff is really good. So, thanks, Reed.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Reed, really diving in deep. Jason Thomas on the show. JT, so Friday, LCQ race, you ready?
Yeah, I mean, what's the deal? Did you have your call today?
I had my call today, yeah. I didn't ask you.
How'd it go?
I didn't ask about you finish line flagging, though.
Well, then why are you asking if I'm ready?
I mean, I don't know if we can do that.
Okay, well, I then clearly I don't need to be ready, do I?
Okay.
Do we get a Pulp Fantasy points for this race? Do we get a?
Well, I just
no.
I tried to ask.
Nope.
Wow, that got shut down quick.
Really quick.
I'm busy.
Really quick. I mean, how hard would it be to put these guys in a race? Would it be hard? Like, you know what I mean? I'll give you the entry list, and you just make like. Is that hard? I don't know.
What are you talking about? What are you trying to do?
Wants to do
I want
fantasy.
to do a
fantasy for this race
or the LCQ race. I'll give away some stuff.
You're going to ask him to code a whole new thing.
No, JT.
For the
I don't know if you need to code a whole new thing. Who knows? Who knows what's involved?
What are you going to do? Snap his fingers?
Listen,
like
listen.
I Dream of Genie, where he just nods 3 times and it happens?
Listen,
gotta do a whole other
same,
fantasy cast everything.
It's all the same shit. You just take the template, you drop the shit in, you move the shit over, make it live.
It sounds like you should start doing this.
The problem is, I think it would mess with picking teams for the race after. So you wouldn't be able to pick a team for the actual race until the LCQ race was over. Just based on.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Just based on
we're out.
Yeah, we can't do that.
Just based on how the system is designed. So
we're
out.
All right, everybody. Well, Marks is fucking you. So send emails to @marks.com.
I'm a shitty coder. That's what you can blame it on.
All right, we got a question. We got the X-Brand Goggle Tariffs coming up too, as well. Speaking of the LCQ race, Brees and Chiz are in the LCQ race, but they are starting in the second row.
Okay.
Second row start. But
anybody else on the second row?
They are both willing to do that. No.
So we can't convince you to put Cade in.
What are you doing with Cade? Cade won $35,000. He's fine.
Is he though?
Yeah, he is. No. Question on 3 for JT. David, what's up? You got a question for Jason Thomas?
Yeah, Jason, and you also, Steve. A little background. I'm an old school guy. Started racing back 71, 72. we'd read Dirt Bike Magazine, and then Motocross Action came out, and the test, and, what's the best bike to get for racing and all that kind of stuff. Progressing along, we end up down in Saddleback trying to race pro class, and there's Jody Weisel racing 250 novice struggling to make 12th place. And I'm like, what the hell?
Right.
I'm like, this guy's telling me which bike I should buy. So then it kind of shifts over to, who's winning on what, all right, and what are they doing, what kind of shocks they run and all that kind of stuff. But now it's like the industry is upside down. And I hate to keep picking on KTM, but KTM, and really it's all of them, they come out with a new bike, and it doesn't work. And you've got the race teams that have busted their ass for years to make the bike the best they can make it. The factory just throws it all away and comes out with something new and say, all right, make this work.
Well, because they want to sell them, right? They want people to go to the dealerships and buy a bike. And why would you do that? It's an all-new bike. It's got all new features, right? They're trying to move units.
I want to buy the bike that Tomac's riding because he's winning on the damn thing. That's what I want.
Well, okay, but they, KTM thinks that this bike is great for the average person, and obviously Marv won on it, so the bike is capable of winning. And these guys, are 0.2% of the population as far as being abilities to ride a dirt bike. So I know what you're saying. I get you, David, for sure. What are you doing? But the OEMs are trying to sell motorcycles to make money, and that's why they redesign them and come up with new ideas, right? Nobody at KTM set out to be like, hey, let's make a worse bike. They thought, the engineers... go ahead.
So for JT, who makes the decisions to make the changes on the KTM bike and override the factory teams who say, this is the way it's supposed to be?
Well, there's two different things going on. One, these things are cyclical, and it's usually 4 years is the kind of the average. And Michael can probably speak to that too. Anywhere from 3 to 5 years, you're generally going to get a pretty drastic change as far as bike direction. And like Steve said, they're trying to continue to push the bikes forward. But I think at the same time, when you say you want to ride the bike Tomac's riding, I don't think that you do. I think you would get on Tomac's bike and absolutely hate everything about it. I think that in 2009, 8, 9, 10, there was a pretty fundamental shift with the OEMs. They went from making really balanced bikes that guys could go fast on to really front-leaning bikes that turned really well but weren't as stable. And I hated that. But I think somewhere along the line at the OEM, somebody thought hey, we need to make these bikes better for the average novice rider so they can turn it and it feels really nimble. But they ruined all the stability when they did that. So that, to me, going back 15 or so years, that was a pretty big shift in the development side. But I don't necessarily agree with your thesis that you would want to ride the bikes that Webb and Tomac and Jason Anderson, these guys are riding. Their bikes are so stiff and so aggressive. I think you would absolutely hate that motorcycle. I think you would like a stock bike out of the crate much better.
Also, David, when I worked at Yamaha, we were the racing department, and down the hall was the R&D department, which was Steve Butler and everybody. And they don't really talk. Butler will get updates on what the race team is doing, but like JT said, these dudes, you don't want what these dudes are running. It doesn't necessarily work for the average guy like myself and Michael Lindsay and all that. So there's not a lot of talking between the production department and the race team department because it's not exactly applicable, right? So Yamaha, Steve Butler and the guys at KTM are trying to make the best production bike for 99.7% of the population, and they think that this bike is. And they want to sell new bikes. And they want to come up with innovations and all that stuff that we just talked about. And so, it's not,
the bikes are so harsh. You have to ride to the level of those guys to make it work. If you don't push that motorcycle and that suspension that hard, it never gets through the very top of the stroke, and it's brutally difficult to ride. It's going to feel like hell if you're just cruising around on it.
David, you have good points. Honda brought out the 09, and that race team hated it, right? Except for Andrew Short. It does.
And Andrew admits
it does get you have a good point. What are you guys doing? But, it's all a production-based sales thing, and so what that Cooper Webb, struggles a little bit, or Ivan Tedesco can't ride the thing. They'll work around that. So there's not a lot of it.
And talking about this situation to maybe try to answer part of his question on how does this happen between the race team and production, KTM is infamous for being probably the only OEM that the race team, or at least the race team testing side, does get to try the bike in pre-development. So KTM's probably the shortest timeline of any OEM. They're about a 3-year cycle. So these guys started working on this bike a little over 3 years ago. Marias rode it on Supercross probably over a year and a half before it got introduced to the public. Even Webb admitted to riding it at the end of the 2021 season on Supercross.
So none of that happened at Yamaha, by the way.
I know. Yeah, none of the Japanese OEMs that ever
our
happens.
riders
No.
didn't know anything about the new bike until they saw the
press release. Yep.
Right.
So just saying, in the KTM situation where he asked, how does this happen without the team's input? The team did have input on it. And unless they're lying through their teeth to me, you talked to them about, and they're like, hey, there were certain points about the direction of this bike where it was going that we thought was positive. But, of course, they're trying to bike in pre-pro that's still going through stuff. They did give their feedback on this. And also to what Steve said, though, is KTM, if you talk to their product management group, they will admit that this current generation of bikes, they've been trying to take as much consumer info as well. So they're trying to play both sides of the card, and it doesn't always work out perfect. It isn't built specifically for the racers. If it was, me and you would hate it. But if they build it 100% for the public, it takes the race teams a while to figure it out as well.
All right, David.
Well, that's great points, guys. The R&D department does not talk to the racing department. Boy, that's
yeah, they really don't. But thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. Good stuff. Thank you.
Appreciate the talk, guys.
All right, thank you. Jason Thomas on the line, Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Please check them out at motorsport.com or your local dealer. We got this. This should. Josh, you there?
Hello.
Hi, Josh. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. How you doing?
Good. What's up, man?
All right. So I just want to get your opinion on a situation with basically my buddy has been pro a couple years, and he's been number 222. And then Davey Coombs had said on the James Stewart podcast how he reserved that number back in September.
Uh-huh.
And then they told my buddy that don't worry about it, that he's not going to get 222. And then today, Tim Cotter had called him and said that they're going to share a number this year. How do you feel about that?
What's your buddy's name? Who is it?
His name is Brandon Hughes. He's not I wouldn't say he's the greatest pro, but he's been there every year,
Right. How do you spell his last name?
Let me double check on his thing so I don't tell you wrong. It is Hugney.
Okay.
MEY?
Hugney.
Okay, I don't see any listings in the vault for him. Has he?
So is not made a top 40 field?
Has he got points before or anything?
He hasn't made top 40.
Dude.
Sorry, it's Antonio Cairoli.
Dude, he hasn't made. Look, so I don't know anything about your buddy. I'm sure he's cool, but if you haven't made top 40, then I'm kind of okay with Tim Cotter saying, MX Sports saying, "Hey, we need that number." It's Antonio Cairoli.
I know, but with him, it's not like it was his first year having the number,
But he hasn't made the top 40.
Okay, so JT, where do you stand on this?
Life's hard sometimes.
What the hell's that?
Let's lay it down.
Yeah, I think Brandon, is his name Brandon? I think Brandon might just have to be 222 and a half or something, 222X. I hate to do that because I know Brandon's life matters too. I get it.
Yeah.
But we got to have Tony Cairoli out there with 222 on. No matter what, he has to have 222 on out there.
Josh, is your buddy? Is he a fan of the sport? Is he?
Oh yeah.
Would he want a Cairoli jersey signed?
Yeah.
Because I talked to Antonio about this, and he was asking me because he heard about your buddy. He was asking me, can I get it? What's going on? And I'm like, yeah, we'll make it happen. I just said that because, screw your buddy, I guess, is what I said that. But because I do believe your buddy should lose it. I really do. Sorry, not sorry. Life's hard sometimes, as JT just quoted us. So, all right. So I think Antonio will do something for your buddy. I can promise you. So, stay on hold, okay?
Do you remember when Davey Millsaps was negotiating with Jamie Grosser?
Yeah.
For 118?
Yeah.
Oh, that was good times.
Grosser wanted $20,000 or something. I don't know what it was.
I think he ended up paying him $6.
Did he get it? Yeah. No, he didn't end up getting it. He was 188.
Yeah, but he ended up. I think he ended up.
He did do the deal.
Didn't he end up changing to 118
thought
when he
he-
went to Honda?
Oh, I don't remember. Okay.
Yeah, he went to 118 and then he was 18. Right. Was his
I know
permanent.
188. He did 188 because he couldn't get the deal.
Yeah, that was
done, right?
Suzuki.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
I think when he
Right.
switched, he went to 118.
Josh, so stay on hold, okay? Do you have your buddy's info, like email or a phone number or something?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll get a hold of your buddy. I'll get Antonio to do something for him. All right.
All right.
And then we'll make it happen because yeah.
We could start a Twitter poll, but I already know what the answer is going to be.
Yeah, it's Antonio Cairoli, dude. I mean,
So just to recap, at the beginning of this, Steve okayed it with Tony that he was going to get this done, and now he's
So you can actually blame Steve. It's not
Davies.
Davey's fault. It's not AMA's fault. It's Steve's fault.
No. Well, Steve has just gone on a limb twice. First, he went on a limb with Tony. Now he's going on a limb with Brandon, saying that Tony's going to do something for him.
well, I'm not. Look, Tony's not jumping out of a cake. I'm just getting you a jersey.
So let's go on a limb here. Antonio's only doing the first 2 rounds, so I mean we could line up where he could race Antonio's bike at the 3rd round, not even change the number, right?
Easy on that.
Come on,
Easy
Steve,
on
you
that.
have the power.
No,
you made a race.
Cairoli
You did number switch. Get him the bike.
Tony Cairoli is a saint of a man. I know this. He will sign a jersey to Brandon and be very thankful that Brandon agreed, quote unquote, to give up.
Agreed by Steve.
Agreed to give up 2-2-2.
Begrudgingly.
Right. So Josh, stay on the line. Tallon will get your information, and we'll make sure that your buddy gets something. All right.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. I mean, it is kind of jacked, but sorry, not sorry. Tony gets the number.
It's one of those ones for a split second. You're like, you feel bad, but if somebody asks you, you're like, sorry, dude. It's Tony Cairoli. What am I supposed to tell you? Your number's gone.
Right.
Sorry.
And he's never scored a point. No offense to him. He's never scored a point. Like it's not like an established pro like Chris Howell, for example, who's had a national number, but most times is 3-digit. Chris Howell might be a little different story. He's raced for a long time with a number. He used to be 222, I think. Howell
I
did.
think he was.
Yeah, I think he was. So, anyways, that's just my thing, I guess. All right. All right, let's do the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Off segment. Shall we do that? We got some great X-Brand questions from a few different gentlemen. And X-Brand Goggles, a choice of champions everywhere. Ryan Brees, Kyle Chiz, just to name a few.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid fire.
Rapid fire. X-Brand Goggles. Pulp Show 22 is the code to save with X-Brand. The new Lucid goggle. Have you tried the Lucids? Have you?
Yes,
Okay.
quite a bit.
All right. You like them? Are you a fan?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I read those in the other version of the Lucid.
You just run the Lucid, okay? That's what you run, all right?
You can run the Legends one.
So, again, Pulp Show 22 is the code to save. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser and a Swiss Core. Have you heard of either of these gentlemen, Michael?
No clue. Why do you hire random ass people?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. JT? Moser?
I don't know. Just your style, I guess.
Yeah.
Just
all right.
taking nobodies and making them into somebodies.
30 seconds on the clock. Marks, let's do this.
Steve, what are you most nervous about for the Denver PulpMX race?
Well, I got told today that I sort of have to give these guys a speech beforehand about like, hey man, there's no sanctions here. This is not an AMA sanctioned race, so you can't protest. You can't,
Can you do it with the brave heart? Like, can you get up with the whole brave heart makeup on and
I think they want me to like tell these guys like, hey, take it easy. We all want you to race the next day.
Wait,
I don't know, man. That's just what I was told today.
If you're known for anything, it's your uplifting speeches.
Thank you. Thank you, Travis.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So that's what I was told. So
you mean
Tell you what you're not nervous about, the flagging.
Yeah.
Find flagging you're not nervous about.
No.
Are there going to be any flaggers anywhere?
I have the full support of the AMA behind this. Yeah.
You know how quiet the room just went?
Will there be live timing, like on the? Will they have
Yes.
transponders and everything?
Yes, I think so.
Who's in charge of the penalties?
I think I am.
Oh, boy.
So anything goes.
Yeah.
Guy in 5th could win for no reason at all.
Yeah. So
that's good news.
All right. Next up.
JT, although the 450 class has a deep field, would the less chaotic racing environment better facilitate Faulkner's talent and offer him a greater opportunity?
Oh my
at
God.
success?
Okay, Swizz. Got it.
Oh,
This came from a buddy of the other guy.
I mean, that's a
He's
little.
just basically saying, would Faulkner be better off moving up?
Right, exactly.
Just trying to consolidate this question a little
We
bit.
like to sound smart here.
Now, JT, I doubt you heard this. At the press conference, Faulkner said, if I'm back in this class or not, he was talking about something. So, like, he left it as if maybe he might move up.
I think he should stay down.
Yeah.
I do. You look at the 450 class, there's not a lot of opening right now at the, to get on factory equipment. And I think to be competitive in that class, you need a really good bike. And you just, you kind of look around. There's really nothing there. I mean, we're talking about trying to find a home for Marvin, for crap's sake, and he won a race 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he stays down, get a good deal, try to win some races, build some momentum again, and then I think the door will be open for him at some point. It's just not a great year to get a factory ride in the 450 class.
All right.
Michael, with the success HRC is having with Jett and Jett's brother, do you think they keep the 250 program in-house or eventually go to a satellite team again?
Well, they have Chance Hymas signed. I think it stays in-house. I've heard they've talked about it in the long run. They don't want to keep housing it because it's pretty expensive. They have said they want to pass it down, but it also takes the right partner. I think the earliest they would make any sort of move like that is 2025, but I think there's a lot of things that have to happen to make that possible. I'm not going to say they're going to permanently keep it in-house. They are interested, but it's going to take the right situation.
31 seconds.
Steve, with the success of the Renthal purple bars, what other 90s trend should be next to have a rebirth?
I always thought that I had this on all my bikes.
Quick straps?
No,
Oh, okay.
but Kiefer's been retweeting the shit out of that. The quick strap.
He said he's going to single-handedly bring it back.
I loved the seat covers that had the gray non-slip shit on top of them from Seat, right?
Mm-hmm.
I like that look. So you have like a red seat, right? And then you have like a gray, like non-slip thing on top. I always thought that looked cool. Can we bring that back? Do you know what I'm talking about? You really don't.
I do. It's not
I
quite
know. I know you would know, JT, but Michael's looking at me like I'm.
When I think of old school seat, I think on the sides where they had the clear material of like the team names and different stuff.
That sucked.
But I don't.
Right.
I'm drawing a blank on the gray.
Those were
top.
the worst
I'm
to
sorry.
put on. Those seats were
I can
so
imagine.
bad to put on. Your staple gun would go right through the plastic, like right through it. But yeah, I like this non-slip seat cover, seat. Those were good. All right.
What about vented number plates? Did those not work?
I guess they stopped not working like kidney belts.
Hey, yes, Benny had one. Did it make him quicker?
Everybody had one at one
Bloss
point, right?
It was so cool.
Yeah. All right.
JT, how baffled are you that Steve Cycle is having his own Feld Supercross race in 4 days?
There's a few things in this world that I shouldn't be shocked by anymore, and Steve's been saying this for a long time, but as ridiculous as the things he comes up with and the amount of people that he pisses off, they always come around, and it is baffling. Yes, to answer the question, it is baffling. But you look at the Ricky Carmichael situation. I mean, hell, by the end of the year, Jason Anderson will be swimming in his pool. That's where we're gonna get to. So for him to have his own damn race on a Friday, I shouldn't be shocked. Like, I just need to move on and say that anything is possible, and just believe in whatever Steve is putting down.
There we go. Please clip that. Thank you. Please clip that.
Okay. Michael, what would you say the Husky riders struggled with most this year getting the bike dialed in?
250 or 450, guys.
Yes.
250s, I'll go with some comments I heard that were engine related. I think that engine platform, the 450 still utilized a lot of the same engine. The 250 was such a drastic overhaul. I think it took those guys a bit of time to catch up in that department.
20 seconds. Good job.
Steve, how do you grow the PCS for 2023? Privateer Championship
Yeah,
Series.
yeah. Probably start earlier than I did this year because I
Not
was
halfway through.
Well, no, at 3 rounds, I think. Start earlier, have my race and set in stone, from Feld on the date and everything. Yeah, I think just, and you know what they told me on the call today? They said, look, man, we want to keep doing this, but if this goes sideways, we're out. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. Like, so,
Well, what defines going sideways?
I think just like multiple carnages and takeouts and, A-Ray launching his bike into the stands and whatever.
So you're saying A-Ray's a liability.
What
I think would be cool is, so not this year, but 2023, they are planning to bring back some sort of off-season race. I don't know if it'll be called the Monster Cup.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that is going to come back, okay? Do it there, and then whoever doesn't qualify, this is like the consolation race at night in front of the crowd. Everybody's there. These riders that, because they have qualifying in the afternoon or whatever for Monster Cup or whatever, if you don't make it, this is your consolation prize for this huge purse race that you didn't make it to, and then they get to race at night. They have the PulpMX Privateer, consolation challenge or whatever.
Right.
That would be pretty cool.
He literally just wrote that down.
No, I didn't. I wrote some of my stuff.
Yeah, JT, you had a good idea. Don't let him ever tell you no.
Yeah. All right.
JT, Weege said he has a feeling there will be more Speedway Supercross events in the future. What do you think he's hinting at?
That there'll be more Speedway races in the future?
Yeah, I think he has some information. My guess would be Charlotte would be right at the top of the list, if not number one.
Mm-hmm.
I think we end up with 3 or 4 in the very, very near future. I don't have any real solid guesses outside of Charlotte, but I would bet my bottom dollar on Charlotte.
All right.
Would you guys say that has more to do with just the feedback that's been on the races, or the fact that Supercross doing the AMA thing through DMG has more to do with that, more speedways through DMG?
Do you think it's cheaper to rent a speedway than a stadium?
I asked straight up, and they said Atlanta was. I got like a big response on
no,
is
Atlanta's cheaper. Yes,
way cheaper than Mercedes, and they were commenting about the dirt. Like there was a lot of things about it. They said that made it a lot easier for them.
Right.
And Mercedes-Benz Dome was the most expensive on the circuit, so that's an easy one.
Yep.
But I think if they can find ways, because I think some of them are not great. If you have a venue that's pretty expensive and turnout's not that awesome, if you can take that to a speedway where the cost is really low, and it's all about risk, right? For a lot of these events, your risk comes down when your overhead comes down. So that's a net win. I don't know that I love it, but I certainly understand the economics of it.
Well, the other thing, how much do you guys feel like this year's turnout at races has triggered rethinking it? Because I skipped a couple East Coast, but all the West rounds I went to in the early East, I don't know if it's just being Jay over time, but I thought the turnouts at most rounds was less than I expected. Round after round after round, I felt somewhat disappointed in some venues. Did you guys have a similar feeling, or would you say the turnout at some established events has caused a rethink?
I thought they were fine. St. Louis was the only one I thought was kind of light. I thought otherwise they were pretty good.
I thought Oakland was really bad.
I feel like they were not stupendous, but they weren't bad. I feel like all the attendance from JT's right. St. Louis was light. Oakland was light. But I feel like it was all about what I expected, but nothing where I was shocked, nothing where I'm like, oh my God, there's tons of people here. I've never felt like that. Maybe Anaheim 3, because Anaheim 3 usually is pretty light. Anaheim 3 this year was pretty good, so that one was good, if I remember right. But yeah, I feel like it was right in my alley of what I expected attendance. So, but again, you don't know the numbers and you don't really know. But
any rumor if we're getting Nashville back?
No, I have not heard.
Damn.
I know it's a very high priority for them, and I think I haven't been told this directly, but I'm pretty sure that the reason they haven't been able to get it is because everybody and their brother wants to go to Nashville. Every music act, literally everybody wants to go to Nashville, so they just cannot get a date that works because they really want to go there.
All right, next question.
All right, last one. Michael, how far has the reverse engine Yamaha come since its 2010 inception to now?
To the point when the first time I rode a 2010, I told somebody if you gave me one of these, I would roll it right out to the corner of the track and put a free sign on it. To now, it's winning every shootout. Riders have even just in the last year gone from why would I want to ride for that team to people are jumping to go race for them on the 450. So I don't think you could I don't know. Maybe you guys can name something more A's or nice, but I'm trying to think of an OEM that's made a more drastic change in perception of their bike.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
KTM when they had no linkage. To now.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. Dungey's first year, like, I talked to the KTM guy. I think I talked to Dudley. Dudley was over
the
there.
old motor guy.
He was telling me, like, this motor's an enduro motor that we just repurposed and built
was-
it, and and this frame is new.
It was
and-
the Husaberg motor.
Yeah, like, it was not.
They just took
and
the oil line.
Dunge won round 3 or whatever. You know what I mean, on a KTM 450 4-stroke. So, and I was on Kelly Smith's thing. That was an old Husaberg motor. So, good job to those guys for doing that. All right, that's been the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs, right? Yeah, that's it. All right. Yep. All right.
Husky from 2001 to now.
Yeah.
You would know.
So yeah, a little Husky X-Brand.
Hey, I saw there's a guy on the Vital Forum doing an old Fast by Faraci build. If we can get him to bring it out, would you want to sample it, JT?
Nope.
Talent.
That was quicker than name your tear-off answers.
I really think
I know
the
exactly
outro
what
is
that bike's all
disappeared.
about.
Talent X-Brand outro.
I really think the X-Brand outro just disappeared.
It's gone forever.
Moving on.
It's gone.
All right, that's been the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Pulp Show, 22 to save with those guys.
X-Brand.
There we go. All right, JT. I know you're back east. Thanks for staying on. Appreciate it. Fly Racing at flyracing.com. Thanks, buddy.
See you guys.
All right, see you. And before we go to commercial break, let's talk to Brad on 3. Brad, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, Steve. How you doing tonight, buddy?
Good, man.
Hey, I just want to congratulate you on your business model, everything you've accomplished in your life. I got to see you years ago at Tampa when it first came back as a race, and you were walking through the pits. I just wanted to congratulate you on your content then. But, man, I was going to all the races, and then I tag you sometimes on Instagram. It's I Am a Comeback Story is my Instagram handle. But a surgeon made a wrong cut on me in 2019 and basically ruined my life, unfortunately. But I watch your show every week, and if I can heal and hopefully someday get on an e-bike, that's the only way the doctor says I can really ride again because my left lung's damaged. I just want to say I love everything you do. I love the sport of Supercross, and I'm really, really proud of you, man, and keep it up.
Thanks. I appreciate it. So you're involved with the PulpMX team?
No, I know Jason Friesberg. I know some guys that ride, Luke Neese, everyone.
Okay.
And then Eric Dyer, who's a mechanic for Pierce Brown. I know him. We talk on Facebook a lot. And
cool.
I raced very well. And then I raced Buca Arena Cross back in the day, and I was going to turn pro, and the bike landed on me over the finish line jump, and I burst in my appendix and had 20 inches of my intestines removed. So now I've had 17 surgeries and been through a lot, man. But I see you ride these intense bikes, and, man, I think an e-bike would definitely help me, so I'm going to save up for one when I can get back to work. But,
awesome, man. Well, yeah, no, they're great. I met a guy this week, told me he lost 100 pounds riding an e-bike because of me. I met him in Boston, so that was really cool to see. Intense cyclist.
I couldn't believe when I saw you in Tampa years ago, and then I saw you. I tried to catch you at St. Louis. I can only stay for a few hours, so I literally just got out of the hospital the day before, and St. Louis is my hometown, and I showed up at the race. And I wanted to talk to you, but you were busy. I just want to say thanks for everything, man. And one last question.
Yeah.
Do you know if Fell's going to do VIP experiences again? Because it's hard to get credentials. The only thing they got is a track walk. I talked to Holly. He said maybe next year.
Yeah, I believe they're going to do that. Yeah, I think they're going to keep doing it. Yeah, so.
All right, buddy. If I ever see you, man, definitely want to stay in touch with you, and take care, man. Wish you the best, okay?
Thank you for calling. Appreciate it. Good luck with everything, man.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, buddy. Bye.
Appreciate it. Thank you to the folks at Firepower Batteries and Chains. Chains are made in Japan by a top manufacturer, okay?
Okay.
Firepowerparts.com batteries. The guy Kyle Chisholm using these batteries. SGB Honda. Gopher Dunes Honda. PulpMX using Firepower Parts. Firepowerparts.com. Don't waste money when you can get more power and supreme reliability by choosing Firepower. And they got over 50 years experience in the industry. So firepowerparts.com. Batteries are backed by a 2-year warranty also. Kiefer suggests it and loves it. So please check that out. And also, too, thanks to the folks at Scosh, innovators of award-winning consumer technology, power sports, car audio products, and accessories. Celebrating over 40 years in the business, visit Scosh.com to get a 20% discount on the lineup of phone mounts, chargers, cables, power sport clamps, and more. Pulp 2022 at Scosh, S-C-O-S-C-H-E, Scosh.com. Unlock your discount. Pulp 2022. Thank you to the folks at Scosh. Got a base mount charger in front here. I got a portable power pack I've been using lately. So thank you to the folks at Scosh. All right, we're going to commercial break here. Michael Lindsay from Vital MX. We'll be back. We got Benny Bloss coming up. We got Clinton Fowler, Antonio Cairoli, Scott McLemore.
Did you know that there is now a Supercross rider that is taller than Benny Bloss?
I did not know this.
Yeah, 2 inches taller.
Well, can we wait till after commercial break and you
Yes.
can reveal the name?
Yes.
All right. It's not Jeff Loop, right?
No.
Okay. All right, be right back after this, everybody, with more PulpMX Show.
He's just in my ass.
Wow.
Not in. Sorry.
Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on Motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop Motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride, only at Motorsport.com.
Steve.
Kiefer.
Do you want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had?
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of race tech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at race tech, the stuff has been great. So for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or as Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike.
It's fantastic. Zombie Bloss uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Race Tech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Race Tech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Race Tech.
Good people.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With 80 years of experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons, from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco has recently expanded our Racer Elite line with SX and MX proven USA-made connecting rods. Now adding to the Garage Buddy rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and our CV4 thermal protection line, this makes Wiseco your single-stop performance name. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomac superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
For over 30 years, DecalWorks has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. DecalWorks is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and GasGas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. DecalWorks is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes DecalWorks stand out. DecalWorks, #1 for many reasons.
Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on Motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop Motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride, only at Motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin Adaptive Design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Steve.
Kiefer.
You want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had?
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of Racetech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at Racetech, the stuff has been great. So for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or as Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike?
It's fantastic. Zombie Bloss uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Racetech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Racetech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's better. That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Racetech.
Good people.
With 80 years of experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons, from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco has recently expanded our Racer Elite line with SX and MX proven USA-made connecting rods. Now adding to the Garage Buddy rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and our CV4 thermal protection line, this makes Wiseco your single-stop performance name. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
For over 30 years, Decal Works has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. Decal Works is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. Decal Works is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes Decal Works stand out. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and Decal Works. Michael Lindsay from Vital MX in studio. Coming up with Benny Bloss right away here. Thanks for listening. Antonio Cairoli as well. Clinton Fowler coming up. 702-586-7857. If you want to chat about something or another, we can get you on here. And again, thanks to the folks at Yamaha, and thank you to the folks at Blowfish for Hangovers for supporting this LCQ race this Friday. Really, really appreciate it. Get your raffle ticket if you can. $30. All the money goes to privateers. Link is on PulpMX.com. RacerX has it as well. And Pulp22 at 4hangovers.com. Pulp22 at 4hangovers.com. A Blowfish is a hangover remedy that actually works. When you wake up, drop 2 tablets in water and drink when the fizzing stops. I've had a couple people on social tell me about how it working really well. So thanks to Blowfish. They gave us some money to put into the LCQ purse. Should be $50K. Maybe more, I hope. Marks, we're kind of right around the same as we were, right? Like
based on how much time we have left, we're right about there. But we have 1 week left, so we're
going to do the draw next Monday night.
Yes,
is doing the draw.
Yeah,
and
so we're leaving it open until Monday, right?
Yeah, we're leaving the raffle open until Monday, so we'll have the everything else. And
so hopefully this last week is killer like it has been.
Yeah, absolutely. Giving away a 2022 YZ450F. Also, fantastic.
Did you get a big check made yet?
I got a check made for Hannah Ray. Give us $1,000 for the whole shot.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have a check made, and thanks to her as well.
Are you also giving the winner of the race their own Blowfish tablets? So I can imagine they're going to send it pretty hard.
Well, if it's Carnell, for sure. Yeah. For sure. Hey, I want to thank the folks at Michelin. Randy Richardson was in here couple shows ago. The new Starcross 6. Have you got some of these yet?
Yeah.
Did you go to the launch?
I went to the launch. I got to take some home. Been riding them. Rode them this week.
What's your thoughts on the Starcross 6?
I like them overall. improvement. Majority for them was carcass is a little bit stiffer, doesn't roll as easy.
Kiefer says PSI can be lowered, right, from the 5s?
Yes, yeah, because like on the 5s, I think I was running like 14. Now I'm down more like 13 or so.
Yep.
Personally, really like their I'm trying to think of their name culture again, like their medium soft rear, but I was running like medium hard front for SoCal.
Yep.
No, super stoked on them. I don't know. A lot of your top end tires are really good, but Michelin's made a great product. I think I haven't gotten to actually change one yet because I still have the sets from the race, so I don't know if I can comment if they're still easy mounting, but I hope so.
The 5s are easier mounting. They were really easy to mount. So MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range, 11% more durability than the previous generation, and 16% more traction when new, and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous gen tire. Starcross 6 tire range out now. Motorsport.com to get them. 6 versions: sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions as well. So thank you to folks at Michelin, and also thanks to the Michelin bicycle tires for doing that wrap-up show. I haven't listened for a couple of weeks. Has anybody listened to the wrap-up show for a couple of weeks?
Man, I was good for a while, but I've been bad the last couple of weeks too.
Tallon, we listened lately?
I listened to some of the 500
and what
show.
Was it appropriate? Was it good?
Yeah, it was appropriate. It was a good show.
All right.
They have been really good. I think I've said it before. I like those intros that he does at the beginning
with all the drops and stuff,
where he splices a bunch of clips from the show. A lot of the funny stuff that people have said, and it's like a minute and a half to 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That's like one of my favorite parts. It's great.
Nice.
So good
all
work.
right. Well, thanks to Michelin Bicycle Tires for helping that wrap-up show guy keep it going. Speaking of keeping it going, at Cherubies, they're the industry leader in aftermarket dirt bike plastics and accessories with over 40 years of experience with input from current riders like Webb, Cianciarulo, Barsha, Anderson, and more. Cherubies has fine-tuned its products to offer the highest level of performance and protection in the industry. Bring your bike back to life with a full line of replacement replica plastic kits. At Cherubies USA at social media, at CherubieSUSA.com, on the web, at Cherubies. Of course, that's how you pronounce it. I love a Cherubies stuff because it always just bolts on perfectly. Holes are lined up. There's no drilling. There's no filing. Nothing. Grab a piece of Cherubies plastic and put it on. It's great. Thanks to the folks at Cherubies. Bringing you our next guest on the show. This gentleman missed the first 12 rounds of the Supercross Series this year. Jumped back in after injury and has done pretty well, I think. He is everybody's favorite guy named Benji. Benny Bloss, what's up, man?
Oh, just doing some driving. Thanks for having me on tonight.
Yeah, thank you. Where are you driving to and from? What's going on?
I've officially left California. I've been
Quitter.
in SoCal for the last 6 months, I guess, 5.5 months.
Mm-hmm.
Headed to New Mexico for 2 weeks and then back home to Missouri.
No, you're breaking up. See, you're driving and breaking up, Benny. We're already off to a rough start.
Hello.
Yeah. You there?
Yes, I'm in the middle of nowhere in Arizona.
All right. Well,
so I apologize for the service issue.
unbelievable. All right, Benny.
So unprofessional.
Yeah, so unprofessional, Benny. So, hey, you had a pretty bad injury. Like I said, you missed the first bunch of races. How does it feel to jump into a series? Look, yes, there's some injuries with riders. I get it, but there's still plenty of fast guys. Like when you, the old cliche about the level rising each week is kind of bullshit, but I do believe that the level gets higher. There's no doubt that round 8 level is higher than round 1, and I think all the riders do that each week. I don't want to say how much it is, and I don't want to say every week, but it is higher. So now you jump in at round 13. Like, how's that?
It's not easy.
No.
It's definitely not easy. Probably harder than most people would realize, I guess.
Yeah.
It's just like everything going really, really well in the off season. Like everything was going great.
Yeah, I heard you were low key. There was low key hype for Benny. Michael, do you remember some low key hype? Yeah.
Well, thank you for that.
Yep.
But like it was going well, and then it was like 3 days before Christmas or something, and I just had a pretty nasty crash, and then everything blew up from there. And it was like at first we were like, okay, I'll come back at Minneapolis, so that's like 6 rounds in, which really wouldn't be that bad. And then it just kept getting pushed back. But it's definitely tough because I feel like I belong in the top 10, but I kind of have to race my way into it, I guess. These guys have been racing all season. They're going really fast right now, especially the top guys. And so it was kind of like I was super nervous to see where I would fit in with the group. But I've made like one position improvement each week. So I've been happy with it, but would obviously like to be doing better.
You told me you were kind of nervous, huh? At was it St. Louis? Yeah, St. Louis.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Like honestly, probably the most nervous, aside from my first ever Supercross, the most nervous that I'd ever been for a Supercross. Like,
yeah.
And it wasn't even for the race, I guess. It was more for the first, like the free practice, which I thought was weird because I rode press day and everything, like it was fine, and then like my legs were shaking when I was down waiting to go for free practice, and it was just like I felt like I was going to puke. And
that's crazy because you're a veteran, right? You're an older guy now. Like you've been around. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah,
you're old.
Yeah, no, it was weird. I was not really expecting that, but
so
it is.
So have you been happy with your rides? Like obviously the Triple Crown one, you had two good ones, one bad one. I had you in fantasy at Atlanta. You came from way back to a pretty good ride, and this weekend you were right there, coming from the back again. Although I don't really know if you got a bad start, if you fell early on, but like I feel like you've passed a ton of dudes every race.
Yeah, I feel like my riding's been pretty good. Starts have just been horrible. I have struggled with that in the past, and just that's like another thing in the off season. I did so many starts, and it was really, really good, and then even my practice starts leading up to this race have been great. And then it's just like it's almost like I kind of forget what I'm doing, I guess, when the 30 card goes up. I don't know. But like I hate to say that, but it's true. Like it's so far each main event I've like the gate drops and I like both feet go behind me, and it's been a mess. And then like this weekend I get a good start in the heat race, and it's like, okay, I've turned this around.
Right.
Like we're going up from here, right? And then the main event I was dead last off the start, and honestly the first 4 laps it was like I kind of forgot how to ride a Supercross track. Like I just felt horrible, and then something clicked, and then it was just much better. But I feel like my riding has been good. It could definitely be better, but I've only ridden Supercross I think less than 10 times since I've been back from injury, so I'm trying not to expect too much, I guess.
Now, before commercial break, Michael told us you are no longer the tallest Supercross rider out there.
Nope. There's a 250 guy, I'm assuming. Is who
yeah, that Haley kid. I had somebody look at me race and go, hey, how tall is that kid? I'm like, I don't know. And he goes, it's got to be taller than Benny. I'm like, nah, there's nobody taller than Benny. So I walked over and I asked the kid, I'm like, how tall are you? He looked at me and goes, I'm 6'7". I'm like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Well, there we go, Benny.
I saw him after one of the practices, and I was like he walked by, I was like, oh, my goodness. Like, I kind of felt small.
Oh, my goodness.
Like, that is weird.
You should have just walked up to him, put your hand on his shoulder and go, I know your pain, and just walk off.
Yeah, I understand. Benny Bloss on the show, brought to you by folks at Cherubies USA. Hand guards, disc guards, frame guards, and more. Replica plastic kits as well. Benny on the Team Tedder KTM. How is the injury? It was a pretty good one. Ankle, foot, all the stuff, leg. All of that. Are you 100% with that? Do you still feel it? Does it bug you a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm 100%. It's like my ankle was the biggest issue. I broke like the inside of my ankle. I kind of like exploded, and then I broke the outside as well as my collarbone and 2 spots in my back.
Oh.
And so like the back and collarbone were fine. Like I had surgery on the collarbone, but it was maybe a week of pain, and then it was like all good from there. And my back never really bothered me at all, other than like the moment of the crash.
Yep.
But like my ankle's healed and everything's good there. It's just, honestly, it hurts all the time.
Oh, okay. All right.
I like driving right now.
Yeah.
It's especially race day, it seems to be the worst, I guess. I don't know if it's just because I ride more then, but
yeah,
somebody was Heart Raft, I think, so was making fun of me at Atlanta because I was taking my boot off, like while I was riding back to the pits, like
yeah,
like you're riding on the concrete on the speedway next to the track, and I was like trying to rip my boot off because it's like as soon as I take the buckles off, it's like pressure releases, and it's just a lot better.
Wow, so it's that
but,
bad
I mean,
still? Yeah.
Yeah, it's been tough, but
yeah.
like structurally everything's fine. So, and the doctor's good with me riding and racing, and so I don't really have anything to worry about there. It's just pretty much sore 24/7.
But it will get better. Like there's no permanent damage type deal.
Correct. Yeah. And it's gotten better. Like it was the worst at St. Louis, and then it got a little bit better and a little bit better this weekend.
Right.
Just slowly, I guess.
Right. Benny, you've ridden the factory KTM bike basically over at BBMX. Their bike was pretty close to it. Now you're on a more production-based bike. How's the bike difference? What's it like?
Honestly, the bike difference isn't really that big. The Team Tedder bike is really, really good. I rode a stock bike for, I guess, a stock engine for the majority of the off season, and then a couple weeks before I crashed, I got like our race engine, and it is killer. Like it's really everything that I need. It's not like there's anywhere on the track where I'm like, oh my gosh, I wish I had more power here, or less here. And then we're running AEO suspension, and that's been good as well. Those guys have been doing it a long time, and they clearly know what they're doing. So the bike is really good. And it's been a while since I rode the factory KTM. I guess it's been a couple years, so it's hard to compare them. But the KTM is so good stock anyways. Like the starting point is just really killer. So
right.
How was we were joking about a lot of the moon dust. How was Foxborough, the actual track, the dirt, the whole shebang?
Man, it was weird. It was like really, really weird because I rode press day, and like you walk out there and it's like this dirt is super strange. It's like the grayest dirt I've ever seen in my life. And it was pretty soft on press day, and then it like the more we rode it and they worked on it on Saturday, it obviously hardened up. But like for the main event, it was almost like powdery dirt, but the transitions and the rhythms were still super soft. And it was, for me, it was like I could not tell like where or what to trust, I guess.
It made it real hard, I imagine, to push through the rhythms. You're probably always kind of in that position where you can catch the bike if it decides to catch a soft spot on a lip or something.
Yeah, and it was just almost like kind of like second-guessing everything with how, cause like one lap you'd hit this rut and it would be perfect and your bike would go straight, and then it's like you'd hit it again the next lap and it's super soft and it throws you left or it throws you right. It was just, I felt like the track was weird and very tough to be consistent.
And how were the rocks?
Honestly, looking at the rocks on practice, I was like, oh my goodness, like this is pretty gnarly.
Right.
I never really got hit with one, so it's not like it really bothered me. But looking at the track after free practice was like, wow, I did not remember it being like that.
Yeah. Wow.
And do you think it is BS that Steve has not invited you for his Privateer Challenge race next week?
No.
You know what?
No.
You know what's funny about that?
What?
Is I had no idea about this race, right? And a friend of mine had texted me, and they were like, hey, I heard Pulp has a race at Denver. You should try to get in it. And I texted Steve about it. And that message is still sitting there unanswered.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's kind of unlike me.
So let's negotiate. You already have a second row start. Can we put Benny on third row? Can we get him in? Anything?
Okay. Someone just told me you have a race in Denver. What is it? And then nothing. Nothing else.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I was like,
Nothing,
okay,
Steve.
I just took that. I've been no response as...
You're not invited.
No, that's
Yeah.
not. No, I'm better.
You made your message loud and clear.
I
Steve.
like Benny, and I should have responded, and I didn't. It was 8:17 in the morning, Vegas time, so maybe I was on a mountain bike. Who knows?
You're just out there grinding.
Benny, so how are you doing in PulpMX Fantasy? How's it going for you? How are we looking?
Honestly, I'm doing pretty good. There's like 6 of us in my league, and it's pretty much my family, my mechanic as well, and I'm first. My mom is second. My wife is third.
Oh wow!
And then my mechanic is fourth. And it's funny because me, like the top 3, we missed Anaheim 1. We didn't play at Anaheim 1, but my mechanic did. So we're 1 race behind him.
Oh wow!
But we're still. I want to say I got like a 300-point lead on him right now.
Who's the guy that's been letting you down?
I haven't really had like a consistent guy because usually if a guy lets me down, I'm not going to pick him again.
Right. Okay.
Have you picked yourself?
Yes. I picked myself at St. Louis. I picked myself at Foxborough, and I'm going to pick myself at Salt Lake.
I picked him week 2. He was not happy with his handicap at St. Louis. It was 11.
No.
And he thought he's been out so long, he should be higher.
11's fine.
But
what were you going to get?
Well,
were you going to get 20th?
We looked at the field.
I got 15th.
Yeah.
So that handicap was pretty good then.
Yeah, pretty good.
If I'd have been a 15 handicap, it would have been solid.
Marks?
Well, clearly you didn't deserve a 15
Marks, what do you think about that 11 handicap?
No, the 11 was fine. Paid off.
Yeah.
Good points. I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Benny.
Yeah, thanks, Benny. Yeah.
I thought it was funny because I saw that, Steve, you had tweeted something about me being unhappy about my handicap, and a guy had responded, and he was like, well, based off how he's riding tonight, he should have been higher. And I'm like, he's like thinking that's, I'd probably be mad if I saw that, but I'm like, yeah, man, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly.
See, if you really cared,
Yeah.
you don't pick yourself the first week and back. You purposely do really bad to get a better handicap, then pick yourself the next week.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was a Triple Crown, and it's like
you jumped off a bridge.
I wanted
you
to
did.
do better.
That's true. Is that why you jumped off the bridge? You wanted Steve pissed you off so bad you jumped off a bridge.
He's like, oh God, here I go. Yeah.
The bridge jump was not on purpose.
Hey,
no one would want to do that.
Over-unders. Have you ever jumped off one before? Was that the first time?
No, that was the first time I've ridden and raced on so many of them. And on press day, I was talking to A-Ray, and the face was super soft, and I was like, man, I bet somebody goes off the side of that tomorrow.
Little did you know.
Of course, it's me that goes off the side of it.
Yeah, well, because you're talking to A-Ray.
You're probably thinking it was going to be A-Ray.
To be fair, Rod Bell did it in the third main.
Yeah,
he did.
Almost identical to how I did it, so I don't feel as bad. And there were tons of people that got stuck, like, in the netting on the top.
Yeah.
But
we got a question on the phone call on the phones for Benny Bloss, brought to you by Cherubies USA. It is LT. LT, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up?
What's happening?
So I had an e-bike question or kind of question.
Yeah.
So Benny's an e-bike guy.
He is.
And you're an e-bike guy, and
I
you
am.
race. I'm trying to get Benny to do a race about an hour away from his house, but he's too big of a chicken to do it.
Yeah, Benny, why don't you listen? I did one e-bike race, so I would back down on the you race thing. I did
Wait,
one.
you raced one?
I raced an e-bike race, yeah. But Benny, yeah, what's up? No desire?
First off, I have a gravel e-bike. I don't have an e-mountain bike. And this is a gravel race that LT here is talking about.
Okay.
It's like 120 miles or something. I think my e-bike's going to last that long.
Yeah,
You know?
LT, come on.
But they have a 70-mile and a 38-mile option.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like I don't know. I get Benny's trying to race. He's trying to race a dirt bike for a living, so maybe he doesn't want to smoke himself.
Ultimately, maybe at the end maybe I will do the 30-mile one, but
are you kidding
I mean,
me?
120 miles on a gravel bike.
Yeah, my race was 2 laps. It was 2 hours and something, 2,200 feet of climbing, and I ran out of battery a lap and a half in. Because everyone rides on turbo, right? Everyone races on turbo, so You really sucked.
So how was the rest of that race?
Well, luckily it ran out at the top of a hill, and I was able to coast down the hill back to the pits.
Wait, who is
So-
this LT? Is this Lonnie or no?
Oh.
Oh,
No. All right, LT. Thanks, man. I'll work on Benny for that, but thanks.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Benny, you got a gravel bike. I didn't know that. I thought you had a regular one. So.
I had in Salt Lake. I bought an Levo, and then I ended up selling it, and I bought a gravel bike.
Okay. Hey, Caden Amarine, your teammate there at Tedder. I don't know much about the kid. He's got some skills. He looks like a pretty good rider. Tell us about Amarine a little bit.
Got me some good fantasy points.
Yeah, he's got some good fantasy points for all of us.
He is a ripper.
Yeah.
He's also gotten me some good fantasy points as well. I've rode with him a lot at because he trains at Raynard's in Oklahoma, and when I did the Tedder thing, I had kind of like talked to them about trying to talk to him as well, and it worked out. He was able to come on board, and he came to California for a good bit of the off season and was riding with me, and he has a bright future, that's for sure.
Yep.
Unfortunately, he crashed at Atlanta and broke his wrist, but I think he should be back at some point during the outdoors, and he's definitely one to watch for, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think he's got some skills, you know.
Yeah. Speaking of outdoors, what's the summer plans? You racing? You selling semis? What are we doing?
Summer plans are to go racing.
Okay.
The only thing that I haven't figured out is how I'm going to go racing.
Oh, wow.
That's no big deal. He's going racing. He just doesn't know how. But it's the fact that you said you are racing that matters more than anything. Yeah, who cares how it works out? How you get there?
I'm for sure going to be racing. I maybe wouldn't be so adamant about racing had I done the whole Supercross series, but 5 Supercrosses is not enough racing for the year, and I would like to continue racing. So one way or another, I'm going to find a way to make it to the outdoors. I'm trying to work on my plans right now, but as of right now, I don't have an idea of what I'm going to do. But
when you say that Amarine will be back for outdoors, does he have something for outdoors? Or am
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So
I
just
think
yeah.
that
Okay.
I think that he's going to do it either way as well.
Okay. Well, I don't understand. You can do it easy. Jeff has so much money. Your dad is so rich. Like, just call him and get Jeff to front the bill. I mean, it's not a problem.
Well, first off, Jeff does not want to front the bill.
Yeah,
And
but Jeff
second,
will. Jeff will.
I don't want Jeff to front the bill either.
I would ride that Jeff Bloss train, you know.
I'm working on some stuff, and it's
okay. All right. Well, Jericho wants back in.
I would
So
say, do we get Jericho?
I know.
Yeah.
What happened? IndyCar's already too boring for him?
I don't know. Yeah.
That didn't last long.
No.
it was not a long layoff of motocross, that's for sure.
No, for the whole stomping out, like, I'm not coming back, that didn't last long.
Benny, we obviously have seen what has happened with Forrest Butler and the BBMX team, and you rode there a bunch of times as fill-ins and as regular riders. Did you have any issues with that team or Forrest or anything else? How did that work for you?
I mean, everything for me was good there.
Yep.
I rode there 16, 17, 18, 19, and then I filled in 20.
Yep.
And I had nothing but great times there, and thought I was going to ride for them, and outdoors, I guess, would be 20.
Yep.
And then Bogle came back, so I did my own privateer thing. But I mean, it sounds like they're going to go racing for the summer from rumors that I hear in the pits. But you know, I wish them the best. I don't have any negative things to say.
Right. Okay. I know you're a big Kansas City Chiefs fan. Would you like to weigh in on the loss of Tyreek Hill?
I was at Lake Elsinore that morning when they traded him, and the mood was down for sure.
Yeah.
It was not good mood days, but I believe in the system. They have to have a plan.
Yeah, they signed what's his nuts? They got a plan.
What's his nuts?
They signed who'd they sign? They got like a guy who was way past his prime. I forget, an older receiver.
The guy from the Packers?
No. Devontae Adams?
No.
No, that was the Raiders.
No, they signed Scantling from the Packers. They got
No, this wasn't
Josh Gordon. Is that who you're
I just
talking
want to
about?
hit a motocross.
They don't have Josh Gordon anymore, I don't think.
I think they do.
Anyways, I don't know who it is, but you know what? They were gonna.
All I know is they're going to beat the Raiders.
No
Great
chance
radio,
of
bros.
No chance of that. No chance of that. All right, Benny. Well, good luck with that, I should say. Anything else for Benny Bloss? Michael, you're going to New Mexico to ride with the 21?
That's what I was about to ask. The New Mexico is my last question.
I am going to go to New Mexico to ride with him. I'm getting a good opportunity to be able to go out there and do some laps with him, and I guess it'd be this week and then next week. I rode with him a little bit in the off season before I got hurt, and any chance I can get to ride with a guy that's faster than me I am absolutely in. So pretty excited about that. And
nice.
Yeah.
Well, tell him I said hi.
Steve says hi. Really misses him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
I will go ahead and tell him that.
That'll work out really well for you. Good for you. Yep, absolutely. You're on the money riding with somebody like that, following his program, doing what he's doing, letting him chase you down and try to stay with him. All of that is fantastic. I think that's a good thing to do for yourself.
Definitely.
All right, Benny. Thanks for calling in, man. I appreciate it. Good job in the comeback so far. I think it's been strong. You got 2 more to go, and then Jeff and you will start that outdoor team.
And sorry,
well, thanks for having me.
And sorry, you're no longer the tallest person in Supercross.
Yeah. Sorry, you're no longer the tallest rider in the sport.
Don't be sorry. I'm happy about that.
Right.
I'm super excited about that.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I also want to say thank you to everyone from Team Tether and all my sponsors and supporters, all the people listening who do like me, all the people who don't like me who are listening.
Fantastic.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you for listening. That's great, Benny. Thanks again. And, just get Jeff to write that check.
We'll see.
All right. Thanks, Benny. Thanks for calling in, man.
Yep. Thanks for having me.
That's Benny Bloss, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Chairbees USA. Good guy, Benny. Like to see him do well. And I think he's been riding pretty well. Look, again, the field is weak. We get it. But he's been right away beating a lot of those guys that have been in there all year, and he's getting closer, So I think Benny's got a ton of skill. Like he's injured and he's had issues and stuff with injuries and coming back. But I think on a motorcycle, the dude can ride.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Did you ever talk to him for your team?
No, we never really did 450.
Yeah, you never really had a chance
or anything. But I enjoy Benny as a person, and on a bike, everything. If we were for some reason I would have. But no, Benny's a good dude.
Maxima USA. I want to thank the folks at Maxima, of course, for stepping up board. Pulp20 is the code to save with Maxima USA. Whether it's 927, the number one selling 2-stroke oil in most markets around the world. Whether it's the 4-stroke oil with the Peak additive. Whether it's grease, MPPL, chain guard, SC1, suspension clean, MaximaUSA.com. Great products. Pulp20 code to save with Maxima, so you can order some oil and you can save with the code as well. Thank you to Maxima, and a really, really great company to be on board with us. And, of course, Dogger absolutely rules. Thank you to ProFilter. Pulp20, again, is the code to save at ProFilter.com. If you haven't been heard of ProFilter, maybe you've been roosted too many times. They make oil filters and air filters for everything from side-by-sides to street bikes to dirt bikes. Everything in between, sold through Power Sports dealers nationwide or motorsport.com. Pick up a pre-oiled, ready-to-use premium air filter, oil filter for your next service. Love the guys at ProFilter. Take my filter, throw it out. It's great. Race Tech Rant. It's the Race Tech Rant of the night, racetech.com. Get your bike serviced. Michael, you know the ability. Well, you worked at Enzo Suspension for a long time. You certainly know. What are you laughing at?
Your dog is laying on my foot and snoring.
Yeah, he's fine. Changing the seals and the oil and the bushings.
Yep.
Very, very important. So I guarantee you there's jerkies listening to this right now who are I bet you they have 40, 60, 80 hours on their suspension and they never changed it. It's incredible.
There are jerkies out there that spend $10,000 on a 450, never set their sag, ride it for 30 or 40 hours, turn all the clickers one way and complain about why their bike doesn't work and they should go buy a different OEM bike because the bike they're riding is so bad when they won't set their sag or service their suspension.
Just get your suspension looked at, people. Pulp22 is the code to save with Racetech. Go to Racetech Service Center in your area as well. Chris, Rob, all the boys down at Racetech got it going on, and so they can help you out. Motor work as well. Zombie Bloss. Racetech motors and suspension.
And if you live in Phoenix, Arizona, you could have Zombie Bloss work on your suspension.
He's a Racetech Service Center as well. AJE guys, Solitaire guys, a lot of teams using Racetech. Thank you to Racetech. My Racetech rant of the night. It's not even a rant. It's
not.
It's
disappointed.
Okay, so look.
Can you make it into a rant, please?
Yeah, I can a little bit. Here's the deal. So look, I was a mechanic for a long time. Was I the greatest mechanic? No, I wasn't. Was I the worst mechanic? No, I wasn't. My riders made podiums. I won a national. I got a Summercross trophy. I worked for 2 factory teams. I worked for top privateers in Supercross for a couple of years. Tim Ferry, Nick Way, when they were privateers. Took them to that. Drove a box van. Jetted the bike. Changed suspension oil. Did all the stuff that a mechanic should do, right? Again, was I the best mechanic? No. But I did have some few DNFs here and there that people like to point out. Never really anything my fault specifically, but you can make a case that anytime your bike breaks and you're the mechanic, it's your fault, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you always hear about, people like to take shots at me for being a shitty mechanic and a good media guy and all this stuff. And we got all these great mechanics in the sport. Mike Gossler is one of the great mechanics, right? Jeremy Albrecht was a great mechanic, lots of titles. Carlos Rivera, what a great mechanic.
But
what a fantastic mechanic. Look at all the championships he won. Look at all the races he won.
But
Carlos's muffler fell off this weekend in the heat race. His muffler fell off, and it just goes to show everybody it's hard work being a mechanic, and everyone would say Carlos is a better mechanic than me, but I never had my muffler fall off, ever. I had a GYTR muffler explode on me, but the muffler stayed attached to the bike. It was not my fault the thing exploded on me. I just want to point out, my Racetech rant is, look, it can happen to anybody. Carlos Rivera has so many titles and so many race wins. He's a great mechanic, but his muffler fell off this weekend.
So I'm watching the Supercross race with my dad, and when his exhaust falls off, I hear my dad goes, "What shitty mechanics turn the wrenches on his bike?" I said, "Carlos Rivera." Gets really quiet. He goes, "Oh." And it's a Kropovich, which they use a bracket, right? They don't use a mount. Do they use a mount? I can't. Like, are they a wraparound bracket, or do they use the mount? No, it's actually a mount.
It's a mount.
No,
okay.
It used to be
it
bracket,
used to be a
wraparound mount.
I didn't know if the factory ones are different or whatever.
And it's two KTM mufflers, 2 bolts. Two
bolts. That's right.
Yeah,
there's a lower and an upper one.
Yeah.
And it fell off.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Suck on that, everybody. One of the greatest mechanics in the sport had a muffler fall off. I don't know if it was his fault or not. It doesn't matter. You could say that, as I said before, anything that breaks on your bike is your fault. I just want to point out that for everybody who said I was a shitty mechanic, please point out to Carlos Rivera, his muffler fell off. That's my Racetech round of the night.
What's going to happen the next time you go by the KTM truck?
I mean, I don't care. I like Carlos. I like Frankie and all those guys. I mean, maybe it wasn't even his fault. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But it just goes to show you, it could happen to anybody.
It can.
It could happen to anybody, and I've been there as a mechanic, and I know the feeling, and I get made fun of for being a shitty mechanic, and I just want to point out, Carlos Rivera's muffler fell off, everybody.
And, even if, as you said, it could be something that is not his fault, but as a mechanic, you still feel terrible.
You still do. Yeah.
I feel bad for Carlos because no matter what, even if it's something that isn't his fault, he's still going to second guess, but, blame himself.
Yeah, absolutely. So there we go, everybody. Racetech round of the night. Even great mechanics have shitty things happen to them. The end. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Racetech Suspension and Engines, X-Brand Goggles, Renthal, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, Acerbis, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Pro Filter, Scosche, ORW, OGO Power Sports, FMF, Guts Racing, Atlas Neck Brace, Works Connection, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Get Data, WUSA, Ride Engineering, Intense Cycles, Suspension Direct, Manscaped, Wiseco Piston, all on board with us tonight. The 7 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at ORW, Off-Road Warehouse. They are the butt patch, company on the butt patch of the PulpMX team. So poor Phil. But Enzo, 5th in the points right now. PulpMX rider. Enzo Lopes, 5th. Not bad. Jace Owen riding pretty well. Marchbanks, Troll Train. Best ever 450 Supercross ride.
So where are we at with Troll Train for the year now?
Hold on, let me get through the ORW.
Okay.
ORW, they got stores in California, they got stores in Arizona and Georgia. They absolutely they can install everything they sell. And again, PulpMX code to save at ORW, offroadwarehouse.com. Use the code PulpMX and save. Again, they got stores all over the place. They can also take care of you online. They sponsor the CleverMX team. Thank you to offroadwarehouse.com. They're bringing you the 7 o'clock hour. Troll Train.
Troll Train.
What about it?
All right, where are we ranking this 450 season so far? I'm pretty sure one of the tweet questions tonight, somebody basically said, you've always said for 250 guys to just move up, suck it up, and figure it out. So,
well, he just got 9th. So, yes, the field is weak, but 9th is 9th. I would put Troll Train Supercross season. There's been some highs and there's been some lows. He didn't qualify for a couple. He crashed out some. I would put it as just okay. Not a success, but not a failure.
Scale 1 to 10.
A 5.
Okay.
What do you think?
4.
A 4. Fuck you, Michael.
I go one number lower, and this is the treatment I get.
No. Okay, sure. Like, I feel like he should be Hot Raff level, and he hasn't been Hot Raff level very much.
If you're in charge of the team and you have the final say, do you let him race a 450 the rest of the year, or do you make him go back to a 250F? Do you see it through, or do you go to where you know he knows what to do?
For what? What do you mean?
Mike, do you let him race a 450 the rest of the year? Or
There's
would
2
you put him
races
on
left.
250? I meant all, like, counting
outdoors.
The whole thing. The whole thing.
No, yeah, keep him on a 450.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is, man. I think Marchbanks is riding a 450 too outdoors.
Yes.
Yeah. So, no, you keep him on a 450.
And Phil was supposed to. But
right. And just Enzo 250 outdoors.
I think you'll see another one possibly.
Who?
I think Jace is doing a bunch of rounds.
Oh,
Not
is
all
he?
of them, but I think
Okay.
Jace is doing a chunk of them. And Brandon Scherer, I believe, is doing all outdoors on a 450.
He'll probably be pretty, like, fantasy points. Brandon Shaw will be pretty damn good. Fantasy points wise. All right, so thank you to the folks at ORW, and that's been our CleverMX segment on the show. Michael says Troll's a 4.
You say he's a 5.
Yeah, well, that's better. So thanks to the folks at offroadwarehouse.com. PulpMX is the code to save with those guys. All right, we got some rumors to talk about. We got Antonio Cairoli coming up. We got Clinton Fowler coming up. But let's get we got a big deal to announce here to talk about, and it's really exciting. It involves the PulpMX show. It involves the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championships. So let's bring Scott McLemore in studio here. He's been waiting for us, and really stoked to have Scotty Mac in studio. He is a legend in the world of motorcycle TV, whether it's Supercross, whether it's motocross. He's been there. He's involved in Motor World back in the day, all the Lucille stuff, of course, and comes all the way to Vegas for this. Appreciate it. Bring your mic a little closer, Scotty.
Got it right.
Welcome to the show, man. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you, man. It's been a long time, but we got some big announcements.
Yeah, we do. You were in a long time ago, so Kenny Watson days.
Yep. About 7 years ago?
Dude.
I mean, it feels like, I know Aaron Kennard, was talking with Bob Pattison back in the day, and we're like, hey, let's just, you guys go shoot a show with Steve and see how it goes.
So you came up, you brought some GoPros, we set some stuff up, we did like a pilot.
We did a whole little pilot, put it together, but I think the timing at that time was not right.
If our listeners remember, that was the time of Lambos.
Yeah.
I was pretty sure.
Oh, yeah, the Lambo.
Are we back on track
I
for
was
Lambos?
pretty sure for getting I was getting a Lambo.
A friend wants to know.
Back
where we're
then
at with the Lambo.
Now, can you get in a Lambo now?
Yeah. I think I can. I don't know. So we're super stoked to announce the guys on MavTV, obviously carrying all the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross races this summer. We know about that. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But we are joining, the PulpMX show is joining the 2 for Tuesday lineup. It'll be all two-wheeled every Tuesday evening on MavTV, on the TV, and on the MavTV app as well. So you can, if you don't get MavTV, you can get it on the app or vice versa. You're putting an hour-long PulpMX show on.
You got it.
Unbelievable.
We got 1 hour starting at 4 o'clock on
Yeah.
Eastern, and then we're going to repeat later your show before. So basically, the way we're going to do it, we love motorcycles.
Yeah.
All motorcycle racing that's out there. We'll start off with your show. Then we'll go into the 4 motos from Saturday into that Tuesday. And then after that, we're going to do on-site a post-game or like a post-race show.
Yeah.
And then we'll do probably that half hour. And then we go to other racing that we have.
Yeah.
We're doing Moto America. We're doing let's see, like the arena cross. And I'm just going through a few things here on my list, but I mean, you name it.
Yeah,
motorcycle.
two wheels. Yeah,
we're heavily involved in motorcycle racing,
which has been that way for a long time. MavTV's been involved in the Nationals forever. Now you're picking up one channel, one spot.
Right.
But Marks, we are hitting the big time.
We are.
We are the big time now.
Oh, man.
Yeah, this is amazing.
It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Tallon,
congratulations.
You may as well put a ring on your chick's finger because we're looking up, bro.
Still a little early for that.
We're looking up. Yeah. No, you are going to be on.
I'll take the Lambo first. Come on, Lambo.
You are going to be on MavTV.
Come on, 6-time.
Yeah.
I want the red one.
Okay.
And Marks,
I'll take a green one.
You're already married, but tell Courtney.
Yep.
The path to the golden parachute has been set off.
I know.
And
Scotty just laughing.
And we are on the way.
Here's Steve's head now, right?
Bigger. So for people,
it was already there.
I know.
This is awesome. I'm really stoked to do this, and we're going to be on TV, and you're going to be able to watch a best of of the show of this Monday night show the next night, so people can catch it there. I think it's going to expose our show to a whole new audience of people, and I think it's going to really help us out. I'm stoked to be partners with Mav, and
we're stoked to have you guys along because, like I said, it's been 7 years.
Yeah, think about that.
And then we came back around.
At some point
last year.
Yeah, at some point
last year I kind of wanted again.
Yep.
And then it didn't happen.
Yeah.
And then finally, I'll give credit out to Bob Dillner and Jen. They worked really hard at making this happen.
Yeah.
Like I said, we want motorcycle racing on MavTV. We want a home for it because, again, you guys know my history, but a lot of people out there listening for the first time from me don't realize that, when we started this thing many, many moons ago in the 80s, the networks that we dealt with, all the way up to ESPN, ESPN2, they just never, it was always stick and ball. I think you guys realize that. The ratings are way higher than what we're doing, and we kind of got shoved around.
Yeah.
It might be like what we were doing, sometimes a week, 2-week turnaround. Finally, with the ABC show, we got on the next day. Ratings were off the roof. I think it was the highest rated Supercross that ever happened. And then after that, you're always getting bumped.
Yeah.
It just seems like, especially like I got me and Ryan King and Blair, we sit around the house and we watch Supercross and everything. We just got to keep flipping channels, or obviously you can go to the Peacock app and watch, watch the whole race. But we like to go like Buffalo Wild Wings, hang out with our buddies, drink a few beers and just have fun and watch the races like fans.
Yeah, yeah, it's gonna be nice and easy for fans to do that this summer.
Yeah,
be really good. Now, we made you a little bit like a sizzle reel.
Okay.
Because we first of all, Aaron is a fan of the show. Aaron Kennard works at Lucas Oil. You are. Well, you and I go way back. I get all that, but you had to show like really respectable people at Lucas Oil.
Yes.
The show.
Yes.
How'd that go?
Hey, we were good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, look at these guys.
It's like, we have to change the name over there, I think. For
yeah.
TV.
Fix that up. Michael Lindsay, this is going to be a test show, but we're going to take things out of the show. So you're going to be in show number 1.
You got it.
Like you're going to be part. One question.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you're pitching stuff to Lucas Oil, how many ideas were there on the list before Steve's show?
Now,
believe it or not, we needed shoulder programming. To,
we're shoulders. We're shoulder programming.
Shoulder programming.
Yeah, you hear that? We're shoulder programming.
Because when you watch, MavTV and MavTV Plus, our app, it's a lot of racing.
Yeah.
And we're looking for more shows like this. I'm excied
this
that
is great.
We're finally working together.
Yeah.
And it's just like now all the stuff's sprouting out, and now you see James Stewart coming out of he's coming out of the woodworks, and watch his show too.
Right.
And I just love it, because we learn a lot. It's not just about the racing.
Yep.
It's after the races, talking to Jett Lawrence today.
Yeah.
The fans calling in, the kids calling in. It's really good.
It's been really, really good. I just want you to know, Scotty, that like nothing, like I know we got 20 episodes coming up on MavTV and MavTV Plus, and you guys are paying us a little bit of money to do that. But I just want you to know, like, you're not going to take away my journalistic credibility. You're just not. I will not sell out.
He will not sell.
I will not sell out. MavTV Plus. Take your remote, put it on MavTV, and break the remote. Never change another channel, but you're not going to take my integrity from me. No.
That's right.
I can't be bought.
We will not.
I cannot be bought.
What do you think?
I cannot be bought.
Clearly.
So
this is a man of integrity, top to bottom.
Yes, thank you.
Infallible. Infallible.
I'm glad Michael Lindsay knows. Hold on, my broker's on too. So we did a video a few years back. Of course, our listeners will know this, called Finding Stu. We went to Florida and we tried to find Stu. And there was a listener of our show named Adam Pancake. That's not his name, but I don't know what his real name is. We just call him Pancake.
It's like Pancoke or
yeah,
something.
whatever.
Well, we call him Pancake.
He's Pancake. So we recruited him just on a cold call to help us out with the Finding Stu video. He did a tremendous job. He literally went to school for video editing and all that stuff, video building. He works at a very big corporation that has a mouse for a mascot. Cannot give any names away. And so anyways, Pancake is going to be the one building our shows for MavTV. So I want to thank Adam for doing that. He's going to be the guy working with Marks. They're going to be in tandem to put the best of our show up. So we'll have a couple interviews, a couple of bench racing stuff between the co-host, and we'll make you laugh. We'll try to entertain you, and I'm really looking forward to it.
I will say, as much as I joke about the list ideas, it is cool what you talk about. We watch on these primetime sports networks all the stick and ball sports, and they all have all these after shows, these pre-shows, these no show break it down all week. And it went from they had one or two to now it's just like you can literally find endless hours to watch about UFC, about basketball, about baseball. You say on TV, like, there is nothing for Moto like this.
Yep. No, it's
like there was little segments and some of the stuff you guys did, like the World Show and Wind Tunnel and stuff like that, but to actually have a dedicated show, Steve.
Yep.
You are
Steve
breaking down barriers.
Yeah. No, we're the dedicated show.
You're leading the future.
Yeah. Who knew?
This janky podcast radio show.
It's amazing. We had Sean and Shannon come in,
by,
and they helped us with some lights, and we got some new studio stuff, and like we're really stepping up here.
Oh yeah.
You know, so Michael Lindsay's in studio. It's really incredible.
I like the new place, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
The other place was a little smaller 7 years ago, but now there's a lot of room.
It's close to the same.
Just, it just feels so much more open. Those big ceilings.
Yeah, the big ceilings and all the new
basically the same square footage. Wow, no, not to the one you were at. You went to the very first house. Yes,
the very first
Yes,
house.
this is. I'm a parent to the other one. So. Really looking forward to this. This is going to be great. And again, the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championships, all the motos on live on MavTV and MavTV app, and you can get the archives on there as well. So if you want to watch it later on down the road, looking forward to that. It's a subscription on the app, right? If you don't,
for monthly it's $6.99.
Yep.
And then for yearly, and the reason I say the yearly, we do over 165 live races. Not only do we do motocross, but we're doing dirt late model, Chili Bowl, Knoxville Nationals, sprint cars, drag racing. We got it all.
Yeah.
And we lost Speed Channel few years back, and then there was nothing to replace all Motorsports Network. Forrest Lucas and Charlotte and Morgan and Katie, they all kind of got together and said, you know what, we're missing motorsports.
Yep.
I mean, we used to have, if you remember, like some MMA fighting and different stuff and movie night, but this is dedicated 24/7 on the network, nothing but motorsports. And you know what? Motorcycles are number one in our heart. That's what we're doing.
Yeah,
so.
Right. And you want to talk about motorcycles, and you, Scotty, you.
I'm an old man now,
dude. So you were involved with Moto World with Despain and Larry Myers.
Yep.
And you did the Supercross and motocross stuff when we were on ESPN.
Yep.
Way back in the day. You have seen some things in our industry.
I tell you, I wish I could fast forward life and be young then and start now.
Yeah.
Because the technology, everything we have now, we didn't have back then.
You were like mailing tapes overnight, right? I guess.
No, not really.
No,
I'll give you just a quick example.
Yeah.
Like motocross, say we had 15 cameras out there.
Yep.
I had them specially build me a shelf, and every time you see a camera cut, that was putting into the player, do the recorder, take it out. And that would take anywhere. I'd start at like 4 o'clock in the morning, put some good tunes on, and I had Tavi Peacock. She was doing the 250 or the 125 show. And I'd say we race each other, and I think it was about 1 or 2 in the afternoon. We get done with just the first moto.
From 4 in the morning.
4 in the morning until about 1 or 2 in the afternoon.
You get done with a moto.
And then we had to do it all over again the next day. So we're exhausted, and we're going to the races.
Yeah, and you're traveling
to do the voiceover, edit the show.
Yep.
But nowadays, the dream that I'd always had, and I talked to Davey Coombs about it, when we were kids, was like, we're going to Supercross and motocross are going to be live. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Because Bill West, I'll tell a funny story about Bill West. We were in the Dallas airport, and I had the passion, And Bill, he's a promoter. I don't know if a lot of people know Bill, but he did
He did races forever.
He did races forever in the Southeast, Atlanta Supercross, whatever. And it's like, Scott, it's nothing but a dirt sport. Okay, it's just a dirt sport, and people enjoy it, but it's never going to be where you want it to be with NASCAR and all that.
Yeah.
We're just not there.
Yeah.
And now look at it many years later.
Yeah.
Fast forward, we're live.
Yeah, it's great.
And
It's
I just love
fantastic.
being all on one network. That's
Right.
the main thing. And we will have 3 NBC shows, so everyone knows.
Yep.
450, some of the first moto. I think it was Denver, Redbud, and Southwick.
Can we talk about the announcers yet or no?
Yes.
We can't.
Yes.
So
Go
really
ahead.
cool idea. 50th year of the Motocross Nationals,
Yes,
Michael. I don't know if
50
you knew
years.
that.
50
So
years.
what they're doing is Wygant's unfortunately Wygant's still the play-by-play
I'm
guy.
good with that.
Wygant's awesome.
No,
I don't know
no,
about you
he
guys.
needs
Come
to
on,
get,
you guys give him
he,
crap, but-
he needs to get cut right away. But
No.
so Wygant's still there. But in honor of the 50 years, they're going to have a rotating panel of color analysts. So Carmichael's doing 3 of them. Fro will be there.
McGrath.
Villapoto, McGrath,
Brock
Dunge,
Glover.
Glover.
James Stewart.
Yeah, James Stewart.
No way.
He apparently is all in.
James
man.
Stewart's all
yeah,
in.
he is all in. From what I hear.
Bailey?
Bailey will
And
be at the
Bailey
last Paula, I believe.
hopefully at the last one. I know he's got some injuries, David,
Yeah.
if you're listening.
Yep.
Hope you're healing up with the shoulder. But
Yeah.
but no, James Stewart.
And Jason Thomas is the pit reporter.
That's right.
JT, the
Yes.
pit reporter.
Yes.
For 9 of the 12.
And then Will will
Yeah.
do the NBC shows
Yeah.
still, and
Yeah.
RC, and RC do the 3
Yep.
NBC shows.
Yep.
But
So how's that for a little?
hey, what do you think,
Yeah.
JT, man?
This doesn't exist anymore. Show 500.
Show-
you got
yeah,
the show.
yeah, JT's pit
JT,
reporter.
James Stewart's on the
Yeah.
TV.
Well,
Did
you
I
got
fall
your own
down-
race. You
did
got
I
your own
fall down
race.
your
You know?
staircase when I got. You have your own race. Did I fall down the
listen,
staircase when I got here?
We are on TV, PulpMX show, like TV. It's amazing. Marks, can we handle
know.
this? Are we gonna be good at this?
You got your sound effects over there?
To be determined.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
How many of the drops can't
Yeah.
be used on TV?
Dude, trust me,
Yeah.
I've been light on drops all night because I just know this
You're
has
afraid.
to be used. But
fired.
there we
Let's
go.
just go for it.
Yeah, listen,
on
Pancake,
TV. That's just
anything we do, Pancake has to make us look good. So who cares? It's on him. It
Fair
doesn't
enough.
matter.
Yep.
Are you
Yeah.
paying him enough to do that?
Yeah. No, after the Lambo.
Does he
purchases,
understand
yeah.
what he is signed up for?
Yeah.
Does
this is-
anybody?
So the TV package will be
No.
great
Yeah,
this
TV
summer,
package will be really good.
and it's going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to all of that. Hey, so you worked with, Despain,
Yep.
Myers,
Bob Barsha,
Bob Barsha,
Art Ekman,
Ekman,
and Dave Reef.
and
Dave Reef at the end. Dave
I
was
don't
there.
remember Dave, but okay,
Yeah.
and like to me, and I know everyone has their favorite, kind of based on like how old you are and what
Right.
era was you're watching. Nothing says moto to me like Dave Despain.
Yeah.
I just
Dave
think
was great.
Dave was. I mean, Larry Myers is great.
Yep, but
They
Dave
were-
Despain, I mean, to
Despain
go
was-
on and do Wind Tunnel and
Yeah.
all the
Yeah.
races. I mean, that guy, he was working with us at Chili Bowl.
Yeah.
Had him the Grand Marshal of the race. And
Yeah.
Dave just has a way to the fans, you know what I'm saying? He just grabbed a glass of water. So here's a cheer to the fans out there for watching, and you
Yeah.
know, and just people really take that.
Yeah,
in, you
yeah.
know?
What about Art? What was it working with Art? Art ran a loose program, didn't he?
Yeah, but I like that. I like that. The times were the 90s.
Yeah,
But how
and,
loose? Are we talking GL loose? Or?
No, not GL loose.
No, not GL loose.
Scotty's like, no.
Can we get GL back for one moto?
Yeah. But Art was the thing that he had. Like David Bailey and I would sit there and listen teases in the shows.
Sings
the first
on
thing
sings on sings.
he
on
would
sings.
just go, you know, he'd have that low voice, and then the hair would just stand up on your arms when he read it. You
Yeah.
know, I wish I could put a little more bass in the weeds. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but bar to bar. you
Yeah.
know?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
bar to bar down the back
Yeah.
stretch. I mean, you got excited.
No,
you know
his
what I'm
voice was
His voice
iconic.
keeps you
Yeah,
up.
absolutely.
and like the only thing, like I remember, like Bailey, Art would start off and he'd have his binoculars later in the years, and he's looking to see who got the whole shot.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, you know, he's going in, so and I got the whole shot. And but then he kept watching the race in binoculars, not the TV. So we're always like,
Yeah.
David's
Yeah,
like,
the
look
number-
at the
the
TV.
number one rule
And
of
David was hitting him.
broadcasting is
sit down, Art.
You
sit
talk
down.
about what's on
Talk
the
it out on
TV.
his TV.
Talk
you
about what's
know?
on the TV. Yes, yeah, that's funny. There was a time in the early '90s where Despain and Myers did it both.
Yes.
together.
Yes.
Like that was like a super team, right?
Yeah.
We didn't even have an analyst. It was
Oh, I
those
know.
two guys. Yeah,
It was awesome days.
Yeah.
And like I said, Larry Myers, I saw Larry at Redbud this year.
Yeah.
It was good catching up
Yeah.
with him. I haven't seen
Yeah.
him in years.
and
you know?
I remember you like so. I started in '96.
Okay.
You were already well into your career by then. You were the guy running around, but like getting interviews
Mm-hmm.
of riders and mechanics, kind of like for filler. Like you'd be
Right.
like, "Hey, Jeremy or whoever, we're going to sit down, let's do this for 5 minutes, stand-up interview by the truck or the bike,
Right.
and then we're going to package that, and it'll be the in-moto thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think that was that like your, I don't want to say idea, but your, hey, Scott, you go talk to people who you think that would make, is that kind of
right.
what they gave
what we come up with a concept. We'd meet and talk every week, and I think back then it was Art, David, Davey Coombs, Marty Reed was part of the show. And we just come up with ideas, and then I would execute a plan, for the race that night.
Let's go talk to Jeremy here or this guy or whatever, right?
Speaking of JT then as a pit reporter, so I'm a huge F1 fan. You get a lot of great, due to the radio systems, they'll get team managers, different crew members on for quick questions and stuff. I feel like I go back to some of the old telecasts and the pit reports a lot more often would grab mechanics or team managers. Any chance to see more of that? Do you think JT's got enough of a repertoire and pull. You think JT will be able to maybe get us a little more of that?
Yeah, I think what happens is the pit reporters tell the director, Bondo, hey, if there's something going on the track, I got this guy's mechanic to tell us, So you're right in the sense of like Will Christian or Kristen Beat may not know everybody or feel comfortable enough to know what's going on, to who to talk to, where JT's like, well, if that rider broke, then I know that's the team manager, and you know what I mean. And so, hey, let's go to him. So I think that is dependent.
That's something that I think we need to bring more into the show, because I remember back in the day. I always had like Chad Watts and all the guys.
Me,
you,
I got interviewed like 3 or 4 times.
We interviewed everybody back in the day.
Hey, come on, don't make it sound like everybody got it. It was
no, but I'm saying we did.
Wasn't there one where you're on TV and there was somebody else's? Who was it? It said your name was.
Yes, the 2000 High Point, my national win.
Right.
Kelly's mechanic got fired before the season started, but the press kit had this guy as the mechanic, right?
Yeah.
So the interview on TV, it was interview me, but they just took the mechanic's name from the press kit, right? And it was another guy's name. There I was, everybody.
It's
it's
not Steve.
No.
Hey, Hey, when this show airs, that's so you show. This is where I started. Here's where I'm at now.
Yeah.
They didn't know my name then.
No. But yeah, I'd like to see more of that too, like emotional in race stuff about like, hey, what'd you think of that move that guy just took out your rider, or hey, that bike's getting pushed off. What happened, or you know what I mean? That kind of like we're going right to the pits for that. I like that too. I agree with you.
You know what I liked the best moment? You had Skip Norfolk on the show with Jeremy and the time it's all on YouTube. You can go back into St. Louis. It was when Jeremy was on the street.
96,
And we just basically put a microphone right here to listen to Skip talk to him, because Skip always talked to him prior to race. And it was just magic that night. I don't know. The audio was clear. You could hear him talking. Don't let him get in your head. Blah blah blah. 20 laps. Let's do this. And I think you felt it. You felt from the mechanic to the rider standpoint of what he was doing. And we need to bring that back. You're right.
That'd be fantastic. I think that's a lot of people like the Moto Spy stuff that Red Bull's done is very similar. You see in F1 Drive to Survive, but a lot of people love that little stuff. And it's funny is it doesn't have to be a separate series. Like I said, there's the ability to get that in on the TV cast.
It's something I'd like to work on. Like I said, like what the F1 what they did there. That's amazing. All the behind the scenes
when something goes on, they go right to Toto Wolff or they go right to Christian Horner. That's the kind of stuff that I think is great for us. Now not everybody wants to get on camera, so gotta be careful with that. But
again, I think a lot of that's why I'm hoping with JT. I think a lot of it has to do with the person, because on the TV, on like the F1 stuff, a lot of times it's been Will Buxton. I can't remember the one main presenter that's been a driver. They have really good relationships with those team managers, so you can just tell it's a lot easier for them to
which JT
reach out and get them that question
Yeah.
too. So that's again what I'm saying. No, and nothing against Will Christian or some of the people have done it recently. I just know they haven't been in our environment where JT knows everybody up and down that block.
Again, PulpMX, 1 hour on Tuesday. It's amazing.
Great, man.
An hour on Saturday. 48 minutes. I mean, it's 20 episodes we're going to do. It's amazing. It's just great. Michael Lindsay, you're going to be part of show kind of one.
Yeah,
maybe
we're looking
somewhere in there.
Looking forward to it. You'll be in there. Really excited to have that. It's super cool. Let's get to the phone lines, because this gentleman's probably calling in to try to get a raise.
Oh shit, that's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
Dark Side, what's up? How are you?
I'm doing good. I got a couple questions for Mr. Scotty.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, you mentioned the Chili Bowl and Knoxville Nationals. I grew up a big sprint car guy, so if I subscribe to this monthly and or yearly, that's part of the package, or is that like, because a lot of times those are big races and you have to maybe pay extra, I thought?
Right. We're on MavTV, and again, for the Chili Bowl and for the Knoxville Nationals. Every year, it's year to year kind of thing. We work out the schedule. But we normally do the TV shows for the main event. Like we'll start in like the C's, B's, and then go to the A. And then Knoxville, we do a whole hour show of that. So
nice.
But on the MavTV Plus, another streaming service does do that for the track. So we air it afterwards, on our MavTV.
That's right.
Website. That's right.
So Mr. Guida here does our wrap-up show every week. So he's a PulpMX employee. So you know what, Dark Side, if you play your cards right, you maybe get on a TV show, maybe, just maybe.
Hey, me and Roto Moto were wondering what our percentage bonus is for this new deal.
Wow,
appearance fees.
They're already look at the minions are already rattled. Oh, yeah.
I just want to make it known I have not asked for a
I would
raise
say
one
the
time.
two that are in here studio they're working with, I haven't heard a peep out of them about it. I mean, some Lambo color
Tallon's in trouble.
It's coming. I'm telling you.
Tallon's
It's
in
coming.
trouble because his chick just heard about how he wants the Lambo before the ring.
Yeah.
So he's in trouble right now.
I made the wrong choice.
But it's coming.
Clearly.
Like I said, Steve, they'll be getting
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, listen, everybody. Just calm down, okay? I'm actually paying Mav, okay? I'm not making any money on this deal, all right? So just know that, all right?
That's not true.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Well, Steve, I'm not going to ask for $1. I'll just be here.
Thank you, Michael. Michael Lindsay, always my friend, always there. But yeah, so Jamie, when are you going out to California?
The weekend after Salt Lake City. I think
Oh,
that's
okay. I thought it was coming up. All right, so you're going out with Kiefer.
Yeah, 3 weeks.
Yeah,
3
yeah.
weeks.
And you're going to ride your YZ250. And
that I am.
Yeah, and no pony. No pony.
No pony, man. It's not high and tight exactly, but high and tight for me.
Yeah. We gave this guy a motorcycle for cutting his ponytail off.
Are you kidding?
No.
Yeah, tell me a story.
A brand new motorcycle.
Just to cut. I
He
mean,
had his
cut
pony
it off for the motorcycle.
Yeah, because we were like, dude, the pony's disgusting. You look like a loser. Cut it off. Because he's been growing it since 1995.
Exactly. How long did it go down? How long?
Well, he trimmed it a couple times, so it was only mid back.
That's pretty long.
Yeah.
That's like the old days of the mullet. Remember?
Yeah.
We all had mullets
absolutely.
at one time.
So, it should be great, Darkside. I'm looking forward to being on MavTV and MavTV Plus.
Good for you, man.
What?
Where is the pony?
It's Kiefer. Kiefer's got it. I gave it to Kiefer.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not.
I heard it traveled a little.
It did travel. It wanted to stay here for a while. I'm like, no, it's not going on. So,
I'm not.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not positive he still has it because I've heard. I know he was trying to give it away to like a listener or like some. He's trying to get rid of it, which is bullshit.
That is bullshit for sure. Yeah, he was all about that pony.
Last time I heard, he was going to raise money for charity with it. Your mullet or sorry, your pony is going to raise charity for money for charity. Jesus, I can't even talk.
There you go.
Dark Side, were you a Moto World guy? Were you like a Moto World fan?
Dude, oh, absolutely. Yeah. Loved it. Yeah. Yep.
And Mark,
fantastic.
Your parents told you that you used to they would record Moto World, and if you didn't watch it, you would throw a fit.
Yeah, when I was younger, and this is something they told me a long time ago before I knew the MavTV thing was going to be a thing, and Scotty was going to be involved.
Right.
But they told me I used to cry if I didn't get to watch Moto World before bed, and so they would have to put it on and let me watch it. It was recorded on VHS and let me watch it before bed, or I would just cry all night.
Oh my God, VHS. That's
Yep.
what I'm thinking
Back
about.
in the
The days of setting a timer.
Yep.
Moto World was great.
So last one. For me? What petition do we got to sign here to get Dave in the booth for a race?
Dave to Spain? Or?
Yeah.
Dave said his hearing's going, right? He's losing some hearing, I thought.
Just a little bit.
Okay.
He worked for us towards the end for his last job.
That's why he
basically
said he
Chili
couldn't
Bowl
do
and all
that.
And he said, because a lot of times, it's hard, because there's loud noises and to hear. But no, like I said, Dave's first class all the way.
Where does Dave live in? Where does he live?
He's in Atlanta.
Atlanta? And
Yep,
where's
still
Larry
down there.
Myers live?
Larry, I think he told me Ohio.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Ohio.
he's from Ohio.
He's from
way
there.
back. Yeah.
Remember High Point back in the day?
That's right. He was High Point guy, right?
Yep,
originally. That's also on the line here too. It's Pancake. What's up, Pancake?
Producer Pancake.
going on,
to
boys?
you.
Producer
What's going
Pancake.
on?
Are you going to be able to turn this thing around for these MavTV guys? Good God, please do it. Please be able to do it.
I think we can make it happen. You know, I'm actually busy at work right now. I'm taking notes. I'm making lower thirds. I mean, we're working hard over here. But
I don't know what lower thirds means. Is that good, Scotty?
That's good.
Okay, yeah,
good.
lower thirds. Let's do it.
That's good. But
He's gonna be working all night.
Darkside's calling in wanting a cut of this. He's not even doing any of this work.
No.
Sharing all this money around the room.
Listen. There's no sharing of any money. I get it all. Okay.
I thought you were paying.
Yeah.
Oh, how the story changes.
Mark
changes by the minute.
Mark's and
you.
you.
The ones in the Lambo.
Oh, okay. All right. Mark's and you are gonna start a revolt, a PulpMX revolt. Listen,
a joyride through the.
They don't even.
There was only one man 7 years ago here with Scotty when he was setting up GoPros, making a pilot.
Yep.
And it was me.
That's
all
right.
right.
You.
Watson.
And Tits.
Watson.
Let's be honest.
And Aaron Kennard.
Yeah, and Aaron Kennard.
and
Right.
Aaron Kennard.
Oh, and I don't know if that was Gibbs or if that was Pete. What was that?
Yeah, I don't know.
7 years ago, I feel like would have been Gibbs. 'Cause
Might have been Gibbs.
This
Yeah.
is my 6th year.
Yeah.
Wow. Long time.
But
you're
yeah,
telling
Pancake,
me.
you're in charge of cutting this. And as we talked to the MavTV people, including Scotty the other day, like you're such a moto fan, you're such involved in this. I know you're going to be great because you're going to know what's interesting, what's funny, what's going to get people talking, And so it's nice to have a guy like yourself that's like into the sport so much, So
Well, I appreciate you trusting me, and I'm honored to be a part of this, part of the Pulp legacy, and it's just crazy to me to think that from finding Stu, that was 4 years ago at this point, and just from a phone call in, and just definitely want to thank Scotty and everyone else at MavTV for believing in the Pulp Empire, and I think this is going to be awesome, man. I think it's like you said, there's a whole audience of people I think that might not even watch the show that don't have time to watch the entire show. I mean, it's like a 5-hour show. For us to be able to consolidate this to an hour length. I think it will reach a whole new audience, which is awesome. So, thanks, Steve, and thanks, Scotty, and everyone involved.
Thank you guys
for making it happen.
Imagine that, Pancake. Cold calling to be like, hey, if you need someone to film, you guys run around as a Stu, I'll do it. And it went from that to this. So in Chad's house and in AC's house. I mean, it was just in Ferries. I mean, it's crazy, man.
Standing out by a gate.
Standing out by James's gate, pretending to cry, calm Adam down. And also too, our guy Roto is going to be involved a little bit too. We got Roto on board this year. He's doing our YouTube stuff. He's been doing a great job with that. And Roto's going to be linked in with everybody to try to help out with this too. Swisscore, of course, too. The whole Pulp corporation. Corporation?
We're gonna have to.
Wow, it's a corporation.
I think 4 years ago you were talking about quitting the sport, and now this.
Yeah,
you can't quit now.
Well,
bro.
now I can't. I got these ceilings.
Stuck.
I got these ceilings. I got to pay for.
So we're gonna form a union soon.
Easy on that. Oh, you're breaking up, Pancake. You're breaking up.
Okay.
You're breaking up.
So Pancake, I tell you what. So Steve's going to rent the track over here, the one that does have the Lambos, just outside Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
And every one of y'all are going to get to ride in it.
Oh, there we go. Only if
do that.
Only if Tallon brings Yar. Yeah. And Darkside, you're invited too, but you got to get yourself out here. So.
All right, I'm down.
All right. Thanks, Pancake. Thanks for calling in, and thanks for the help with this. Yep.
Of course. All right. Have a good one, guys. Bye.
All right. See you.
Thank you.
Jamie, so what is up at the wrap-up show? Guts Racing, Michelin Bicycle Tire, Motorsport, and, of course, Seal Saver. What's up with the wrap-up show?
Dave Drake's from Collective Experience this week, and Triple J, WPS rep, coming on.
All right.
So
awesome.
Yeah, should be a good one.
All right.
I do have one more question on Mav. And are the races going to be archived like they are now on the app?
Yes, the ones from this year will be archived.
Perfect. Okay, cool, man.
Go back and watch them, and we're working on the other ones. We hope they'll all be on there.
Yeah,
we're,
I'm hoping.
We're working on that, but so it'll all be there. What do you think, Jamie, of the Wygant with all the ex-racers and JT as pit reporter?
Oh, that's going to be amazing. I mean, what else could you ask for?
Yeah,
JT kills it, and that's going to be fantastic. I'm excited. Weeds obviously, mate.
Yeah.
As much as you'd like to give him shit, he's the best at it.
It's funny to see like JT's pit reporter. I'm going to be on MavTV with our show, and then we. I mean, we're infiltrating. We're getting in there.
Yeah, how
Took you guys
long
long enough.
before it's not the Lucas Oil, but it's the PulpMX?
I'm getting a race this Friday in Denver. I'm getting a
That's right.
race. It's phenomenal. Yeah,
You're having a good weekend.
It's really been phenomenal.
From mechanic to janky journalist to radio show host to TV show host to race promoter to
race promoter. Right. And again, I can't be
philanthropist.
I can't be bought. My integrity will not be bought and sold on this, not at all. So I will not be in the tank for the MavTV. Thank you.
When I think of PulpMX, I think of integrity.
Yes.
I like that.
Yeah.
Write that down. Clip that. Clip that, Dark Side.
Integrity Farms.
Yeah.
Integrity Farms.
Yeah.
I'm timestamping it right now.
All right, Dark Side. Thanks for calling in, man. Thank you.
All right.
See, I guess he's got it. He didn't really feel like going. Scotty McLemore here from MavTV. And how long have you been working for MavTV now?
MavTV, Lucas Oil.
Yeah.
About 14 years.
Yeah.
So going on 14.
Where'd you go from Seals?
So from Seals, I went and tried to start Time Bomb Entertainment at my own stuff.
Okay.
And then that was the bomb.
Okay.
It was a time bomb.
So then, I was just burned out. You guys
Yeah.
don't realize all those years, I just got burned out.
Yeah.
I just went and did manual labor stuff. And
Did you really?
I
Yeah.
loved it.
Yeah.
I was doing, working on pools and building those with my buddy Russell. And I enjoyed it. But, somebody called me one day and they said, hey, look, we need a director. It's a company out of Chicago. I think you'd love doing dirt late model and stuff. And I went on to do that. And then that kind of got me into Lucas Oil because they were starting their own production department. And when we first started out, we've seen the likes of the Hooters and people like that start their own thing and didn't make it really. But the thing is that Lucas...
Hooters had an airline for a while.
Oh, yeah, I remember. And a hotel here in Vegas.
Yeah.
But, it just... I love the family of Lucas.
Yeah.
I love Forrest and Charlotte. They're genuine racing people, and they're racing people that own a network, that own a production company, and they get it. They get it. Because, just like Supercross, motocross have to deal with, we would go to a network, try to do a deal.
Yeah.
And they go, we're going to put you on late nights, or we're going to do this, or we're going to do that.
Yeah, we're going to move you around or
we're
whatever.
like, oh, really?
Yeah.
Or we're not going to have your show anymore.
Yeah.
And then you're like, what?
Yeah.
Well, we got money invested in that stuff. So MavTV came along. It was a great opportunity for them to buy it and purchase that.
Mm-hmm.
And what they've done so far with it is great.
Right.
Bob Dillner's working on more of the lineup now.
Yep.
Making it make sense. And like I said, the first thing we're starting off with is this two-wheel Tuesday type, whole day.
Right.
And night,
Yeah. Okay, so out of the, not counting the modern guys, your favorite rider to work with, TV purposes?
Well, my hero was Bob Hanna.
Yes.
And then he worked in the early days with me, but I was nervous because I was a fan still of him.
He was like, so he worked for Yamaha for a while, but I
Yeah.
think he was still doing color stuff, even while working for Yamaha, right?
Yeah, but he was just Bob Hanna. He was working on the ESPN, and then
Was he
then
good?
Later,
was he good?
Yeah, Bob was good.
Was he? Okay. Yeah, I didn't really get a read on him. Like, I've watched the shows,
Bob was good. But, the thing I liked about Bob, he just told it like it was.
Yeah.
He didn't care.
Yeah.
It's like, no, that guy's not riding good, or this that's the way Bob was, because Bob was a great rider.
Holly was good for some outdoor races.
Really good.
Holly was really good.
Yep.
We've had Jim on board.
I don't think they get a blowjob before the main event.
We've had Jim on board a few times here on the show. So
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you have Jim Hawley stories that you could share? Nothing public.
I'll say nothing's making the show. That's for
no.
Because Dubach.
I would be in so much trouble, but afterwards we can talk about Jim Hawley stories. All day long.
Dubach had a good one yesterday or last week.
Oh no!
Dubach said he won the Supercross. No, he podium Supercross, his first ever podium.
Yeah.
And so he goes to the podium, does the champagne, does the interviews or whatever else. In that time, from pulling off the track to doing the podium, he got back to his box fan. Jim had closed the doors and was in there with somebody, his friend. And he said it was like it was 10 minutes. Jim was in the race.
Jim was a man.
Yeah.
I don't know how to tell you that. He was the man.
I felt like he was a good announcer too.
And he was
really,
a great
really good.
announcer.
Yeah.
He did a really good job doing all those shows.
He was like the opposite of Bailey. Like David was analytical, thoughtful, broke it down.
Yep.
Holly brought the excitement and
he was very thorough.
Yeah,
very thorough about what he was explaining.
Yeah.
I really wish Race Day Live had Holly back.
Do you? Yeah.
I tried to watch it the other day.
Yeah.
I'm okay. Yeah, Jim was great for sure. I felt like Jim and Daniel did the same thing though. So if you're gonna bring Jim in, he's great, but have a host that can throw it to Jim and just be the story guy. Jim and Daniel were too much to me.
Yeah,
the same guy. They're ex-racers breaking things down, right? I wanted to see more of like, hey, Jim, I'm going to set this up for you on a tee. You knock it up. You know what I mean? So that's all where I'm at with that. And then for a while, Blair was hosting with throwing it to Dan Hubbard, and that didn't work. So, Daniel's now Jim's spot, right? So, I absolutely love Jim Hawley. So, so Hannah was your hero, but what?
I mean, I like working with Davey because, again, Davey and I respected Davey and with Racer X magazine and everything. He started that on his own. And, think about that for a moment. Davey was going up against big magazines.
Yeah,
a lot of money.
Yeah.
He was
high torque guys.
Small.
High torque guys. When they was doing high torque was huge.
Yep. And Davey was the cool factor.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the whole thing. We all hung out with Davey, And
remember the racing paper, right? You remember that?
I remember the racing paper.
That was when I was a mechanic. The racing paper was out. Yeah. You didn't give a shit about MXA. You wanted to read the racing paper.
Exactly.
You really did. Yeah.
Because Davey was inside.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the whole thing. And I'm hoping, the first thing like Carrie Coombs said when we got in the meeting, she goes, "Look, fresh sheet of paper. See, nothing on it.
Yeah.
That's what we want to do. We want to think new, out of the box, and that's where the coming up with the different racers.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, that was pretty cool,
Yeah.
Carrie. Carrie did a great job of that. And then it's not just that,
right?
It's like I'm saying, the shoulder programming that we're creating. Yep. I love, I respect Troy Adamitis.
Yeah,
dude, when he came on the scene, it was like you're watching a freaking movie, you know, and you're just like, that looked good, but it was kind of like the Formula One thing. But we got to somehow down the road get into that Formula One and get, more of a movie.
I'd love to see, and I've told Doug Cabrera this. He does the Supercross TV. I've told Doug this. I don't know how you do it if you put it on YouTube or you put it on the app or MavTV. I would love to see a 30-minute, hour-long post-race breakdown of getting some analysts and getting Wygan or somebody else to host it. Get some riders in from the race. Come on board for 15 minutes. Let's bench race the shit out of what we just saw. I don't know. Why don't we do that? That'd be great. So I don't know. That's kind of what I think, anyways. I'd like to see that. By the way, before we let Scotty go, or you want to sit in with us the rest of the show?
I'll sit in, sure.
Okay. I don't know what your schedule was as far as you got to go.
No, I'm with you.
And actually, Clinton Fowler is coming up, which he works for Supercross TV too.
Okay.
But before we get into Clinton, Darkside is back, a.k.a. Jamie.
That wasn't long.
Jamie, so listen, man, I heard there was some...
Race Tech Rant.
Go ahead. Race Tech Rant. Let's have it.
Well, this is for me and Lindsay. Pulp 22 to save at Race Tech. But, the press conference, man, you kind of
This guy just ruined it. This guy sitting in front of us just ruined it.
Okay, so listen, bro, I was talking to Sean today, and as I understood it, I just thought the press conferences went until nobody had questions anymore.
Oh, no, it shut down.
Yeah. No.
I didn't know that.
20 and 15. I think 20 for the 450s, 15 minutes for the 250s.
So Sean comes to me and goes, "Who's here from Racer X?" And I go, "Just me." And he goes, "Well, then I'll see you at the press conference, as the Racer X representative." And I'm like, and they're in person now. The first race that they were in person, they've been on Zoom forever.
Yep.
So I go there, and I'm like, okay, because I can't go in the pits, right? Because I got to be there for Racer X, and I understand that. And Sean gives me the mic, and then I said, well, if I'm going to get the mic, I got it first, like as if I was, important or something. Okay, I'm going to ask all three questions. And Scotty, I didn't know, but I guess these guys on Zoom were like, huh?
You and then Joseph Allen doubled down and did the same thing. We're like, well, there goes everything we're being allowed to ask tonight.
Oh, man. My bad, Dark Side. I mean, you know what? I was at the race, so I get the rewards for being at the race.
Everybody likes their own stuff. Yeah. That's the one thing I've learned.
Right.
You like your stuff.
And that's my reasoning to Feld guys is like, look, I love the press conferences. Keep them going. They're great.
Yeah.
I'll watch them later. But I don't want to come, and I'm not saying all the time, but some of the time I have my own unique angle or thoughts to a race, and I don't want to give that to other media guys.
No.
So I want to talk to the rider one-on-one.
You want to keep a secret.
Because otherwise, let's go to PulpMX to hear what Mathis asked this guy. So not always. Sometimes I just ask the stupid questions like everybody, but, sometimes I think I have an original idea. So Darkside, my bad on that. I just thought we just went till nobody had any questions anymore. But Sean said some guys were mad, and Michael said thanks a lot. So.
I could just ended. I was like, oh well. I texted guys. I'm like, I wasted my evening. I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like with we kind of they made a rule about a year. Well, last year at some point we're like, all right, one question each, and we'll come back to you. And there's a lot of guys that weekly break that rule, and I think they're going to talk about that. I think that's going to get kiboshed. But like with this one, especially being a day race, like I was at a local race and I left early. Like, well, I got to go home and watch the race live because Sean would like us to be part of the press conference. Toolman Dan from Main Event Moto did the same thing.
Yeah,
and then,
Colvin bailed on his day. Yep.
Yeah. So then we didn't even get our second question, and they had a hard out apparently on this one because of Jett's celebration thing. So like there was no room, and we were like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Well, no one told me. I just figured I'd ask 3 questions and 3 riders. So.
Right. And like I have zero problem. Like they'll go to you or even Weege when he doesn't quote unquote have his hand up on Zoom, and like. Sometimes Weeds is like, I didn't even have a question, but I feel like, all right, you guys have your seniority. You've earned your time. No problem with that. But, the 3 questions from you was not really technically allowed, but then when Joseph followed up, we were like, oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, I didn't really know.
What about anal bleaching?
Yeah.
But,
I don't know.
and then and Lindsay kind of Michael didn't get any questions last week either. He got kind of passed
Sorry,
over.
bro. I don't know, man. I don't know. Listen, I didn't want to be there anyways, okay? I was forced to be there.
Yeah, I know that.
So,
I know that.
yeah.
I wasn't actually mad at you.
And then Sean goes to me, hey, stick around afterwards, the press conference. And I'm like, oh, man, like I'm going to miss more interviews in the pits, Sean.
Yeah.
But he wanted to tell me about the Jett celebration thing. He wanted to be like, hey, we're doing Jett celebration in the locker room, which I went to anyways. But, yeah, did anybody get to talk to Troll Train about his 9th career best finish? Nope. Gone.
Steve's a rule breaker anyway. Our emails every week say that, you're not supposed to go out in the pits and do post-race shit. Seems like, fuck it, I'm doing what I want.
Listen, man, I've been doing this a long time. I get a little bit of Leroy, okay?
Leroy?
Leroy and Leroy.
Leroy?
Leroy, Leeway.
Anonymity.
All right, Darkside, you're breaking up. I got to go.
See you, man.
All right, see you. That's Darkside, everybody. Yeah, the press conference. I didn't realize I was getting people upset. So,
no.
What can you do? You try to make people happy. You can't. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Job of the week this week. Again, upload your resume for free, and please search out. If you're looking for a job, search out this website, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. If you're a company looking to hire people, please check out MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. The job of the week this week is Suzuki. Full-time job, accessory product planning specialist in Brea, California. Just kicking it with Suzuki. To be considered, you must apply via Suzuki Careers page. There's a link there. The accessory product planning specialist will lead the product development and outside marketing of Suzuki accessories and X-Star, oil and chemicals. This includes the creation and management of new accessory product lines as well as the presentation of these products through industry and dealer events. So not too bad, right? Suzuki, full-time job in Brea, California. So, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com of the week. Hold on, I'm busy. I don't know what I just said there, by the way.
Just typed in it. Enter.
I just typed.
That's really close. That's the equivalent. You typing the equivalent of you trying to say anonymity.
All right. Anonymity.
Yeah, good work.
Barry, what's up, man?
What's up?
By the way, Tallon. Barry, speaking of typing, Barry is not spelled like strawberry.
Oh, no.
It's Barry, not like a strawberry or a blueberry.
I also don't think Barry's his real name, so he could be going off the Barry.
I did go to school with a kid. His name was spelled Barry with an E.
Okay, Barry, what's up?
So, another suggestion for your race, of course. I was wondering, instead of doing popsicle sticks, why don't you just line them up based off your order?
I don't want to do that.
Nah,
that's too easy. That's too easy. I'd rather have some chaos, right?
Yeah, I get. Who's at the lead though? Paulie?
Yeah, Bubba Paulie.
Is he pissed?
I don't care if he's pissed. I think he's just happy to be in the race. Yeah, I don't.
I feel it. Second question. I also heard through Eli Tomac's entire pro career.
Yep.
And this may be old news. I apologize for asking, but I heard he ran a pro taper bar even on the Kawasaki team.
Well, that's up for debate. I think he did. I was told that Renthal made a bend that made him happy, but I had heard that from the Geico days he liked the crossbarless pro taper bar. Huh. And Michael, he ran that the whole time at Cowie, is what I heard. But then I heard again that Renthal made a bar for him eventually. And then now, of course, he's running Renthal grips on his Pro Taper bar. So he's all over the place. But, like, this happens all the time. Like,
I'm not commenting.
Oh.
I got threatened to get thrown out of the rig over the grip thing.
Okay, but what about the Cowie days with the Renthal? Was that not a Pro Taper or was it a Renthal?
I think it was for a while and then Renthal afterwards.
And a Renthal did make a bar.
Yeah.
But, like, people buy Maxima and put stickers over top of it. Like, it happens all the time. Like, yeah it's not it happens in the pits. And, like, anybody who got upset about it can screw off because it happens. And race teams want to do it and whatever, So, yeah, there you go, Barry.
Hey, one more thing.
Okay.
Now with all the Holly drops, has any other rider stepped up and had a similar story to him, like Carnow? I feel like Carnow would be the one to have similar stories. Like
it would take the whole field put together to have the stories of Holly for one season.
We just had a guest on the phone or on the studio, and I asked about Holly, and they were like, "Oh no, was that Dubach saying like there's nobody like Jim Holly?"
I feel like it's not. I feel like it would have been Dubach. I don't know.
There's
probably been a couple, to be honest.
There was someone saying like, "Dude, oh no, it was McGrath." No, it was McGrath.
Yeah, you're right.
He was like, "We were gnarly, like but there's nobody like Jim Holly."
No, nobody like Jim Holly whatsoever.
Jeremy McGrath was saying the '90s were nothing like.
Holly was the king
right.
of that.
Right.
Yeah.
So if MC is saying that nobody's got stories like Jim Holly, then trust me.
Have you seen a scrapbook?
Yeah, I've seen some of it.
Hopefully one will whip up a titty.
This whole segment of the show is not going
his signing of the titty that he got into great detail about, but couldn't talk about his results in the race at all. But he remembered the titty that he signed. It's amazing. So
how about the old days of Bob Hanna putting the girl on his, and then they used the Scott USA goggles. Remember those?
Yeah.
You got some pictures.
There's a podium where Hannah's got the chick on his shoulders facing him.
Yes.
Like
he turns her around, white pants, everything. Then he turns her back around.
Right.
I mean, that's something you can't get away with.
No. Even later on.
That was really before
even
TV,
later on,
TV.
there's a video of Stanton. He's French kissing the trophy girl. Wow. Full tongue with the trophy girl.
I'm trying to remember that one.
Oh, it's crazy. You're just like,
wonder
whoa.
which trophy girl
I don't know. You're like, Jesus, sixth time. So, anyways, thanks, Barry. Appreciate it, man. Thanks.
No problem. Thanks.
All right. Caller wanted to know the difference between MavTV and MavTV Plus. MavTV Plus is the app that you can get basically on any
anywhere.
Yeah, Roku, Apple, whatever.
I mean, right now, like for me, I got it on YouTube TV.
Yeah.
Where I get my stuff. There's a little package you pay. You get your YouTube TV, and I just pay the little package. So I get my ESPN, watch my stick and ball, stuff like that.
Absolutely.
I see that the Toronto win tonight.
Yeah, the Raptors won. Yeah,
over
and
Boston,
the Blue Jays.
over
And
Boston.
the Blue Jays won over Boston. Yeah, once again beating down Boston.
Sorry, Bob.
Yeah, imagine that. How's that, Bob? How you like that?
Yeah.
I don't think they get a blowjob before the main event.
Is that going to get us off MavTV? This probably won't make MavTV.
This will not.
Yeah, this will not make the
None
one.
of this. This is all for everybody listening in.
Cut pancake. Not this. Don't put this on.
Every Keeper After Dark segment.
That
happening.
would just be like PulpMX to get a MavTV deal and then get clipped one episode in. That would just be perfect.
Yeah.
And then now I got to get my refund back from the Lambo dealer.
Yes.
Thank you to the folks at OGIO. Traveling is a pain in the ass. We know that, but OGIO makes it easier with the 9800, the rig bag. What do you use for an OGIO? Which one you got?
I
use trusty old 9800? Or?
Yeah, 9800.
Okay. You travel with a layover?
No. I travel really light. I travel with just a camera roller bag and a backpack to the races.
Really? That's your move?
Yeah.
Did you hear about Kiefer checking a 9800 for 2 nights?
What?
Yeah. Minneapolis, Supercross.
Yeah.
He came. He checked the 9800, and he was gone for 2 nights.
Wow.
What? What did he bring?
Maybe a jacket.
I don't know, man.
Jacket, some boots.
Yeah, it's inexcusable.
I've done it before. I have done it before.
Come on, Scotty. You're a travel veteran.
I know.
How many?
But you at least probably have camera. You have something. We're talking about bringing a freaking t-shirt and shorts.
The thing is, you travel so much. I probably travel 40 weekends a year.
Have you traveled with one airline the whole time?
No.
No, okay.
Delta.
So you don't have like a
Delta.
massive...
Delta was the main one, but now American.
Okay.
American.
So how many lifetime Delta
and
miles
it took
you
me
have?
15 hours to get to Vegas from
I
Indianapolis.
know you told me.
I was freaking mad.
How many lifetime miles on Delta you figure you got?
Close to 2 million on Delta.
Oh, okay.
And then I'm working close to 500,000 on American.
Yeah. Actually, I thought you'd have more.
No, believe it or not.
Okay, yeah.
No.
All right, OGO, email us using the contact form on PulpMX.com. You can get a discount and a deal from the folks at OGO, whether it's the rig bag, whether it's a 9800, whether it's a layover bag, whatever it is, OGO will have you looking in style. I love the backpack, laptop sleeve, pockets everywhere, sunglass pocket, and all of that. OGO bringing you our next guest of the night. This gentleman works for Supercross on NBC Sports. He provides a stat package for those guys. He's a enthusiastic fan of the sport in every which way. We're stoked to have him at PulpMX.com as well for the last few years. It's 3 Laps Down on social media, a.k.a. Clinton Fowler. What's up, Clinton? How are you, man?
I'm doing well, Steve. Good to be on. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. Scotty Max here, man. Moto World days, dude. To Spain. Larry Myers.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Good, Scotty. Old school.
I
That's
know.
old school. I'm assuming that's Brett Smith days.
That's right. That is right.
Yeah. Actually seen it and done it all in the sport of moto for sure. But what's funny though, Scotty, is you have a TV background, and Clinton here just started working for the TV Supercross guys this year.
Right.
And I have said for so long, like when I was watching the shows with Fro and Ralph,
Yeah.
I'm like just one example comes to mind right now. Jimmy Albertson wins the LCQ, and Ryan Dungey gets second, and all Ralph and Jeff can talk about is Ryan Dungey and this and that. And meanwhile, it's Jimmy Albertson's biggest moment. It's his team's bigger moment, right? And I used to say, all they need is someone in the booth, because these guys don't know. That's fine. They don't want to know. Okay, fine. They're the talent. No problem. All we need is someone in the booth feeding these guys cards, information, stats. Why don't we do that? It can't be possibly that to be expensive. And God damn it, Clinton, you got the job. Yeah.
There you go.
I'm super expensive, Steve.
Yeah.
You on Steve's payroll now?
Yeah. He is on the payroll.
Good,
he's on the
good.
PulpMX.com payroll.
all right.
But you know what I mean, Clinton? Like you add so much to a broadcast to help these guys out, and it shows, and it works, and it's a great idea. And again, I just took it from reading stories about like Tony Romo or these Troy Aikman. They have guys, and the guys are feeding them information and stats. Let me help you, announcer, make your job better.
Exactly.
For years, I felt like Ralph and Fro were on an island, and whatever they didn't know, they didn't know. So, Clinton, how's it been going?
It's going well. Before I jump in, I want to just say thank you, Steve, because what people might not know is you were probably the one that, 3-4 years ago when I just sent a random mail and was like, hey, I got some stats. And you were the one that responded. You can actually give Weege a hard time because he kind of ignored me.
Oh, fucking Weege.
Anyhow, I teased. But actually, to your point about the LCQs, it's funny. Both RC and Lee in the first week, they're like, hey, the LCQs, that's where we're going to really, really need you. And it to your point about Jimmy winning, right? Like that, those sort of stats are kind of the fringe, if you will. And that's the stuff when you build it and you do it professionally, you can get to that stuff, and you can do so really rapidly. So anyhow, it's been fun. It's been a blast to work with those guys.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm a huge stat guy. Like I love hockey, baseball, football. I love stats my whole life. Like I used to read the back of hockey cards and study the players' stats. The stat keeping in our sport is just, it drives me absolute batty. And Clinton, you've done just the God's work with your database. You've scraped Cycle News results. You've called riders when you needed to. You've talked to Davey. You've like if there's any questions, like because again, some of the Cycle Newses, they don't have both moto scores. They just got one.
Right.
Some of them have no results. Right, Clinton? It's amazing.
The worst possible thing I had to do is from 1974 to 1976, I had to read the articles in Cycle News and figure out how people had placed. Like, I couldn't use technology in any way, shape, or form. I just had to read them and decipher who finished where because I didn't have a box score. There's some crazy little work there.
Yeah, it's absolutely nuts. So you've created this database of every single year of professional motocross, supercross results for the riders. I mean, nowadays we do have heat races and we have LCQ results. Back then we don't have anything, but Clinton tried to fill in the spot. He's a great follow on social media at 3 Laps Down as well for all that kind of stuff. PulpMX.com article almost every single week. Clinton, almost every single week.
Every single week, almost. I missed a couple.
I'm giving you shit.
I'll admit it.
No, I'm giving you shit. It's not a problem. But so yeah, it's just an invaluable thing. I feel like our sport, our AMA sheets, I mean, they're just a joke. Like, listen, the AMA guys are fantastic for giving me this race this Friday. But I mean, again, if you go on the AMA stats right now, it will tell you that RJ Hampshire has not led a lap this year, and he won the Triple Crown.
Wow.
And they just don't have the ability to change their 1998 stat keeping sheets to reflect a Triple Crown.
Yeah. Right.
And I would give them a break if this was the first year of Triple Crowns. We're in year 3, Clinton, and they still have no idea that RJ Hampshire led laps. Like, it's just, they don't seem to want to get any better that way either.
I'll tell you guys, Hard Ekman,
Yep.
that was the one good thing he was good at.
Was he? Yeah.
Stats.
Yeah.
David Bailey will tell you because, I mean, he was more looking at his stats a lot of times while David's watching a race and going, McGrath won 4 races or whatever.
Yeah,
I mean, he was Mr. Stat.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he kept notes. David and I are looking at him like, I can't read them, Art.
Chicken scratch.
Yeah.
Chicken scratch.
He knew
but
what
he knew exactly where everything was for all those years.
Yeah. Yeah, Clinton, you've done a great job with that for sure. And so
I say I've even noticed just the last couple of weeks the difference in the broadcast. A few things where, no offense to Rick, I'll hear him name off. A very, I want to say random, but something very specific about a rider, how many mains they've done, how much of this or that.
Yep.
And I'm, no offense, I'm like, I know they haven't looked this up.
No, that's Clinton. Clinton, how much, what percent are they using that you give them in the booth? What are they using?
A pretty big amount. I
Yep.
mean, there's two different points of support, right? So on a Sunday night, they'll get a doc that's probably 7 or 8 pages long that I'll send out, which is a preview doc for the next week. Has everything from what happened the last weekend to then really the top what I would say 4 or 5 storylines that I think are coming up for the next weekend and all the stats to support them. So they get that on Sunday, and then probably why I might have missed a couple of articles, Steve. On Tuesday.
Moving on
Wednesday,
to bigger and better things.
Yeah, I know. I feel like Clinton. I got Clinton when he was a Caterpillar, and now he has blossomed into a butterfly.
TV. You weren't getting there quick enough. I mean, you just got outside, so he just
he just bolted. Yeah.
He's doing
how
good.
it works. But on Tuesday or Wednesday, I'll send off what I call the cheat sheets. In the cheat sheets, there's 2 different ones. One is for every single race, I'll give 4 or 5 insights. So for every heat race, for every qualifier, for every LCQ in Maine, I'll send off for both classes insights that they can use. And then for every rider, I'll do 4 or 5 points. I'll do one that's just a career point. I'll do one that's for the event. I'll do one that's for a season, one for the location. If it's a Triple Crown, something for the Triple Crowns that the rider's done in. And that's just for studying, right? Like, if it's Lee or RC or Harris, Will, they study like they're back in high school, right? So they get this stuff, they get that material. So that's during the week. And then come race day, I get to sit next to Lee and RC or Will or Daniel when he was in there. And throughout the race, I'm handing. It's great. I gotta talk about old school guys. I'm writing on a 4x6 note card. And handing them a insight, right? Like whether it's who's won the LCQ or if they're in a career best position So it's a lot of material that they're working with. But yeah, it's cool to hear guys say that they're noticing a difference in the broadcast. The team, I love working with them.
Right. Is there any difference between working with Todd and Lee and Daniel and like anything changed for you?
Oh, big time. It's no different, I'm sure, when you have different guests in here.
Like Michael Lindsay, I got to carry him all night.
All night. But
I
horrible.
get it.
I don't even know why you bring me back.
I've been listening, Michael. We haven't met, but man, it's been tough. It's been tough. Steve really having to carry.
I know. I'm feeling the clippy. This thing's going big time on TV.
Yep.
He brought me in as the dummy pig for this first one. Then I'm out. I'm done.
He's just got to look good right now. He's got to look good.
That's why. That's why he brought me in for the first TV one. He wanted to show how intelligent.
Exactly.
Oh, I knew it.
Bingo. Bingo. No, I tease. It's pretty different. Those guys are. I mean, Lee is the consummate professional. I figured out in the first week that I needed to bring my A game. Like, he expects the best of the best in the booth. It's pretty cool to see. It's been great to learn from him. He's given me advice on working with RC. I'll leave that in the lockbox. But yeah, Lee's a super professional. Todd is like energy to the nth degree. I love it. In the booth, he stands up the entire time and he's moving and just there. People need to lay off the Jason Justin thing. It's just hard in real time and live. I mean, you know this, Steve. You guys know this in live TV. Like, it is hard in the moment to be like just covering it. It's impressive. So anyhow, Todd brings a ton of energy to it. And Daniel, I mean, you guys know Daniel. He knows the sport. So prepping with him, it's, way more of a dialogue and searching for the stories. He'll give me like, hey, I want to say this. And I'll be like, that doesn't fly. The stats don't support it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's interesting for sure. And props to Doug and everybody at Feld for like Clinton. You and I were talking a couple years ago, and I'm like, they need this in the TV booth. Like, these guys are brutal. They need help. And you were like, yeah, like I'd like to do that. And I'm just like, there's no chance. I remember telling you, there's no way they'd hire you. There's just no way. Like, they're not going to spend the money. They don't want to do it. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I
think
thought.
it's great.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Especially when you're going with different people and say, like, Lee might step out for a moment, go do some other car racing or whatever.
Yep.
And then you bring in somebody else like Daniel. I mean, the good thing, like, I love about Daniel and I love about Weege, they're studying that thing all the time, and we just like a walking encyclopedia.
Yep.
I mean, at a young age, he was already there.
Yeah.
You knew he was going to be somebody.
Well, when he was flagging. He was flagging in English. Back then. And Clinton, by the way, Clinton, we just did a live show on Friday night with Keith Johnson, and it's up on the archives now to listen to. He was great. We just grilled him about the he didn't know he'd won 14 championships, by the way, NESC championships. And and he also just
I was in the hiding.
Yeah. And we just grilled him about Cannondale the whole time, so that was great. It was fantastic. The Clinton is originally from NESC area.
Mm-hmm.
He's back east. Now he lives in Seattle.
Yeah.
So,
I
Joe,
got to grow up riding with KJ pretty much every week for a good 5 years.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And JoJo, just a legend. You're also on the fan club of JoJo.
Yeah.
Yep. Indeed. I love the guy.
But yeah, props to the guys for putting you on board and giving you a chance to be successful doing what you've been doing. And again, like, I pay you a little bit of money and they pay you a little bit of money, but there is no doubt you have not been paid appropriately enough for the hours that you spent building this database that you have. And before people ask, no, it's not public. No, Clinton is not giving this away for free. There's no chance out there, but it's really cool. I use it. I write my columns every week. I need information for the show. It's great. So I love it, man. It's fantastic. I can look at all the races. I worked with Tim Ferry and Nick Way and Kelly Smith and just look at actually how bad we did. So,
when you're really reminiscing, going, man, that was a solid year. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. Hey, Clinton, so, but Michael Lindsay and I were bench racing before the show, and God damn it, every single preview season we're like,
oh yeah, how many people win?
We're like, there's 7 guys that'll win. There's 8 guys that'll win.
We're right on track. Well, we got 5. It's always like 4 or 5 a year.
There's 4 to 5 a year, Clinton, as you know, and we have 5, and I don't like our odds for the last 2 for a new winner. Yeah. And so, Clinton, once again, the stats have borne this out. We have 4 to 5 winners a year.
Don't lie.
Yep.
I mean, it's like it's the boring conversation.
Yeah.
The last 2 years, we've had the exact same thing where we're like super pumped for the first 4 rounds, and we're like, oh look, it's going to be it's the highest depth field we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And like this year, the first 4 rounds, we had 4 different winners. And how many have we had since then?
1. It's so it's so nuts because you do beginning of the season when everybody's like, oh, who are going to be these winners and stuff, and you feel like an idiot for some. Like when you look now at who hasn't won, you're like, oh, if I would have said that Barsha or Webb wouldn't get a win this season, but Marvin would be one of them, you'd get looked at like you're freaking crazy.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, oh, you're full of it.
But my guy right now, I want Malcolm Stewart to win.
Oh, same.
That's what's keeping me going every week. Is come on, Malcolm.
That's what I thought. I would have taken Malcolm over Marvin for a win. This
he
year.
hurt his knee. Sure. He hurt his knee a couple. I don't like his chances to get a win at these next 2. He rode pretty well in Foxborough, but
he's close.
Here's the thing, guys. On Malcolm, hold on. On the Malcolm thing, the stats. Here's the thing about Malcolm. like he's got 5 fastest qualifiers, right?
Yep.
Like he clearly got the speed. He doesn't have one fastest lap when it comes to the main event.
Yeah, crazy, right?
Like, he showed that speed in the daytime, and he just hasn't brought it at the nighttime. Like, we just haven't seen that yet.
Yep.
So I think it's one of those things. I don't know if it's a mental block or what it is, but like, it's a huge. That's say that he's there in qualifying. He's there. He's got 3 heat race wins, but he's just not bringing it when it comes to the night program.
Most winners we ever had. I'm throwing this at you off the top of your head, but I think it was 1990 with 7.
8 in 1995. 1985.
85. Oh yeah, 85. Right. That was the year of the 2 main events. Scotty,
Yes.
you were
Yep.
actually around then.
I was. Yep.
Sorry to date you, but that was
It's
the
all
2.
good.
That was the race with 2 main events. We should almost throw that year out.
We should,
because it was so randomized with the 2 moto scores. There was 2 12 lappers, I think. 2 15 lappers.
like that.
Yeah. So, outside of that one,
Memory serving, isn't that the year that Wardy won and he only had 1 win?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's because there was AMA races, but so if you count those, Wardy won one of those, but it wasn't an AMA championship. It was in sport back then, and yeah, good God, our sport and the promotion wars, right? Hey, off the top of your head, Clinton. No, this is pretty easy. Michael Lindsay and I were talking about Jason Anderson at the beginning of the show. He does not have a motocross overall win. He has to be. He has to be the only Supercross champion without a motocross overall win. Can you think of anyone?
I don't have anybody else that's in there.
No.
But I'll tell you, there's 2 guys that I put in this category that just the motocross stats just make me just shocking, and it's Webb and Anderson, right?
Yep.
Webb's got two championships. He's got 19 wins in Supercross. He's got 1 in motocross where he won both motos in Millville in either 19, I think, or 18.
Yeah.
Anyhow, and that's it. And Anderson, no overalls. I mean, it's just, shocking.
Well, that one's shocking to me, too, when you think of Webb, because the year Webb won his 250 title,
outdoors,
he defeated, coming in effed up wrist. I think was that the season that J-Mart kind of dipped into the overtraining with Omar a little bit, though. But, I mean, he beat J-Mart for a 250 title, won multiple races that season, to think that's his 450 stat.
Yeah, you could get the Anderson thing because he's never good on 250 outdoors.
One 250 moto win is
Webb won at 250 motocross championship and then has 1 450 overall, Yeah. I think he's got 2. Does Webb have 2 450 overalls?
I thought he said
1.
I thought he won another one. Okay.
2 motos, 1 overall.
Right. Oh, 2 motos, totally,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. No, you're absolutely right. It's nuts. And then I think Anderson will get an outdoor win this year on MavTV and MavTV Plus. I will not sell out, but that's where you get all that.
I think he will.
So I think Anderson gets a win outdoors.
But he's got to keep the back jersey open.
Yeah,
it's like the Superman cape.
Yeah, it's got to fly.
Well, it said statistic. Does Anderson get a Supercross title before his career over? Otherwise, he'd be the first person since Bale to only get 1 Premier Supercross championship in their career.
No, Fro.
Fro?
Yeah.
Did I screw up? Oh,
yeah,
man.
Fro won 97 and never won again.
Damn it. I was thinking Bale.
And by the way, speaking of Fro, Clinton, if Webb doesn't get a win, he's going to join Fro and Anderson himself in 2019 as the only champions to not get a win in the next year. Donnie Hansen didn't either, but he was injured. He didn't race all year.
Right.
But he's going to join a small club here.
Oof.
Technically, Webb missed 1 round, so he's not going to race every single round. So we could technically put an asterisk there, but nonetheless, there is.
Yeah.
It's a pretty small crew of people. I've got to imagine that's not something that a guy like Webb, who's just crazy determined and motivated, is particularly happy, right?
Do you have any stats on A-Race crashing this year? Do you have anything
off the charts?
Yeah. Do you have any sort of numbers for us on this?
I think we just put 1 next to every race, right?
Hardy Munoz. Hardy right now. Yeah.
Please put Hardy in your race.
A-Ray's got a bad wrist. He's kind of backed it down. Like he's not sending it as much because he's in pain and he's not riding as well. Hardy is the new A-Ray. Hardy's all over the place. Yeah.
Is Hardy going to get a PulpMX sticker deal?
No. No, Hardy screwed me in the fantasy, so he's out right now.
I'm sure A-Ray has plenty of times.
Yeah, maybe.
I forget. He's Swap Moto Lives guy now.
Yeah. Clinton Fowler on the show, brought to you by OGIO. Please check out OGIO Power Sports. Go ahead, Clinton.
Yeah, you'll appreciate I'm sitting in the booth on Saturday, and Hardy had gone into the net, and Bondo on the headset is like, does anybody know who's in the net? We should have known it was Hardy, right?
Yeah.
We didn't have. He's had some crashes this year. He's clearly trying.
No, absolutely.
He's trying.
Hey, so Tomac's on the verge of clinching this thing. Oldest Supercross champ ever. Unbelievable season, and I think he'll get a win or two before. I think he's going to win one of the next 2 rounds, if not both.
Yeah.
I think he rebounds. Incredible stats from Eli Tomac this year, Clinton.
I mean, amazing. It really is. Like, he's just back. I don't know.
Yep.
It's 7 wins, 11 podiums, the most out of anybody. 7 fastest laps in the main events, the most out of anybody. The one that I think is probably we all will appreciate, 4 hole shots.
Yeah,
the second out of anybody. That's not his norm. He's led the most laps. Led 8 mains. I mean, he's just had a phenomenal year from a stat perspective, and the all-time numbers are phenomenal. I mean, it's 44 wins.
He's going to be second all time. We talked to RC about that. He'll probably pass RC and be second all the time. And what's crazy, as we were talking about with Jeremy and Ricky, he just doesn't seem like a Supercross guy.
Yeah,
but he's going to be second all time. Everybody,
yeah.
Hey, he's going to pass Stu.
6 more.
Yeah.
6 more. He needs 6 more wins to tie Stewart for second all time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys think he goes and wins it this weekend? That's my question.
I think so.
Mm-hmm. I do. Scotty, you think so?
I think
Michael,
so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, I think he does. I don't know what happened last weekend. I did some digging, and I couldn't really get to the bottom of it. I know at Atlanta he thought his bike was acting up early. This weekend was just super weird.
Yeah.
But I think he gets it done. I think he rebounds the next 2 races, and he's fine. Especially we're at altitude, too.
He seems to be happy on that bike.
Yeah.
Hey, Clinton, I got a stats question for you because I'm pretty sure this got run on the broadcast, so I think you brought it up. Average age of 450 class winner this year. Did I hear it was like 29?
Yeah.
I mean, because I know that is Eli's age.
Yeah, it is. And that was a stat. Bondo and I have been having conversations all year because we knew age was playing a factor this year, and it is. It's 29. And it's the highest age for the average winner throughout the entire history of Supercross in the 48 years. Yep.
Wow.
Even more impressive guys, like the top 5 riders in the standings right now, average age is 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, think about that. So here comes AC, here comes Sexton, here comes no.
Well, the crazy ones they brought up on a TV spot earlier this year was the whole fact that you have Anderson, Malcolm, Tomac. Even though you think of all these guys going to 450 class at different times, it was a huge group of guys that literally raced amateurs together that are all within like 6-8 months of age of each other. It's just nuts. I almost wanted to ask Sexton that in the press conference. Like for Chase, it's got to be so weird this year to be racing wins because it's like, on one hand, you hear rumors like, okay, all these guys I'm racing should be leaving soon, next year or 2. But who's really going to fall? Like, it's going to be weird for him because he's racing all these guys now, and you could legitimately say in the next 2 to 3 years, that entire group that he has raced this year will just be gone.
Yeah. I think Dunge and Villapoto, right? They're 27. They packed it in early. That skewed us into thinking, like maybe these guys.
Everybody's going to bail at 27,
Look at Larocco and look at those other guys. Like they kept going, right?
Yeah.
And now we're back to guys keeping going. So.
But then you got the young crowd coming in, the Degans, all those, so it's going to catch back up. Once you get through the lights close.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd say it'll be huge though because it'll be such a huge. Whether some of these guys will go a little longer than others, but you could legitimately say that group we're talking about, Marvin, Anderson, Barsha, Stewart, those guys within a year or 2 of each other will probably all pretty much fall out around the same time. Maybe the most somebody will stretch it 2 years beyond the rest, but
no, and Clinton, we don't need your stat counting to know that Ken Roxon's win was the weirdest one of the year.
Unexplainable because he goes from 1 win to then in the next 8 rounds he finishes outside the top 10 4 times, which ties the number of times he finished outside of the top 10 in the previous rest of his career.
Oh wow!
Yeah, just nuts. Also, if Justin Brayton starts the next 2 races, which we expect he will, he'll be tied for 5th all time.
Wow!
In career 450 main event starts.
Who is it? Nick Way, the whole.
Nick's ahead of him, and then Larocco, Wyndham, and
he's number 1.
Chad Reed.
Chad,
Right. Duh. Yeah, Chad Reed. Yeah. So
the question is Brayton going to come back and do 3 more races so he can pass Nick?
As we asked him that question at the live show in Foxborough, and he said absolutely not.
Really?
Yeah, he's over U.S. Supercross.
Yeah,
he's gonna go
so that not going to happen. You know what I mean? So
does Chad ever come back and race a main to do it over race to do over?
I think he thought of this year. I don't think it happened, and I don't look forward to it. Yeah, I don't.
I wish he would have.
Yeah.
He would have been able to this year.
I had a guy. I was arguing with a guy on Instagram. The guy's like, he couldn't make the night show on a 2-stroke. I'm like, are you drunk? The night show? I'm not talking about the main event. Like
he hit the whoops better in the freaking opening lap than almost anybody did in the.
Yeah, I know, right? It's ridiculous. So Clayton Fowler on the PulpMX show, presented by the folks at OGIO Power Sports, of course. Also, the 9 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Suspension Direct, SDI. I don't know if you've heard of these guys, but they do great things out there, and they have their E-Click shocks that they make for UTVs, they make for Jeeps, they make for Ford Raptors, UTVs, and more. It's more than just electronic shocks. It's a semi-active suspension system that constantly adapts to the road and conditions. No more getting out of the vehicle to adjust suspension before getting on a road or trail. And again, it's SDI. Code is PulpMX to save. Suspension Direct. And they also have their one-stop shop for all hard-to-get OEM suspension parts from WP, Showa, Walker Evans, Fox, KYB. So please check that out, SDI. Mark's remind me to ask you about the SDI here in a little bit.
Yeah, 10-4.
Right after we get done with Clinton. So Clinton, by the way, Clinton, how's the Kraken doing? How's everything going with the Kraken? Not so good.
Hey, it's been a bit of a rough season.
Yeah. No, Clinton's a big hockey guy, and he lives up in Seattle, and he's talking big about the Kraken. But no.
We got Beniers. We got the first round draft pick. Second, he's started his career with four games in a row with a point scored. So I'm hopeful for the future. Let's say it that way.
It's been weird though, man. Like honestly, even their expansion draft, I didn't like that. That was weird. Yeah,
Yeah, it's been interesting. When the trade deadline hit, we got rid of a bunch of players, and I think we've played better since then. So
and you know what? They really went wrong with the goalie. And in the NHL, when you go wrong with your goalie, you're wrong with everything. So. Mark's as a Vegas Knight fan.
Hey, Clinton, I was going to say, at least your team hasn't lost in embarrassing fashion to the same team, twice in the last couple of years. So you guys are good on that front at least.
Yeah. Mark's is not doing well right now with VGK's meltdown. So, yeah.
Are they officially out of it now, Mark?
No, not yet. But, I mean, dude, if you can't beat the Sharks.
Being
up 4-2 with 2 minutes to go, you don't deserve to be in anyway. So,
do you and Clayton just want to start your own coding podcast? By the way,
we chat.
Yeah,
me and Clinton chat. Yeah. We could build something great. Clinton does a great job, though. Honestly, I'm pumped with what he's done so far.
Yeah.
Could you build an app that's ready by next Friday?
Can we get an app by Friday, Clinton?
Right. Yeah. I'll jump right on that. I'll push it to
Mark
Thursday.
and I have been working on the app.
Oh, you have been? Oh.
Well, I wasn't going to break that, but yeah. See.
Yeah, maybe we could tell Steve about it.
It would be just like PulpMX for all the minions to go around and do things without talking to me, and then just say surprise. that would be just, and then everyone gets a good giggle at my expense as usual. So,
isn't that really what happens? You actually give these guys assignments? I don't believe that.
I try to.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get a show website for 2 years built. 2 years. Not by Mark's, by another person.
It's live. It's live. Yeah, we're good.
It's up?
It's live now.
Yeah, right now. Yeah. Thanks for paying attention.
Hold on.
Thanks for
the website is up?
It doesn't redirect from the old one yet, but you can access the new one, yes.
Oh, I'm on the old one.
Oh, you can get on the new one if you want.
It's a secret passcode.
He doesn't even know.
Again, the minions just running things.
I knew we were close, but I didn't know it was live.
Hey. It's like when you have this company where the head figure is just gone dementia, but they keep him around to be the face of it, and everybody else is doing all the work.
So now you feel like me, Steve.
Yeah. It's bullshit. So, PulpMXShow.com.
Well,
no.
That will. So, sometime this week, PulpMXShow.com will redirect to the new site.
Okay.
Good. What's the new site?
It's PulpMX.com/PulpMXShow.
Okay. Tallon, did you know that?
Yeah, I was doing the testing for it.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. See, everybody's involved but me.
He's Minion 3.
Complete bullshit.
Minion 3.
See what I deal with, Clinton? You see this?
It's rough. It's rough times. We're just ganging up on you, Steve. We're ganging up on you.
It is.
Why make a union when you can just organize a coup?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. exactly.
Fuck my ass. Hey,
Oh.
Steve.
What's that, Clinton?
I've got one. Back to Tomac. I got
Yeah.
one question because I'm curious to hear you guys' opinion on this.
Yep.
So he's going to get his second championship, right? Like
Yep.
we all know he's going to get his second championship. He's had a reputation for having the meltdown, right?
Yep.
Like there's 3 or 4 races. Can we put that to rest now? Like, are we done with saying that Tomac has the meltdown? Like he's the all-time stat. 44 wins, 84 podiums, 146 career starts. I mean, he's top 5, top 4 in all of these categories. Do we finally get to put that to bed and not use that as the thing that's Tomac's like signature?
Yeah, I agree. It's not been there, right? We've had many years of a weirdo race or two. Even outdoors, he'd have those weirdo races.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be as bad as the Supercross ones, but yeah, I think we're all right. Yeah.
Yeah, think about if last weekend goes down as the worst race of his season.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
No.
By his standards.
No. And he didn't, he didn't start first and end up 7th, right? He just kind of went from 4th to 7th.
Yeah.
So.
Because, what was his worst, around his worst finish for his last Supercross title year on the Cowie? Probably his
when he
worst
won the
race.
title?
Yeah.
I feel like there was a 10th in there, a 12th in there.
Yeah.
Probably. Maybe? Yeah.
Taking a look.
Yeah, Clinton's looking right now.
I say we got the guy.
Yeah, Clinton Fowler, brought to you by OGO Power Sports. So.
Yeah, I don't think he finished out of the top. I know he didn't finish out of the top 10. There's only been a few champions that have ever finished out of the top 10. Yeah, he was top 10 in every single race. He had one where he was between 5th and 10th. So, yeah.
So it was a much better season his title year. Yeah, much more consistency.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, he was 16 and 17 rounds. He was in the top 5, and this year he's not even going to hit that. Like he's only got 12 top 5s now. He's been out of the top 5 3 times this year. So
yeah.
Interesting. 2020 was better.
Yeah, his this race and his Anaheim 1 were really outliers for his year, really. And we'll see what happens in the last 2, right? So
yeah.
By the way, RC comes over for show 500, walks in the house, and goes, "Man, will you look at these ceilings?" Thanks, Clinton. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Yep.
Hey, he asked what he needed to know, and I was like, man, you just got to give him a hard time about the house. You got to talk about the mansion.
Yeah, just ridiculous. So I know you put him up for that. So good work.
Yes, healthy.
Yeah, it's great. All right, Clinton. Hey, thanks for calling in, man. I appreciate it. Anything else for Clinton before we let him go?
I think good, sir.
No.
Keep up the good work, my man.
Yeah.
Yes,
are you
thank you,
doing
sir.
some outdoor stuff? I know there were talks of that. I'm not going in the booth, but helping the outdoor people.
Yeah.
Are we doing any of that?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the support with the preview docs and the other stuff, but
Nice.
I can't do the travel and the real time stuff for the outdoors. I have a full time job and in a life that I gotta tend to. So,
wow.
But I do the stuff to support Weege and get him kind of the prep material so he can have that stuff available on race day.
That's awesome. It'll help a lot for sure. Well, you've come a long way from writing me an email and me saying, "Yeah, do one column. We'll see how it goes." And then here we are.
That's where you find the good ones.
That's awesome, right? Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate it, Steve. Appreciate it genuinely, and work on that raise for Marks.
Yeah, all right. Thanks a lot, Clinton. Thanks for calling in, buddy. We'll talk soon, man. See ya.
Alrighty, thank you.
See
Talk
ya.
soon.
That's Clinton Fowler.
I
Everybody
only had to pay him $200 to say that too.
Yeah.
That was great.
No, listen, his
worth every penny.
Have you seen his site? I should show it to you.
I have not.
Yeah,
You need
I
to
should
show
show
that
you
to
his
me.
site. Yeah,
That'd be great.
it's great. He's done so much work.
Yeah.
And it's been 3 years of that, So
Because there was nothing back in the
dude,
day.
no, Davey got the vault going, and thank
Right.
you for that.
Yes.
That's a big
I
thing.
use that
but-
thing so much.
Right. Well, Clinton's thing is next level.
I'm
So-
messaging him right now.
Because there was
no
internet. That was the main thing.
You got to pay for that.
That's what I'm asking.
Oh,
How
okay.
much?
Yeah.
Hey.
But it's great. So thanks to Clinton Fowler. Thanks to OGO Power Sports. By the way, Suspension Direct. Mark's put the E-clicks on his Raptors, and he went mobbing.
Let's say it's actually dirty.
Oh, it was filthy. You see
He went
that?
mobbing.
Yeah, I went and did some mobbing yesterday.
And how'd the
the
shocks work?
Raptor got to be a Raptor, and
Yeah.
it was really good. The shocks worked great. they have some stuff on there. You can adjust the pitch and the tilt and how much you want it to move around when you're going through, some rough stuff. And it actually works really well. So if you want it to move around a little more, you can adjust it. If you want it to be a little more stable, you can set it to be a little more stable. And then when you're going through stuff, it the suspension does the work for you, and the truck tries to stay a little more level. It worked really well. I'm not just saying that.
Yeah.
And it works
Did
well.
you want a Jeep road, or did you go more on hills and stuff?
A little of both.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I got a video of me doing like 60 through some trails.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Just
check you out.
Mobbing. Yeah. And it works well on the street too.
Said that.
No bullshit. Like you can adjust like I said, the pitch. And when you're going around corners and stuff, the Raptor has a tendency to lean quite a bit, and you can adjust it so the suspension works for you and it stays a little more flat if you want it to. So
nice.
It's really nice. I'm going to put up a post tomorrow on Instagram, so look out for that.
Thanks to ORW and the SDI guys for getting that installed in Mark's Raptor. And if you got a UTV, these E-Click shocks are amazing from the Suspension Direct guys. So thanks to those guys. Ride Engineering, Pulp Fan 20 is the code to save. Ride Engineering ignition plugs and oil caps have flush mount design to keep them lightweight and offer maximum protection. They also look cool and add a little bling. Just don't install them with a screwdriver. Keep a quarter in your toolbox and use that to tighten it and loosen it. Free shipping is over $99 to add some matching axle blocks, master cylinder covers, and more. Use PulpFan20 to save 20%. Ride-engineering.com. Thank you to those guys. All right, let's do our Antonio Cairoli interview that was recorded earlier today because obviously he's 9 hours ahead in Italy. So I called Antonio to talk to him about coming to America as well as racing in enduro and more. Brought to you by the folks at Renthal. Also, we have Paul Parabinos was in studio last week. The limited edition purple Renthal bars. We gave 2 away last week. We're giving 2 more sets away. We got 1 fat bar and 1 twin wall bar to give away. Purple, limited edition purple. Third caller right now, Tallon. Third caller wins. Tell them they can pick either the fat bar or the twin wall, purple Renthal, limited edition. You do not get to pick bar bend. You're just getting what I have. So third caller right now, 702-586-PULP, gets that. And the other set we will give away on contest at PulpMXShow.com. Contest at PulpMXShow.com. We will get you the set that the gentleman on the phone call doesn't pick. So that's Renthal.com for more information on that. And Renthal.com presents my interview with Antonio Cairoli. He is coming to America, and here is our conversation right now. Here's our conversation right now with Antonio Cairoli. And now brought to you by the folks at Renthal. Renthal, more championships in the paddock than all the other brands combined. Factory Honda, of course, Red Bull, KTM, Kawasaki, all using Renthal, whether it's the twin wall bar, whether it's the 7/8 bar, or the Fat Bar 36. They've got a lot going on at Renthal. This man on the line also happened to use Renthal bars, and he is a legend of the MXGP series and coming to America. Antonio Cairoli, what's up, Antonio? How are you, man?
Ciao, Steve. Yeah, all good, thank you. I'm really looking forward for this, of course.
Yeah, this is going to be great. So I've talked to you a number of times over the years, and you've always told me you'd like to race in America at some point. I guess take us through, like, did you go to KTM? Did they come to you? Take us through your decision to come here.
Okay, listen, I mean, last year, everybody knows I stopped with my professional career, but I always wanted to race there because I think it's a very nice series and a super nice atmosphere and tracks and everything. So this year I had the chance that I could do it. So I said, okay, let's do the first races because I'm not, of course, training as I did before in the past when you are competing for some championship, but I'm still quite riding quite a lot, mostly testing for KTM, also for the R&D department and everything. But I think it's a good opportunity if I can do some races and come a little bit visit some friends over there and just enjoy with the family a little bit some trips so it's nice. Yeah, that's really good. We're excited to have you. Now, obviously, the first 2, you're in for the first 2. If it goes well, will you keep going? How many do you think you will do, or is it just 2 for sure? No, 2 is for sure at the moment. But of course, I mean, I had some others maybe on the plan, before the Motocross of Nations, because I want to race the Motocross of Nations. This was already in the plan.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's quite far in the season, So if I had to race the nations for sure, I would like to do some races before, and maybe it's on the plan. It was nice to do some more nationals by the end of the year, but I don't know yet. I don't know yet the plan for the moment. It's the first 2, and
and we'll see
how it goes. If I'm not too slow, then I maybe do more.
Okay, I think you'll be okay. How do you feel? Obviously, a year away from the races, or like I said, like you said, you're not training and you're not riding as much. Do you feel as good as ever? Is your fitness not where it used to be? Like, how do you feel on a bike right now?
No, I mean, I'm just back from one enduro race.
I saw that.
I'm quite at the moment. I'm quite enjoying more the bike than the training. Instead, the intensity of the training is not for sure what we had before. It's just more fun now, and of course, for win, you need intensity. You need everything, But if you approach the races, it's more like fun and this. Of course, it's nice in one way, but in the other way, you maybe. You're maybe not ready for stay at the front, but this is not the case. I mean, I don't really look for results at the moment. I just really enjoy riding at the moment. Yeah, not expecting too much, but of course I'm not going just to pull out, after 5 laps. This is not my case. I just want to finish the races and see how it goes.
Did you have a chance to ride for MXGP for KTM? Did they ask you? I heard. Did they want you to maybe jump back in? Yeah.
Yes, they asked me in what it was end of February. But I mean, I didn't have any hours on the bike yet, so it was not possible at all. Because if it was maybe later in the season, was maybe possible. But when they asked me in February, I stopped with the GPs and the Supercross of Paris in end of November, and then middle of November, and then I didn't take the bike until end of February, so it was not really possible. And I didn't also do any kind of physical training at all. So
right.
It was not really possible.
Where will you base yourself in America? Will you fly in and out of California or on Baker's Factory? Or
Yes, I will be in California, close to KTM, of course, to the team, and then for the other races, if I do other races, then I don't know yet the plan, but we make it during the season.
You should get a motorhome, you, Jill, and the kid.
We're required to do some more races.
Get a motorhome and travel around America, Antonio. Film it for GoPro. Put a GoPro on.
I'm not. I don't like driving, so I don't really see myself on this.
Right. That's awesome, man. So, hey, what was the idea with the enduro? Who talked you into that, or what did you think of that?
It was fun because it was. It's a KTM trophy, of course, with mostly amateur people.
Yep.
And they asked me to do just some marketing wise, to do some to be there at the event, But I say, okay, I like to ride also, and I like enduro also a lot. So I say, okay, I will be at the event, but I want to be racing. So it was like just more fun than sitting there and. Give the trophies to the people,
How'd you do, or what was it tough?
I was third overall.
Oh.
Was good because with all this time that you need to respect was something new for me. So I made some mistakes. the stamp you need to make and all the time you need to come out from the Parc Fermé, you know, and this kind of thing was quite sketchy. But I made some penalties, so I was third in the end. But
Yep.
it was fun. It was very nice.
Right. So Paula and Hangtown, first two California tracks. Have you watched any video?
Yes. Impala, I ride a couple of times, but I think the track is completely different than when I was there. Of course, it was a long time ago. And Hangtown, I have seen some videos, but not really much. But I see that it's quite hard pack, so normally should be fine. You know?
Yeah, you're Italian. Hard pack is fine for you guys.
Yes, very hard pack in Italy.
What if you keep going more? Are there any other tracks you're looking forward to? I know you told me Red Bud, but you did race it at the MXDN, of course. Are there any other tracks you look forward to if you keep going?
Yeah, of course. Unadilla, it's nice. I think. I mean, all the tracks are nice. Millville and Southwick and so many tracks.
Yep.
There is not really one track I will choose. I mean, I will just love to ride all of them because there is always a nice, atmosphere and such a nice tracks. Just looking forward, to be there and meet all the fans. Also, is nice.
Yeah, I think you're going to get a good reception. I don't know how your social media. Do you feel like the Americans are excited? Because I do over here, like in the paddock the last couple of weeks. All the industry, riders, mechanics are like, that's awesome, and the fans that I've dealt with on my social stuff seem to love it. Like, do you feel the excitement a little bit on your end of things for this announcement?
Yeah, of course. I'm really, really happy, that they're writing me a lot of messages to meet a lot of these fans and. Also, a lot of Italians, that they are living in US. They are just super pumped, that they finally have somebody,
Yeah.
That they are living there. That they finally have also somebody, maybe bring the flag, at the tracks.
Yeah, really, right? Now Antonio, you gotta ride with a stock frame here, right, and everything. So you gotta grab yourself a production bike. Get used to it.
Yeah. Actually, I get one stock bike, earlier this year because in Europe was not available yet, and there was the American version. So I rode a lot with the standard bike, and I really love it. So no problem, should be okay.
You're an older guy, so you're probably happy to see Tomac do so well this year. I mean, he's going to be the oldest Supercross champion ever. What's your take? What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts on the American Supercross series so far?
Yeah, I always watch the Supercross races, and of course, Eli is doing one of his best season. I think it's nice, to come there and mix it up with the boys.
Yeah. It's cool to see the sort of resurgence he's had, a little bit. Antonio Cairoli on the PulpMX show, brought to you by the folks at Renthal, renthal.com. Please check them out. Of course, AC222 uses Renthal as well, and please check it out, renthal.com, for more information. And Antonio, we got to get you 222. We're working on that, the number 222.
Yeah, hopefully, yes. Come on. I really like to ride with my number. I know some other guy has it, and maybe
we can work something out. Yeah, we can work something out.
Perfect. Nice. Thank you.
Hey, so MXGP this year, without yourself, without Jeffrey, Prado's been up and down a little bit. Tim Geiser, he has a 60-point lead already. Not exactly a very exciting series so far, but that happens.
What? Sorry, I didn't hear you. Can repeat?
Tim Geiser has a 60-point lead already. Without it's kind of not that exciting going on without you, without Jeffrey. Prado's been up and down, so no Febra, obviously. So it's not a very exciting series to start over there.
Yeah, I mean, there is gonna be a little bit. Of course, Febra is not there. Me and Jeffrey are not there, but of course the guys are doing an amazing job. Team is, of course, really constant. Really every race they score the maximum points or don't make any kind of mistakes. So it's gonna be difficult, for the rest, to beat him, beat him, I think.
Right. Yeah. It'll be interesting to watch. Tom Vial, KTM's MX2 rider, is he going to be a next MXGP champion? Does he have what it takes? Do you think? Watching Vial.
I think so. I mean, he's very, very, technical rider and doesn't make too many mistakes. So I think he will adapt quickly to the class, I think.
Yeah, he should be okay then. It's good. This is going to be real exciting. Is there a bit of America that you're looking like off the track? Like, are you looking forward to, like eating at a restaurant or going to like a historical landmark or anything about America outside of dirt bike racing that you're looking forward to?
I mean, I didn't really look. I asked my wife to do it so she can, search around, for what to do, because of course I wanna go a little bit around and see it, because I didn't have the chance in the past. So I would like to do some kind of trips, now, especially with the little kids. It would be nice. Yeah.
What about food? What's the American food you're looking forward to?
I mean, I for food, I mean, in Italy we are quite spoiled, so I don't know exactly what to look forward, but
okay,
we will see.
So when I went to Motocross the Nations with Ferry in 2003 at Zolder, Michele Rinaldi helped us out, right? The Yamaha team. And I was asking him about American food, and he told me he loves Pizza Hut. And I was just in shock, Antonio. I was in shock that the Italian told me he wanted Pizza Hut. So, yeah.
Yeah, but maybe he's from North Italy, so it's kind of difficult, because they don't really have a good pizza.
Oh, okay.
North Italy. You need to come to center or south.
Yeah, center or south, right? What a career you've had on the bike. It's just been amazing. We saw you at Paris too as well, and I think you were enjoying that. Look, Supercross was never your thing. You've been there a couple of times though. Do you enjoy riding like Paris or I think you did Genoa one year also? Do you enjoy that Supercross stuff a little bit?
For sure, I really enjoy. I have also a little Supercross track at home, but it's just for fun, because when it comes to racing, it's difficult, to be. You can ride a few laps, but to be focused and on 20 laps and. With that intensity, you need to have a lot of practice on it, and you need to born, or in US or in France, to be competitive in this, or in Australia, let's say, and a few other countries. If you're born in Italy, you are not really a Supercross rider, because there is not really the mentality about Supercross.
Yeah. Did you ever have a chance when you were younger to come to America? Did you think about it? Did you ever talk to anybody? Did you want to do it? Like, say, early on, when you're 20 years old or whatever?
Yeah, only 1 year I had the chance, but I was already 21. Let's say I was quite old, to ride, to be there. So in the end, I decided to stay, because if I had the chances, to be, there when I was maybe 17 or 18, it would be for sure yes. But when I was already 21, 22, and then I still need to learn how to ride Supercross, so it will be, another year maybe, and then it's difficult. So this was the worst, decision I had to take.
Yeah, was it with a Yamaha team over here, or what was it? Do you remember?
Yes, it was my Yamaha team. Yes.
Oh, okay, nice. That would have been neat. Did I hear that at some point you had you'd spoke to Prado, and kind of said, hey, if you're gonna, I heard that you said to him, if you're gonna go to US, you got to go now. This is a couple years ago, and if you don't go now, you're going to stay in MXGP. Is that something? Was that true? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what I advised him from my experience that I had, and so I mean, this was just one little advice that I could give. I mean, if you want to go, you need to go. You are one-time world champion. I mean, and then you have to leave.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You got to get there early to learn Supercross, right?
yes, because it's. I mean. It's very, very difficult, kind of racing and everything. So you need to adapt to the format and everything.
Before we wrap this up, Antonio, thank you again for the call. So it sounds like you're coming for fun. You haven't off the bike. You haven't trained as hard as you used to, and all that. But do we? I mean, if you're top 5, is that a goal? Podium? Is that is that kind of your goal? Do you think you can? I think you can get top 5 and challenge for a podium if you kept going. But what's your goals? Like if you're top 10, will you be happy? Or a guy like you, because you've won so much, what's your goals?
Of course, I mean top 5 it would be amazing. I mean,
okay.
If I see, I mean what I'm doing at the moment and what kind of riding and training stuff. I mean, I will start training a little bit now. More a little bit. Okay, we have still 1 month to go, but I mean, you cannot prepare, one season in 1 month. So
right.
Otherwise, it would be easier for everybody. This is. I mean, if I am top 5, I would be super pumped, of course.
Cool. Well, thank you for doing this. I can't wait to see you, you and Jill and the little one. Should be fantastic. Our series is much better with you racing it. That's for sure. It's going to be awesome. Thanks for coming over, man. I'm looking forward to it. This is really, really cool. And I'm glad you get to experience. So thanks, Antonio.
Thank you. Bye-bye and see you soon.
Bye. See you. Bye. That's the great Antonio Cairoli, brought to you by Renthal, renthal.com. Great guy. Have you ever interviewed Antonio, Michael? Have you ever?
When we had a USGP, I got to actually interview him and Koldenhoff at CD's US deal. No, it was AXO, back when he was still, AXO USA still exists, and they were sponsoring him. So that was the first time I got to meet Koldenhoff, and got to interview Antonio.
Yeah, really, really nice guy. I've got to know him over a long time. So, really, really cool to have him on the show. And renthal.com. I said in there, he said, look, I'm not where I need to be in my fitness, but I'm going to start working now. If I'm top 5, I will be very, very happy, he said. And I think that's realistic. I think, 7 to 5, 7 to 4, and maybe a podium here and there.
I can't remember who I was talking to this week, and they asked me because they said, my buddy says he'll barely be top 10. I'm like, 7 to 4 is my guess.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't doubt, his ability, if he starts and runs inside the podium for a little bit, 100% wouldn't surprise me. I think a 4 to 7 super respectable.
Yeah. No, I agree. So looking forward to having him here. We'll see about hurling soon too. That'll be great for the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championships, and you can see that on MavTV and MavTV Plus. So get it on there, and all the races will be on there this summer, and of course the PulpMX show as well on Tuesday nights. Incredible. Just
PulpMX show, TV show. Went from just a janky radio show to a
basically
janky YouTube show to. Well, I can't call it a janky TV show. You're going to get booted. You're going to have to be a respectable TV show.
Respectful. There you go.
We're basically like Magnum PI. It's basically we're like Magnum PI. I know it's a timely reference. Absolutely. So
you getting the Ferrari now?
Yeah, exactly. Not the Lambo. Hey, thanks to the folks at Manscaped. Manscaped have been on board with us for a while. They got performance packages coming out now. Of course, they got the Lawnmower 4.0 performance package. Included in this package, you'll find the Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer, Weed Whacker ear and nose hair trimmer, Crop Preserver ball deodorant, Crop Reviver toner, performance briefs, and a travel bag, all of it. Manscaped, PulpMX 20 is the code to save with Manscaped. The Weed Whacker is waterproof and uses a 9,000 RPM motor, not 360-degree rotary dual-blade system. The Lawnmower 4.0 is got a 7,000 RPM motor. It's got an on-off switch for a travel lock. It's got a light on it. It's got a guard on it so you can watch the delicates, It's got that guard so you can't get too close, too much trouble. Manscaped, please check them out. PulpMX 20 is the code to save with Manscaped. They got a whole line of performance hair products too. So they got the cologne infused ultra premium body wash with aloe vera and sea salt to keep your skin feeling clean and moisturized. They got 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner. Once you're out of the shower, you can get on the Manscaped aluminum-free deodorant train. They've got lip balm as well. So Manscaped expanding their empire and doing good things. PulpMX 20 is the code to save. So please check that out. The Elite Trimmer as well. Lawnmower 4.0 Elite Trimmer to clean off any unwanted body hair. So it's waterproof too. So Michael, Lindsay, I don't know how your junk is, but if it needs help, Manscaped is the one to do it. All right?
Okay.
Keep that in mind.
I will.
All right.
Your voice will be going through my head.
Listen, man. Listen. We have the. Listen. Are you okay back there? Because if you're not, let me know.
Back there?
Back
there?
there.
Back there?
Everywhere.
Back there?
Well, RV had a whole story about back there that I don't want to really get into.
Why does that not surprise me?
Fucking nuts at man.
Yeah. So, hey, Marks, we did a Twitter poll last week. The PulpMX, we're going to do a bunch of these all summer long. It's going to be fun to do. Of course, we're going to do favorite co-host and all that. Michael Lindsay, by the way.
I ain't doing well on the favorite co-host.
Who do you think Lindsay's going to be matched up against?
Oh, this is your
I'm screwed.
this is your 14th time here.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
14th
That was way more
time.
than I thought.
Yep.
I thought it was gonna be
You
like 8.
are now pulled ahead of Adam Entignap. Yeah.
Okay.
Pulled ahead of Adam Entignap.
On people's hearts, I can tell you that.
And
you're sure.
I love Addy to death. How can
14?
you not like Addy?
Yeah.
Addy's number.
Yeah, I mean,
They're
I don't know.
14. Wow.
Pookie
I thought it
added
was like
these
8
up.
or 10.
Added Pookie.
I mean, I have come
won't-
up quite a few times.
She knows her truth. I'll leave that one at that.
And this includes like COVID shows and all that stuff too.
Okay.
So if you came in during COVID when I did the live shows all across, that counts as one. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if you did or not. I don't remember. You probably did. I'm sure.
I think I came up for one.
I'm sure you did. So anyways, we're doing a bracket challenge all summer long. The first bracket up on PulpMXShow.com is favorite rider. So not favorite caller or not favorite co-host or anything like that. Just favorite rider. We had a week of voting, Marks, and
we did. Do you want me to list out the winners?
Yeah.
So it was Roxon over Ferrandis, Wilson over Webb, Cicerilla over Barsha, Tomac over Anderson, Brayton over Oldenburg, Nicoletti over Hartraft.
Phil with the big win.
Yeah, big win. Anstey over Bloss, which I believe was the closest one that we had. It was like 50.5 to 49.5 or something like that.
Yeah.
Amar over Freese, not a big shocker
Troll
there.
train.
Yeah. Stewart over McElrath, which I think was the biggest gap. I think Stewart had like 94%.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Mookie's
over,
And nothing
over
gets changed.
over McElrath.
Yeah.
But it's Malcolm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plessinger over
This is
Sexton,
riveting.
Craig over Savachi, Bogle over Muscan, Chisholm over Rodbell, Aire over Morans, Clayson over Norn, and last but not least, Starling over Entignap, which was the most voted in.
Really?
That's an upset, I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Starling was he said, I can't believe you guys you jerk offs put me against Entignap.
No, wow.
And then he pulled out the W.
Yeah.
Look at
Yeah.
that.
And my prediction is Phil goes far. Phil goes semifinals or final.
I would bet Phil goes far.
Who's he up against next round?
He's got to go against Brayton.
Oh, he'll be Brain. No,
yeah.
he'll be Brain unless Weege is over there
Yeah,
flying the flag hard.
Yeah, it depends if Weege gets all his computers in North Carolina.
Everything.
To vote.
Hey,
Yeah.
every day you're gonna log in Racer
Yeah.
X in the morning. There's just gonna be a big old thing
Yeah.
to vote for Brain.
Yeah, absolutely.
Every day,
So-
homepage takeover on Racer X every day is
so
vote
we're
for
gonna do
Brain.
this. We're gonna do favorite PulpMX show rider caller, right?
Yeah, that's. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, and then we're doing favorite co-host.
yeah.
Co-host, yeah.
Who are you putting me up against in co-host?
That's all Roto. Roto does this. So,
God, I'm gonna text him because I'm probably up
I
for
think
I'm screwed.
if he does what he did in this one, it would be based on like social media following. So highest would go against lowest. You know, it's like first seed versus last seed type deal.
Right.
So depending on where you fall in there.
All right. So the voting goes up tomorrow for now for the next round.
Yeah, the new voting will go up. I think this is the Sweet 16. We got 16 left.
Okay.
Who will win favorite co-host? Will it be Kiefer or DV?
Yeah, I don't know. RV?
Oh, is he?
He'll be in there. He'll be in the mix.
It'd probably be.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. That's the Twitter people
I'm
have
gonna go
spoken.
with DV. I bet DV wins.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was cool though. I think we got more involvement and engagement in this than I expected.
Oh, nice.
People were pumped.
Hey,
on
how
it.
close?
Good job to
was
Rotocross.
the-
Yeah, good job, Roto.
How close was the Tomac Anderson one? Because I will say that's the only one of those that kind of shocks me a little bit. Even though Tomac.
No,
wins
Starling over to 7 Deuce Deuce shocks me.
Yeah, a little bit.
Right.
Tomac Anderson was Tomac 65.7, Anderson 34.3.
Huh. So, then again, it is your following.
I mean, a lot of them weren't. A lot of them weren't close. A lot of 70s versus 20s and 60s versus 30s.
So keep an eye on that. We'll start the new Sweet 16 voting tomorrow, and we'll keep it going all summer long for a few different contests. So, Michael Lindsay from Vital MX. How's everything at Vital MX, by the way? How's it going? How's the forum?
It's
how
great.
you just
Everybody always asks me, "How's the form? How's the
Right.
form?" It's great for 3 weeks out of the month, and then there's 1 week out of the month that everything seems to go haywire, and I
Right.
can't stay off the form dealing with stupidity for like 2 or 3 days.
Right.
Everybody seems to melt down at the exact same time.
Here's what I don't understand about the forum. So I assume, like, some of the people you just kick out of there, right?
Yeah.
Who just say stupid shit, insulting shit.
Yeah.
Politics, religion, that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, we actually let politics back in. That's been
Oh
interesting.
boy. Okay.
Only in the non-moto section, but that's interesting.
Right. So here's my thing, though.
Man.
If you kick them out,
yeah,
do they get to come back in, these people?
It depends. So it used to be a little bit more open-ended. Now when somebody gets booted, 95% of the time I send them an email that says why they've been booted and how long they'll be booted for. Most of the time, if they just tell somebody they're in need, if they say something really shitty towards somebody, tell somebody, like something pretty wrong, I'll just, hey, you're out for a week or two. If it's something like racist or nasty against religious people or something, I'm like, you're just talk to me in a couple months if you want to try to plead for some reason. Well, no, racist, you're out no matter what.
Yeah.
Like people that get nasty with politics and religion, I'll be like, hey, you're out for a month or two. Plead your case if you ever want to come back. But there's stuff I perma-ban people. There's also, but then the problem is people come back, keep making new accounts, and they start using IP address changers and stuff. But
they really do that. They really do that.
We have a couple guys who have probably in the last 10 years have made 80-something accounts. You ban them about once a month when they kind of trend towards the same.
What are these people doing for their
email
lives?
server.
For their lives?
Nothing, apparently. Nothing.
What do they do
They
for
have
their
nothing
lives?
better to do than come make my life and everybody there is miserable.
You're fucking kidding me.
No, I think I'm not even joking. Legitimately, the top guy, there's got to be somebody that's had over 200 accounts. There's some that are bad, but you start to get. There was one guy who kind of had the same theme. He would use like movie star names.
Yeah.
Kind of, so after a while, you just start to figure out who he was. Right when you make an account, you just delete it before anything would happen, anyways.
Geez. So, how's everything going with testing and all that? Your test bikes and shootouts and everything going? The
It's a
Stark's
nice
coming
little
up?
gap. We just finished, factory editions were a little later this year. We got the Stark, the KTM production launches are this year. Actually,
Going to Redbud, right?
Oh, I don't get to.
Why?
In the Stark launcher on the same freaking day.
Oh.
I got to go to Spain. So, we got to send some of our guys to over to Redbud.
Yeah. All right.
I got Jacob Hayes helping us a little bit now.
So
I'll take him and Klinger. Our video guy will go there, and then I'm gonna go
You're
to.
so much
Stark.
happier being at Vital than you were running your own race team. Good God.
How can I be? I haven't tried to jump off a semi or walk into traffic in the last couple months.
Is Snugs? Is he in a better mood? Yeah, just a million times she says you're in a better mood. I can imagine.
Yeah, I literally. You know how good it was at the end of outdoor season? I was so stressed out. I was having panic attacks at least 2 or 3 times a night. I'd wake up at like 1 in the morning just sweating, panic attacks. I'd sleep a couple hours a night. I got from stress, I basically got carpal tunnel in both my hands and my feet, so they would be super numb feeling.
Yeah.
But anytime I touched something, it was like pins and needles. So I'd walk around all day and felt like you're stabbing knives into my feet all day.
That's not good.
And so, but now that you're not doing it, all gone. All problems gone.
Yeah, instantly my health got. Oh, and my hair started to fall out like drastically.
Right.
All of a sudden, I was pulling it out in chunks towards the end of outdoors.
I've told this story before, but my last year at Yamaha, I was getting these big stomach pains whenever I drank something hot or cold. So hot coffee or cold ice water, I'd get stomach pains, shooting stomach pains. And I'd be like, what the hell? And I went and got they knocked me out and they put a camera down my throat.
Right.
And then they
did stomach holes.
They did an ultrasound, like a pregnant person, to see what's in there. They did all this stuff on me. They couldn't find anything what was wrong with me. They didn't know why it was. I stopped being a mechanic. Gone. Never had that ever since.
Just stress.
Yeah, just stress, dude.
Stress is evil to your body.
Yeah. I absolutely went through it. Just stress about the work and everything else and going on. So. Crazy what that does to you, and you experienced it,
Well, it's a different type, like doing like you and Mia. Like I work nuts hours. I don't really have a stop and a go time most of the time. So like long hours has never bothered me.
Yeah.
But just so much shit riding on you. Yeah, that was a whole different universe of stress to deal with.
Michael Lindsay here from Mark says that's him in fantasy. Stress.
That was me.
Good work.
Dude, I quit
I blame you.
3 rounds ago. I gave up. Was doing so bad.
Imagine having thousands of people yell at you for.
I get that. I get a lot. Well, not thousands, but I got the hundreds.
I guess you
do
know.
I feel you.
Michael Lindsay from Vital MX here on the PulpMX show, presented by Motorsport.com, Decal Works, and Fly Racing. Michael, all right, let's look ahead to Denver a little bit and see what we're going to get. Like 2 rounds to go in Supercross, right? There's a lot of subplots going on here. Hunter Lawrence has won the last 2 250 West races. Now we're going into this thing. I think Christian Craig still got it. I'm not worried about that, but I mean, certainly the momentum is with Hunter Lawrence right now, and Craig's maybe thinking a little bit in his head, right?
Well, and anything can happen. You think of Christian last year, was it Racing Nichols when we went into the
Salt
last
Lake.
round and got hurt?
Yeah.
I mean, it can happen, and it's so crazy to think. I think going into the East break, it just seemed like, oh, Christian's dominated his season. nobody was really able to touch him. And then you look back at Hunter's results, and it's like if he wouldn't have thrown away that one race in the Whoops, when he was in like
third,
this would be, he'd be right in it.
Yeah,
we'd be coming down to the wire between those two. So yeah, in Christian's case, it's not like Jett or Eli's titles where it's just, hey, you just got to get through it. Like there's a little bit of pressure on him to not mess up because one little mistake is going to lose him this championship.
And it's not like Christian is this battle-tested champion, right? Like he's never won before. He's known to be maybe mentally not the strongest guy.
Yeah.
And there's this coming on. Now, I fully think he's going to get this. I really do.
Yeah.
But there's a potential here for Denver or Salt Lake to go sideways, man.
Well, and how is it not just, even though he's showing it come through the pack, it could be as simple as something we've seen with what Jett kept doing as coach. Just all of a sudden, the tensions are going to go through the roof for him if he slides down the first corner because it is one race to go. All of a sudden, there's way more riding on him than any other round this year. Does he make a mistake coming through the pack? Then there's just percentage fights. Like, okay, not most of us are going to say 90% sure, 95% sure he's got this, but all it takes is that one little moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So stay tuned for that. 450 class. Can Anderson make it 3 in a row? And Eli will clinch, I think, this weekend.
Yeah, for sure.
But can Anderson make it 3 in a row and fight him all the way to the finish? It'll give Jason Anderson 6 wins on the year. Maybe Salt Lake could be 7 wins in a row. We talked about altitude training at the press conference, and it's always been a thing that's bugged him in the past. But he's in New Mexico right now, which is high.
Yep.
And
higher than actually any of the rounds we're racing at this year. Albuquerque's pretty high elevation.
Right. So that shouldn't bother him in Denver. It shouldn't bother him in Salt Lake. He should be ready to go. So what do you think we see in Denver?
I lean towards I said it earlier in the shows. I feel like Eli, what we saw this weekend, when he's off, he's really off. But I think when he's on, it's all or nothing kind of for him. I think he puts his head down, just races the win this weekend. I think in his home crowd, I think he gets it done. I think he not only wins the title, I think he caps it off with the win.
You do, yeah.
But I give Anderson, I think they both get another win before the season's up. I think Eli takes it this weekend, and Jason takes it probably in Salt Lake.
I was going to say, so you don't think we see a new winner this weekend?
I don't. I'll never say never to Cooper Webb because he'll never cease to amaze me on what he can make happen. I do think it's an insane long shot, and a part of me would love to say Malcolm Stewart. I really wanted to see him get that first win this season. But his season's just trended off a little bit the last couple rounds. It's not quite where it once was.
I would not be surprised to see Marvin take a win here in the last 2. So 4 podiums in the last 5 weeks, and including a win, right? And the Atlanta race, he crashed back and he pulled in pits, and it wasn't good. So Marv could do this. He won Salt Lake last year. Salt Lake the second last round. So Salt Lake's good for him. Maybe he grabs another win.
Well, I think he's got the most pressure on him to perform because he's in such a weird crossroads of his career. He is, what's Marvin, 30, 31? He's on a Supercross only 1-year contract with KTM. Talking to him very beginning of the year, he seemed more undecided. Now you talk to him, he wants to continue racing. There isn't a lot of talk if he's staying or not. I think he needs to continue to prove not only I want to race, I'm competitive, I can win. It's weird, both him and Cooper at the end of contracts. Webb's in a different case. He's younger, has won championships. He can, if he wants to leave KTM, go elsewhere, he has the ability to do so. He doesn't have to finish off the season strong to pick what he wants to do next year. But Marvin, I feel like there's still, even though he's won this season, there's a lot of pressure on him to really perform. Not only if he doesn't win, at least run in heavy contention against Anderson and Tomac these last 2 races to prove either to KTM, you need to re-sign me, or somebody else is,
we talk about this on our review spot. I don't see a home for him outside of KTM. I don't see a factory team home for him outside of KTM. I just don't. So I think this is a big week for Eli. I'm with you though. His weird race in Foxborough, that'll be all a memory, and he's going to bounce back and clinch the title, win the race. The whole storybook thing in front of his home state fans, right? I really believe that.
Now here's what's crazy still is I think we talked about, or I know there was discussions going on in Atlanta, so I don't know if it's changed, but prior to Atlanta, he has still not signed a contract for next year. Eli's talked about a million times not being a record book guy and stuff. What if this is how he goes out? What if this is the end of his Supercross run? This is wins it at home, dominant in front of Denver the fans.
I think he comes back. I think he's worried about the 23 Yamaha.
That's
he wants to ride
exactly what I heard. Yep.
Right, he wants to ride it, which I understand that because it's going to be a little different for sure.
Yep.
I have tried everything to get it out of the Yamaha guys, and they are not giving it up. So I mean, I have an inside connection with Blue Crew. but they are being very silent. So I want to see what they're going to do to the bike.
It's like they know you run a radio show or something.
Yeah, maybe
Gotta keep a secret.
Maybe they know I'm on MavTV now, and I'm a big
you have a
time-
TV
I'm
show.
like
That they
I'm
really cut
basically
down.
like Magnum PI.
Yeah, Magnum PI.
Yeah, I think he wants to ride the bike before he decides. I fully expect him to be back. But you think maybe Cooper Webb? I think he's going to go back to KTM. That was part of the reason why he went back to Baker's. But you said maybe not. You think maybe not?
I think he does. So I do know he has a Red Bull contract through 23. I do think the most likely option is he signs a 1-year extension with KTM. I think it ends up being a Supercross only deal, and then he weighs his options at the end. I think a lot of it depends on what Eli does it well. This is the number one theory I'm running with is Eli signs his 1-year option. Cooper signs a 1-year extension to his KTM deal to match his Red Bull deal. At the end of 23, Tomac retires. Cooper is done with both his Red Bull and his KTM contract. Cooper reunites
Back with Bobby Reagan.
Yep.
At Star.
That sounds good.
I think
Yeah.
it's...
Yeah, well.
If you really, really want to believe the rumor mill, Cooper may have rode a Star Racing Yamaha.
Yeah, hey,
record.
it wouldn't be the first time a rider whose contract is up rode another brand and
Yeah.
tested it out. That's for sure. I could totally see that.
But I think it could go so many ways. There's there's other openings. Not saying that's things could go good at KTM next year. It could all. Yeah, maybe he signs that in preparation, but maybe things they figure out the bike. He figures out everything, is happy. Who knows?
Well,
maybe Eli continues on. How do they? How does Yamaha sign him if they have Dylan going into a new 2-year contract, and if Eli decides to continue past 23?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams learn about a motorcycle in a year and fix it and learn things on data acquisition and things and get better. So, that's what these teams are doing, right? I've been there too as well on different teams. So, all right, motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Motorsport.com, OEM and aftermarket parts, free shipping and everything over $79. They got street bike stuff, they got UTV stuff, they got dirt bike stuff. Filthy Phil Nicoletti, Ryan Villapoto, and myself, all part of the Motorsport.com family. Go through the banner on PulpMX.com or PulpMXShow.com, and we can figure out to get the best prices, and it helps us out as well. So, again, these questions are submitted to @PulpMXShow on Twitter. Tallon has no camera this week.
Kind of excited about that.
Poor Tallon.
Poor Yar.
I know.
All right. Okay. So these are submitted to @PulpMX on Twitter. Let's do this, Tallon.
All right. First one from the Voice of the Drunken People. Brees has a reputation of being particular to the point of being hard to work with. Have you heard of anyone trying to sign him for next year?
I didn't know Brees has that reputation.
I've heard it from one or two people.
Have you?
Before.
Okay. Yeah.
Not like he's famous, but I've heard particular about certain items.
Yeah.
No, I haven't heard anybody. So I'm not saying he won't, but if it is, it would be. He's had a good season, but again, it would be maybe a newer team, some smaller program, but nothing
everyone
in
who's
particular.
anyone who's got top level equipment is going to be like, hey man, everyone was out. Good job, Ryan, but we had a lot of injuries, and he deserves all the applause he deserves, but it's not going to help him.
That's always the difficult part with results that are end of outdoors or end of Supercross. They look great on paper. The guys have stayed in it. They haven't been hurt. They're learning. You can't take anything away from. But when it's somebody making a team decision, they went results up as the season went on. But did they ever beat anybody we've already signed or spent money on? No. Okay.
Right.
From Slow Ride 858. How do we judge Heart Ram's Supercross season? Clearly a step forward, no question. Percentage pie between bike and team improvement, rider improvement, and the depleted field.
Bike improvement 30%, rider improvement 30%, depleted field 40%. There you go. Boom. Just did the math.
Yeah,
it's simple. Yeah. He's gotten better, 100%. But the field's gotten weaker. But he's been doing, like we talked about Troll earlier. You gave him a 4, by the way.
Give him a 5.
Troll should have been taking advantage of these injuries like Hartraft, and he hasn't always been. Hartraft has been, consistently been the first non-factory dude out there.
Yep.
That's what you're supposed to do. Hartraft's almost always that guy. That's what Troll should have done more times than not. So good job for Brandon Hartraft.
One stat, I remember when I was looking at stuff earlier in the year, Hartraft went from trending early in the year where he would finish the first lap, he would lose a couple spots. Last couple times I checked, I believe he's been going forward pretty much almost every race now.
Yeah. All right.
From Loopy 127. Steve, please tell me you plan on having a skull and crossbones flag waved at some point in the Pulp LCQ.
I would love to. That's Bruce Sternstrom's idea. But yeah,
what does it mean?
Anything goes. It's like a pirate flag. Like anything goes. You can mutiny.
Hey, is it like instead of the Joker lane, you just one lap you wave it, and that one lap it's like what's the horror
Purge,
movie?
The Purge. Yes,
yeah, it becomes
Purge,
a full
right.
purge.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want.
No, I'd like to, but I don't think it's going to work.
Hey, can you do a lap where you just turn off the lights in the stadium for one lap and then turn back on?
That's already happened once.
Yeah.
For Moto Review Show, what happens to RJ long term? Does he eventually make it to the big bikes on a factory team, or does he just stay balls fast on a 250 but can't stay off the ground?
He's one of those guys. Like who would you hire? Like he can't stay up. He crashes a lot. He's got a tremendous amount of speed. Who are you hiring that's better than him though? Not really anybody. Like he's gonna keep a ride. Is my point. Like he's gonna keep on that gravy train.
Yeah, he's been. I think he got his re-up offer from Husky, and I know he's also been pounding on Star's door. So he'll keep a factory ride, but also that same question mark: how many years does it take him to do what Christian's finally doing now? How many years does it take him to put it together, get the Tallon moved to 450? Because how old's RJ?
27?
Really?
I don't know.
I was trying to think if he's 25 or 26, but you think if it takes him 2 more years to win the championship or so, other than I think based on how he finishes this year, he may only have 1 year of eligibility left points-wise.
He makes too many mistakes, man.
Yeah.
He's too loose. It's incredible.
He's
26. He's 26.
But he's a scary one, like I said, because I think when I looked earlier, he already has 2 seasons of the over 135 points. He'll be over 135 points this year. So whoever takes him on from now on knows, he's kind of in the same as the J-Mart and Faulkner.
Yep.
If he has one decent season, even if he doesn't win the title, he's out.
Right. All right.
From Crow 176, Michael, Team Vital MX Honda World Supercross Team.
I answered this one in a tweet with an emoji with a gun to my head. Yes, it's a squirt gun because Apple took away the actual gun like a couple years ago, so it's a squirt gun. But yes, it shows I took the bandaged head emoji and put the squirt gun to its head.
The World Supercross is interesting. It's definitely. I talked to another team this weekend.
Yeah.
Pretty high-profile private team.
Yep.
They got the package. They're talking to the World Supercross guys, and they're like, "It doesn't make a lot of sense, man. It doesn't make a lot of sense."
I've seen the numbers from one of them. I think on the short term, unless you're, I'm going to name this out like this. Like I know Genova's super in on it. If you have the ability to financially fund it yourself for 2 seasons, I think it makes sense because I think it's going to take until the year 2024 at the earliest to get OEM bonus and salary support, which I think is really going to be needed to kind of move ahead with riders unless you're willing to spend a lot of cash first couple years. I think also it's really short notice to get your existing sponsors in. I love the idea of the series overall. Short term, I think it's tough. I heard something like 52 people put in for the tendering process, though.
Really?
I heard, and this is total, once again, this is total rumor mill. I heard Reed and Moosecan were 2 of them that put in to at least get the information.
Yeah. Wow. Huh?
But last thing I'll say is if you were to do a team now, I would say I think if you have the connections, it would be easier to start a team to go global only versus trying to start a team to go race U.S. Supercross and Motocross, partially just not having to deal with the semis and the trucks and some of the pit stuff. If you were to have to start from scratch right now and you had a financial backer or a sponsor, I would go to global before starting a U.S. Supercross Motocross team. At least there is some financial kickback and there's less items you need to go racing. So if I were trying to start from scratch or somebody that's racing that wants to put together a program, I would lean that direction.
Makes sense.
All right, this one's from Snowboard from Peems. With Tomac winning at 29, Craig winning, Anderson and the People's Champ Chiz riding well on factory equipment, are we likely to see the big team shift away from or at least consider more of some of the more experienced privateers over trying to chase the next new kid?
I don't think so. That'll always be there to find the next one, you know?
I think we just said, though, your Brees and your Chisholm, no offense. Like, Chisholm did what he did, but it's a fill-in. Nobody's actually going, and I don't mean this in a bad way, nobody's going to sign Chiz to a full-time ride because of this. Nobody's going to take those guys. I definitely think the sport is trending towards, of course, older riders for factory teams, but not as much, hey, we're going to go pick this privateer that's been doing it for 12 years that is on this certain level of results over a kid that does have a lot of potential.
Yep.
From Rotocross, if Hurlings does race here, does he get the number 84 from Scott Meshy?
No, he gets
It ends up being 184.
Yeah.
From Lax Defense Coach, with no sanctioning body and in theory no consequences for the on-track action, what is the worst thing we should expect to see from these guys on Friday?
I mean, I think somebody lighting another person on fire. I could see that, maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
What are you handing out matches on the starting gate?
Yeah, maybe the mechanic has one. Yeah.
Like it's before the race even starts, they're just gonna be lighting each other. Like
You know,
somebody's
man,
untucked jersey.
These guys
just
are,
gonna
these
go
guys
up
are
in flames.
privateer islanders, man. Things get weird on the island, so who knows? Yeah, we'll see. Again, I'm supposed to give a speech about everybody being calm. So
there's a lot riding on you, Steve.
Big speech guy.
A lot riding on you.
Yeah.
Next one from Jimmy G. When Mitch Payton was recently asked whether Faulkner would be back with him next year on a 450, he said it wasn't decided yet. What can you tell us about his contract and what will he be riding?
Well, I definitely don't be back with Mitch on a 450.
I think the person just misunderstood because they asked Mitch if on the TV cast if Faulkner would be back with him next year or in the 450 class because I think Blair kicked that to be, and he said, that's not up to him. That's mostly up to Kawasaki because the long-standing rumor is he has some sort of 450 verbiage in his contract.
Mm-hmm.
Again, before you asked so many questions in the press conference, I was going to ask Austin which he would choose, but
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
There's no way. Adam's re-upped. Jason's there.
Okay.
There's no room for Faulkner. He hasn't done enough in 250 class.
So-
He's not going up.
Rumor, though, have you heard the rumor that Cowie might run a three-man team?
No, but
No.
Faulkner's not going up.
Okay.
He'll make too much money. He's he's got excuses to stay down. It's fine.
No, I just think it's weird that him and Mitch are both so weird to it. Like there is something in there where they're
Cooler, saner heads will prevail. I predict
he'll
that he
end up
rides
staying
250s.
down 250 because also again, no offense, like they need him next year because you have incoming. Reynolds didn't even really get a Supercross season. Giant question mark over if he can ride Supercross. Seth still keeps getting sick and hurt and stuff.
Yep.
Cameron is becoming a solid title contender
Mm-hmm.
year after year. He keeps building. But you can't, PC, you don't just go in with one guy and get it done. They need Austin as well.
Absolutely.
From Twisted MX, why no panic button on Voland? I feel if this were any other amateur with not a famous dad, you'd be screaming about this.
No, because he missed a triple crown. Okay, it's bad. It's not great. Jeremy Martin missed main events too. He missed a muddy-ass one small practice Atlanta
5
showdown.
seconds slower than Alves.
Showdown. Like, kind of weird. And then he came back in his first race after missing a lot of time, didn't make the Triple Crown, got a bad start in the LCQ and fell. Like, both things aren't – it's not good. I'm not saying – I'm not sitting there being like, but to say, like, if he didn't have a famous dad, I'd be yelling about it. Like, the dude led nationals last year, and, like, I don't know. Like, I don't feel like there's any reason to panic about him. It's not good. But you can see Atlanta what happened, and you can see what happened at Triple Crown or at the Triple Crown, and you can see what happened in Atlanta. It makes sense that it didn't work out. Like, I know, no panic button.
All right, two more. From Mike Dizzer. Steve, did you feel the mutual respect with Anderson while asking him questions at the press conference?
No. I mean, I asked a question. He answered a question. I mean, I don't know what. Like.
There was no head nod,
no,
bro.
No, and I no. Ask him a question, he answered, and we moved on with our lives. It's great. People want to make this drama up. Like there was so much tension in the air.
No,
I asked a question and he
so
answered
thick
it.
You could taste it.
Yeah, and he answered it, and we moved on with our life. Yeah.
All right, last one from Sean Murdoch, 254. Where do you predict Antonio Cairoli finishing his career bucket list USA races?
Where?
Like, just what place?
Position, like we were talking about 4 to 7.
That's what we said. Yeah, 4 to 7, maybe a podium.
Yep.
Maybe lead some laps. Yeah. Yeah,
I'm
4 to
excited
7.
about that.
Yeah,
That's
that's
really
really cool. It's really cool. Yeah. You're in that bucket.
I say leads a couple laps at some point between one of the 4 motos, finishes one of the 4 motos on a podium spot, but his overalls are 4 to 7th.
All right, that makes sense too.
And for anybody that freaks out, he's 9-time world champion. He hasn't been training. He hasn't even raced this new bike. I think 4 to 7 is insanely respectable.
Yeah.
for what
If you
just
would've
his program
listened to
he's on.
You would have listened to his interview instead of talking to Scott the whole time. You would have heard.
You took your everybody
Well,
took their
of course, I
headphones off.
took my headset. I listened to it. I did it.
You didn't tell me I had to sit here and listen to it.
This isn't grade 5. I don't have to order you around. You just want to listen to Antonio Cairoli.
We're just catching up.
Okay. All right. All right.
You bring on great guests. I want to learn about the sport, and I get yelled at.
Legend of TV production. That's motorsport.com. Tweet at Talent segment, everybody.
That's horrible.
By the way, St. Jude auction is live now. St. Jude auction. All the benefits, all the proceeds on the items. Really, really cool items go to St. Jude, and they go to Monday, May 9th. So check that out. Go to Supercross website, and St. Jude auction is live. Have you ever been in a motorcycle or car accident?
Nope. Well, I mean, I've been in an accident on a dirt bike, but not on it.
Right. Did somebody or some idiot take you out?
No, I may have taken somebody else out that was in it.
You better watch out because attorney Arthur Draper, he's a friend of the show. He'll be calling you. He's a slow moto guy turned attorney. In fact, ambulances chase him now. Arthur will take the time to know the clients and will take the time to talk to you personally. Consultations are free. Arthur's licensed in a few different states, by the way, so you can check that out. ArthurDraper.com. Arthur only gets paid if you get paid. There's no risk to you. Help is only a phone call away, and Arthur's got you back. ArthurDraper.com, ARTHUR Draper.com. Thank you to Arthur for coming on the show, and we've had a few people use them, so good responses from that. All right, everybody. Scott McLemore from MavTV, thanks for coming in.
Hey, I appreciate it.
Thanks for the help today.
And like I said, I am so helpful, or not helpful, but just being here with you guys, and it was my first time.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah.
On a podcast.
Yeah.
First
Really?
time.
Really? I did not know that.
First time.
Oh, great.
I always got called by other people, but I just no.
Yeah. Well, we got you now.
You were saving it for when this janky radio show hit the big times.
Yeah,
we've been waiting for a long time.
Oh,
it took him long enough.
Yeah.
500 shows, man. 500 shows.
PulpMX show on MavTV, MavTV Plus every Tuesday, every Saturday, maybe some other times in there. I'm going to be on your TV. Coming in.
Yep.
Yeah. Looking forward to it, man. Thanks for the help. Thanks for everything.
Thank you,
always great work over your career, whether it's a Supercross, motocross, working with anybody. So you've done some good things, man. Yeah, it's really, really cool, your resume for sure. Like you said, you must look back at it and be like, what the hell happened?
I know.
Right?
I know.
Where'd the time go?
Now, we were just talking earlier about I was doing the interviews with the riders, and we were talking about like 50 years and going backwards real quick. And I think they only went back to McGrath. That's about it. I don't think they know anybody past that.
No.
All the new riders
They
today.
don't. I know. And RJ was such a bad dude. Like, RJ was so cool, you know?
he was.
He was Jeremy before Jeremy.
I know.
Absolutely.
I know.
But thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Thank you for everything from MavTV. And again, people, all the races will be on MavTV this summer.
Yeah.
MavTV Plus, 40. You can subscribe monthly. You can subscribe yearly as well. So on that, Vital MX, Michael Lindsay. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming up.
We'll make it again soon.
Yeah, please do. You're part of history. You're on show.
That's right.
14th show.
14th show, but also test show from MavTV.
Test show from MavTV.
There we go.
Yeah, you're gonna be the one. And then we'll probably put some of this up at some point for a best of. Yeah. So you're in.
Good to go.
Thanks everything. Appreciate it, buddy. Always good to see you. What race you going to any of the last two?
50-50 on Denver, Salt Lake, and then I just mapped out my outdoor schedule. So
we'll see at Paula for sure.
Well, I hope so. It's only 20 minutes from my house.
Right. Yeah. I bet you'll be there. Marks, thank you. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Good work.
Yeah. Thank you.
Tallon.
When's my Lambo show up?
No, you got to get a ring for your chick first. That comes first.
Yeah.
Yar is
might
waiting.
be waiting a while for the Lambo.
She's expecting a big ring now.
His girlfriend.
Give me the shovel, Talon, because
his girlfriend.
The hole's getting deeper.
Has a child, so Tallon is now playing the role of Dada.
Dada.
Part-time Dada.
Daddy.
How's that going?
Part-time.
Yeah. How's that going?
It's all right. We were playing baseball last night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She hit her, or no, her mom hit her in the face when she was pitching, so I decided I'm the pitcher now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dad life.
Dad life, yeah. Dad
What,
life.
you were the
Tallon.
catcher before?
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
We're playing t-ball with a 3-year-old, guys. Calm down.
Calm down, everybody. Back it down.
Good
Tallon,
Lord.
thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Yep,
Thanks
thank
to
you.
Swiss Core and Moser. Thanks to Pookie, of course. Thanks to you people for listening. It's been a really good show. Thank you to Jett Lawrence, Benny Bloss, Clinton Fowler, Antonio Cairoli for coming on. Really appreciate it. And we'll be back next week with Wes Williams and Troy Dog in
Wes
studio.
is coming
Right.
on?
Yeah.
Nice.
Wes, okay.
Yeah. You know Wes.
I
Yeah,
know Wes,
absolutely.
Georgia
You go
boy.
way back with
Yeah,
Wes.
yeah.
So looking forward to those guys coming in studio. And again, thanks everybody for listening. Thanks for the support over the years. We're on MavTV. We've made it. I am Magnum PI. I may not even be back next week. I'm going to be in my Lambo all week long. Thanks for listening. See you next week.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.